Hello, gang. Welcome to the stream. This is the Adrel Show, where 3 times a week on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, we look at all things World of Warcraft gold making. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's everybody doing today? We have our Friday stream, and as promised, we will actually do the alchemy from scratch build today. I will not keep dragging that out. I know we said we'd do it on Wednesday stream, and then yesterday's bonus stream, we decided not to do it then just because I wanted people who may be interested in tuning in for that to be able to find that on a scheduled stream. And so we will be doing that finally today. I promise we will do it before the end of the stream. But to start off with, we've got a couple of different things that we want to do. First, I have spent the majority of my in-game time this week in Dornigal. So to start off with, I think we're going to do some delves, right? It's been a couple days since I've done any of the delves, and I'm really having fun with them. So that's how we're going to start off the stream. We'll do some delves, right? We may try and get our weekly quest for the event done. I know we were discussing on yesterday's bonus stream that it seems like the weekly quest may be kind of bugged, and you can do it daily. I'm not sure if it's a bug or if it's working as intended, because Wowhead did feature it on their homepage, which would be kind of crazy if it was technically an exploit and Wowhead was featuring it. But to start off with, let's go ahead and take a quick look at the homepage for for Wowhead, because I haven't actually checked it in like the last day or two. And it looks like there are some articles that may be of interest. I mean, checking the hotfixes is always a good call from a gold making perspective, and also just as playing the game. Fix an issue where brands gathering tools could fail to gather rewards. That's not good. But hopefully that change means that we get more resources out of doing these delves. And Lord knows that may be the reason why we've seen a bit of a drop in the price of the profane tinderboxes, which I know a lot of people were farming. I have been buying a stupid amount of them to craft enchants and armor kits and all that fun stuff. Oh, geez, I have a random pain in my back all of a sudden. Anyways, welcome to the stream, everyone. I see we have some people on Twitch. We've got some people on TikTok. We've got some people on YouTube. Hello, everyone, everywhere. How's it going? Drop a message in chat. I do have a plan for the stream, but as always, I'm doing this to hopefully help you guys earn some gold or just to have a good time, right? And so if you are watching live, drop any messages, drop any questions, comments, things you want me to maybe address in terms of gold making stuff. I mean, it could be anything really. Ask me my opinion on, I don't know, on which energy drink is best, all right? Anything you guys want to ask. You guys have questions, hopefully, and I have answers. Anyway, yeah, okay, so what's this thing? It looks like if you're looking for an easy-to-obtain yet powerful caster trinket, then consider the Candle Confidant. A delve trinket that competes with mythic trinkets. Wait, what? How have I not seen this? Dude, I may have already disenchanted this on my mage. Because I swear it wasn't on the tier list for Frost Mage trinkets. Farming a champion track Candle Confidant from tier 8 delves and upgrading to 619 will beat out many trinkets that are significantly higher item level than it. Being roughly equivalent to a 632 eye level unbound changeling. Dude, that seems kind of wild. And you can also get it at the Great Vault, I guess. Okay, maybe we need to try and farm this up on my mage, seeing as how they're a caster. That could be interesting. In any case, all right, let's hop over to my main account. We'll do all of the mailbox opening stuff. We'll do all of our regular stream stuff a little bit later in the stream. For now, I kind of want to just get out of Dornigal for a bit, right? Do some delves. Do something other than gold making in this game for a change. Because Lord knows, I feel like all of the streams this week have been very, very heavy gold making. Yeah. But, what was I saying? Yeah, I actually did get around to recording another video just before the stream. That's why we were a little bit late starting the stream. And I need to actually sit down and freaking edit things, man. Because I know a bunch of people on Reddit and even in the YouTube, in Reddit and YouTube and Twitch and everywhere are asking me to put out videos. And the funny part is that like I have ideas for videos. I've recorded the content for a lot of them. I can't get myself to freaking sit down and edit. So I need to make myself do that. But okay, we'll do a delve to begin with. I am gonna take a quick little break while we're on this login screen, just because in frantically scrambling to get the stream started on time, I'll be honest, I didn't pee before stream, all right? So we were going to take a quick little pee break. I know it's early in the stream, but hey, better early than later, right? I think. I don't know. Let me know in the, let me know in the chat, all right? It's the reason that the whole point of this is that it's live and so that you guys can participate, and so it always adds a lot more fun to the stream when we have a bunch of people chatting and asking questions and things like that, right? Because it also gives me a lot of ideas of what you guys are curious about, right? The video that I'm working on is basically talking about how I've been making millions of gold without using concentration. Because it seems like that, like a couple weeks ago, I feel like everyone was talking about like farms or what do you call it, like shuffles. And the meta, at least in terms of like YouTube content and like the WoW economy subreddit and a couple other places as well, seems to primarily have been now shifted over to like, oh, everyone should be just doing concentration builds on alt. And if you've watched my stream before, you know that I have been absolutely terrible in terms of actually using up my concentration. I mean, just to give you guys an example, I mean, all of my characters practically are maxed on concentration. There's a couple of exceptions here, but these guys have been they've used up their concentration to craft profession equipment for my other alts just to save a little bit of gold. So that wasn't even like, I mean, it's gold making related, but it wasn't really to make gold. Like, in that I have not been using my concentration to like actually craft items that I swing on to the auction house, which is I think what everyone's kind of doing and everyone's saying that you should be doing and stuff like that. And so I thought that could be kind of interesting. But okay, let's take a quick little break. I'm gonna pee real quick and then we'll come back and we'll get into the delves. And then later on in the stream, we will get into the alchemy. All right, so see you guys in like a minute or two. All right. All right, and we are back. So, welcome to the stream, everyone. I see we have a couple people on TikTok and a couple people on Twitch and a couple people on YouTube. Hello, everyone, everywhere. Let's see here. So probably worth mentioning if you're just joining the stream, we have some new emotes. We have a new sub goal because I need to replace this janky headset. So consider supporting. Anyway, all right. So to start off with, like I said, I think we'll just run some of our bountiful delves. Right, we may do a Zekvir. We may do a question mark tier Zekvir. Do those count towards the quest? Because I think the two quests we basically have, right, are we've got to complete 3 delves, and then I think there's another one for like 5 delves. Yeah, here we go. A call to delves. 5 delves for the Cache of Delver's Spoil, which will give us our champion equipment. Hopefully Zekvir counts towards this, because I think that will probably be the fastest way to get that done. What else do we have in terms of chores? Is there anything else we should get to real quick? Oh, we need to do the world boss. All right, where is the world boss for this week? Probably a good call to do that first, right? Just because if we get some loot that helps us out, then it may make the delves a little bit easier. All right, let's take my two level 80s over to the world boss real quick and get that knocked out. And yeah, so what I was saying earlier is for this stream, we're going to start off by just doing some world content because I don't know about you guys, but I feel like every stream this week has just been entirely based in Dornigal, where we've just been messing around with profession stuff. And so I kind of want to get out, right? Get out into the world, see the sights, be amongst fresh air. Oh, damn it, I just missed the boss. Oh, well, it is what it is. What are you going to do? We'll find a group for it. I'm sure it won't be too hard. But yeah, so we'll do the world boss real quick. We'll do a couple of delves, just because I'm having so much fun with them. Honestly, I think it's one of the best systems that Blizzard's added to the game because you still get to have the fun of like doing challenging content, and if you're watching live, then you also get to hear me screeching every time I drop health, which I don't know, maybe is enjoyable to someone. I don't know. It seems like when I make little YouTube shorts and clips out of them, people seem to somewhat enjoy them. So, but okay, so we're gonna do some delves. We're gonna get this done, and then later on in the stream, we are finally gonna get to setting up alchemy alts from scratch. And I'm gonna try and not do just the boring like concentration builds. I'm not gonna lie, 1 or 2 of them may end up just going the concentration route, just because it does seem like that is kind of the meta for alchemy. But I'm not entirely sold on the idea that concentration builds are the best way to make gold right now, despite what everyone's saying. Yeah, I mean, I may be wrong, and we may figure out when we're looking through alchemy that is the only way to go, like, and that there is a reason why everyone's saying alchemy concentration builds. But I do have some ideas for other builds that I want to test out, right? I've got a potion build idea that I want us to test out, that I've been meaning to get around to, and I just haven't really done so far. And also I haven't actually stuck alchemy on any of my goblin characters. And the reason that we would want to put alchemy on a goblin, as in the race goblin, not goblin as in gold makers, is because they get they get 5 bonus skill to alchemy. So they should be able to reach different breakpoints 5 skills sooner, right, without having their profession equipment and stuff like that as well. But yeah, mainly the builds we're going to focus on are going to be on more bulk crafting builds. I don't know if there's much of a market for like an alchemy crafting order build, because I know you can. I know people do the crafting orders for, what do you call it, for the trinket, right? The alchemist stone thing. What's up, Micah Bell? Do the thug shaker. What's that? What's the thug shaker? Welcome to the stream. We're quickly taking out the world boss, and then we're going to do some delves, and then we'll get into basically setting up an alchemist right from skill level 0, basically, and see, you know, how we go about making gold with alchemy without relying heavily on concentration. Oh, we should probably also check out the trading post at some point. I don't know why we bother doing the world boss, to be honest. It's not like they ever drop any sort of loot that anybody cares about. I saw that there was a post on the WoW subreddit as well talking about that, talking about the fact that like the world boss just, they don't feel as good as they did in previous expansions because the drop rate for loot from them is so low that it's just goofy. What's up, CR7? Welcome to the stream. Joining us on TikTok there. How's it going? How's your day going? How's your week going? Are you here for the gold making? Are you here for the fails? All right, what's the Earthcrawl Mines? I haven't. So one of the other things that I kind of want to start casually doing is unlocking the Glory of the Delver achievement, because there is a mount from it and it's pretty cool looking from what I recall. And so I think let's take a quick look at that in a second. Let's go park my banker back in her regular spot in front of the auction house, right in Dornagle. Because as much as we're gonna take my main out to get some fresh air, she does not get to do that. She just sits in Dornagle and pulls in gold. We've got a decent mailbox opening for today. I think at least 3 or 4 million gold, which should hopefully, maybe we can hit 38 million gold on today's stream. That's the fingers crossed. That's the goal. I think we should be able to do it. We're at 36.3. I think we should be able to get back over 37.5, which is the record that we hit on Wednesday's stream. But yeah, my goal is my hope is that we can push a little bit further and get above, what do you call it? Above 38 million gold. Because it looks like a lot of my auctions did sell. Wait, what didn't post? Oh, geez. Armor kits have crashed. I see what people are talking about on the subreddit now. Prices for a lot of things have crashed pretty heavily. Which just means I need to relook at all of my freaking Trade Skill Master groups to figure out where. I need to update the minimum prices for a lot of these things. What was the item we just looked at? I think this one, right? That it was like, it's just like 30 gold less than what the group is set up to do. All right, let's let the auctioneer scan finish there. Let's leave our raid here. And okay, we got to figure out what bountiful delves we want to do. Now, I'm going to do the thing that I do every time I'm about to run delves. Bountiful delve tier list. What is... Where's the Reddit post? We had that Reddit post that was super handy. Because I don't know if this necessarily shows difficulty, but I think it's like how quick it is to get the delves done. All right, let's see. We have Mycomancer, Earthcrawl Mine, Spiral Weave, and Dread Pit. Spiral Weave is S tier. All right, let's do Spiral Weave to begin with. That's an Ashkahet. Let's port over there. Also, I'm not sure if you guys saw, but Wowhead put out a post about how to get to Halifal super quick. Which, I'll be honest, that's the only zone that is like always a bit annoying to get to. Simply because the fact that obviously you have the portal to Ashkahet right in Dornagle, right? And then right outside of Dornagle, you have the portal here to the Ringing Deeps. That makes that super quick to get to. So Halifal is the only one that's kind of been annoying. Kind of being the only zone that's been annoying to get to. But what WoW had posted, which is actually... I'm going to call it clever use of game mechanics, is that if you queue up for the follower dungeon that's in Halifal, you can basically then just get ported to the dungeon and then you exit the dungeon and end up in Halifal, which will save you having to like do a flight path or whatever else. What quest is this? Why is this? Why? Oh, God. Okay, Spiral Weave. Right, my bad. Why is it putting a point here? Dude, my mini map, my map is freaking glitching out again. Oh, it does this sometimes. Hopefully I don't have to restart the client. Basically, it seems to think that I'm holding down the shift key or something like that. So none of my key bindings work the way they're supposed to. And I don't remember if reloading interface fixes it or not, but we'll try it, right? It's the Adrel show after all, and let's be honest, we know this. We know this. It's not the Adrel show unless we have some interface issues. And we're getting started off early today. On today's stream, we're starting off early with the interface issues. God damn it, the price on these crashed too. I mean, to be fair, I used this as this was one of the few items that I crafted with concentration, and I mainly did it because I wanted the first craft bonus. And I wanted to make a little bit of gold while doing that. So I don't really care too much how much we sell this for because it was crafted with concentration. It's one of the few items that I actually use concentration to craft. And again, we're going to casually monitor craft scan, which is this add-on here, which I've talked about at length on stream, but is basically how I've made about 1 million gold in the past month with crafting orders. The bulk of that has just come from the craft scan add-on. And so I cannot say enough good things. I also need to edit and put out the video for that. I'm sorry. I hope I'm not getting super repetitive by just constantly talking about all the videos that I've recorded and need to edit. But again, if you guys have any questions about any of these things, let me know in the chat, all right? Because until I get around to editing a video for it, I'm more than happy to explain what the hell I'm talking about on stream. Okay, let's get crack-a-lackin' here. Peculiar Nerubian slain. Boom. That's that done. And I think we have about 2 hours until the daily reset, which probably means that we can complete all 4 bountiful delves and then get a couple more as well. So if we really wanted to, I think on this stream itself we can run as many as 8 bountiful delves. How many keys do I have? I have 4 keys, and then we have another 2 that we can get from like that we're entitled to this week. And then post that, I think I could probably farm up a couple more if I wanted to. The question is, do I want to? Do I need more trinkets that I already have, right? Because Lord knows that's the only thing that I seem to get from delves. And this week it's so bad that it's not even just the bountiful delves that have been dropping freaking trinkets for me. My entire vault was trinkets as well. And not even good trinkets, right? It'd be one thing if it was like, okay, it's all trinkets and they gave me freaking raid trinkets or like Mythic Plus trinkets or like trinkets that I wouldn't be able to get otherwise, right? That wasn't it. That's not what happened. Instead, I got a bunch of trinkets that were somehow even worse than all the trinkets that I keep getting from the delves, which is always fun, right? That's why we want to do content in WoW, is to get trinkets that we don't need. Gosh dang it, Blizzard. What are we doing? What are we doing? Why does RNG hate me, or at least think that I need so many gosh dang trinkets? You think after like the 10th trinket drop I got? I mean, you can see my bags here. All of the gear I have, I literally have every single freaking trinket possible. They did buff Ovanax's Mercurial Egg. I don't know if that makes it any better for my purposes though. All right, we're going we're in Brewmaster, right? Because I found that to be the easiest to run bountiful delves, but I may swap to Windwalker in a second here, just because we did get some eye level in the past couple days, weeks, whatever it is. Not really so much in the past couple days, just because of the fact that what do you call it? I really haven't been doing much other than making gold. All right, should we swap to Windwalker real quick? Actually, what I wanted to test out, let me check the Reddit post, because someone on Reddit was saying that Windwalker is kind of goated for, or like is pretty decent for delves, but there was a specific like build recommendation that they were given, like talent build that they were recommending. Jeez. Let's see here. Can I find that saved? I think I saved the post. I did not save the post. And I didn't save the comment either. Where was it? Where was it? I got the keys, babe. I got the keys, babe. Wake up one day, wonder how we could know. Wanna lay fast and live back as we here for. Up one day, wondering where y'all go. Okay, here. So what this person is saying, that I think it's basically the this spell, right? What the hell is it called? I've got Vivify. Vivify. Soothing mist. Mind. Mama, don't stress your mind. Oh, also YouTube and TikTok viewers, I'm not just like randomly singing to myself. There's music on Twitch. Shadowpan plus Vivify, but I think the thing was that was for Brewmasters, unless I'm mistaken here. I thought this guy was saying to do it as Windwalker. Let's see here. I mean, low key, I need to level up a. I need to level up my what do you call it? SEF. What is this called? What is SEF as a Windwalker? I should probably know this. Oh, Storm, Earth, Fire, I think is the thing. Vivifies. Welcome to the stream, Han Yellow. What's up? How's it going? Yeah, Vivify is the main heal. Yep. But no, what I was saying was that someone on Reddit was saying that Windwalker delves become super easy if you spec into Vivify. But I'm not sure if they mean that I need to like go into Soothing Mist. I don't think so. I'm guessing they just mean like this talent is the one to pick, right? What does this do? Transcendence heals you for 10% of your health. I don't think that gives me any, like, I don't think there's any special magic in that because I don't use Transcendence. I probably should be using it, but I don't. When you're healing spells, heal an ally whose health is below, you get an 10% healing. All right, that doesn't really help me at all. What else could we take instead? Expel harms, critical healing is healed by targets you roll through are snared. Paralysis now removes all enrage effects. I normally don't do this kind of min-maxing, so I have no idea what the hell I'm doing. But yeah, Haniello, it's Vivify is definitely the default like healing spell. I was just trying to figure out what exactly this guy was saying would make doing delves on oh, okay, here's the comment I was looking for. So vivification, vivacious vivification. All right, we nailed it. All right, there we go. So that one he's saying, which we already have, and then combat wisdom, which we also have. Okay, so I guess that's what I've already been doing. Maybe I'm just a noob, which is probably the case. It's not even a maybe at this point. That's almost certainly the thing. Increases your physical damage done by 2% is probably going to be a good call. But okay, let's see if we die as much this time around playing as Windwalker. Because like I said, as Brewmaster, I have no issues with delves. Dude, I love that literally the first pull dropped my health by like 40%. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. I got a good feeling about this, gang. Firehead, I thought you didn't stream this kind of content. Well, so I mean, generally I don't. Like most of the time, I only do gold making content. But yeah, I mean, I feel like all of the streams this week, I've just been in Dornigal looking at Craft Sim and like the auction house, and I feel like that gets kind of boring. At least for me. I don't know. Maybe my lovely viewers are fine with just seeing more of that. What do you think, Firehead? Delves are literally the only like endgame content that I actually do, and so yeah, and especially with the delve event going on right now, I feel like I should get my like delve quests and things done, right? Use up the bountiful delve keys that I've been saving up. And so that's why I thought we'd start off the stream today with doing some bountiful delves. Why did none of these freaking mobs take any damage whatsoever from my big cooldown? That's not fun. I don't think that's supposed to happen. Dude, Touch of Death is so goated. It's one of the many reasons why I absolutely love playing Monk. Because especially on like boss mobs and damn near any mob, all I really need to do is get them to the point that they have the same amount of health as I do, and then it's that one GG button, which just feels super OP and fun. But welcome in, Firehead. How's it going? Welcome back to the stream. Nice to see you again. But I think what you were asking me the other day was like if I stream PvP or raiding. And yeah, that I don't really do. I don't think I think during Remix, I streamed some like Remix raids. And then we tried to solo the heroic raids on stream. But I just died a couple times and I didn't really have much to say while doing it. Because I was just kind of like, this is just me kind of sucking at playing a monk. And so that's why I don't tend to stream too much of it. Just because I don't feel like I know enough about any of these things to talk about it. The delves are kind of fun because it's solo, and I am always very close to dying, and so I feel like it's a little bit easier to talk through it. Whereas with the like remix things, it was just, yeah, I don't know. I couldn't figure out how to make it compelling on stream, or at least compelling enough that I thought it would be interesting for anyone to watch. But I don't know. That may have just been me. From the Weaver with Love. How do I know which story is going on? From the Weaver with Love. Does it tell me on the interface anywhere here which storyline we're in? Rescue Puppets. I'm guessing that's not the From the Weaver with Love storyline, but who knows, honestly. Dude, one of the... I don't know. I've been saying it for years. I feel like Blizzard has gotten so used to the fact that we all have Wowhead and we all use Wowhead to check everything that they really do not bother actually explaining any of their systems in game, or like I feel like whoever comes up with like, okay, is the system well explained enough? Can people figure out how the system works? Are just kind of like, well, Wowhead exists, so do we really need to explain how any of these game systems work? Like someone will data mine it and or like put out a Reddit post. What's up, Iron Mike? Welcome to the stream. Joining us on TikTok. How's it going? We, for a change on the stream, are not just sitting in Dornigal doing auction house stuff. We're running some bountiful delves, trying out something different and trying to see if I can actually do this without dying. What's my name? Adrel. How's it going? Are you playing WoW? Are you a WoW player? If so, have you run any? What are you enjoying the most in the expansion so far? For me, it's very simple, right? It's the gold making has been amazing. The new profession systems are lit as all hell. I mean, I have complaints. Don't get me wrong, right? Not gonna give Blizzard a complete free pass here, but I've generally been loving the new profession system. And then the delve system, I'm having way more fun with than I thought I would. I remember on the beta when I tested out delves, because we tested them out on stream as well, and I was like, I don't know, feels kind of half cooked, doesn't really feel like it's all that compelling and whatever. And yeah, I definitely had my mind changed a lot once I actually released on live. And I think it comes down to the rewards and the actual challenge level. Because I think the bountiful delves or rather the delves that I ran on the beta was with like a base character. It was like with the template character, or maybe I tried one or two with my main, and I was just doing them for like leveling. And for leveling, to be honest, I haven't done much like delve leveling, so I can't really have a super well-rounded opinion on it. But But I think for leveling, it wasn't as fun. These end game delves are fun as heck, and I love being able to get champion in heroic gear because it's the only time that it's the only time in years that I've actually been getting gear that actually feels like it's worth getting. And just because I can do it completely solo and really have fun with it. FIFA 2024. Okay. It's one of the few video games that I've never really gotten into. I've never been able to get into sports games. And I chalk that up largely to the fact that I'm not a huge sports fan, if we're being honest here. The only sport that I'm like obsessed with is MMA, and specifically like the UFC. And the thing that sucks about that though is that the UFC game only really comes out for the consoles. They come out for they do have an iOS, like a phone, iPad, tablet version of the UFC game, which I have spent a bit of time playing, but it's definitely not like as lit as the actually like EA UFC game looks. And the only times I've been tempted to buy a console have been for that. Me, am I his brother? Wait, whose brother? Whose brother am I? I do have siblings, so yeah, I do have siblings, so I am a couple of people's brothers, but I'm not sure who you're asking me about. Top G. Why do I look like I'd be Top G's brother? Am I Top G brother? I don't know what you mean by that. I'm confused by the question. I'm guessing it's like Andrew Tate related, right? Am I his brother? I mean, not by blood. Not that I'm aware of. All right. I think the Puppet Master. All right, so we gotta go back to the entrance of the delve. No, I don't live in Romania. We pulled this entire pack. Damn it! Did not mean to do that. I was hoping we could just skip this pack. Oh, dude! Oh my God, we were so close to dying both of those times. What is happening? What the hell is hitting me for so much health? Oh God. I want to see if we can do a deathless run as Windwalker. These guys aren't even empowered by Zekvir, so what the hell is... Why are they hitting me so hard? The Zekvir empowered mobs didn't do much. Alright, can we sneak past these guys? Are we... Uh-oh. We're in combat because we pulled one of these skittering ambushers. Will Brand do us well enough by taking us out? Brand's healing me. Yep. Yeah, I have Brand set to healer mode. My worry was less about the healing, because Brand's healing is goated. I mean, decently, especially if you use the potions well and stuff like that. My issue was something was hitting me for like half of my health. Which wasn't even an empowered mob, which is what tripped me out. Do 10 push-ups for 1,000 likes. Let's do it. Well, let's do it. I don't know if let's is the correct phrase there. I don't know that we are doing it. It sounds like I have to do 10 push-ups and then you get to just spam the like button on your TikTok app. I feel like the levels aren't equal. I feel like that's not a great trade. I have to do it? Wait, why do I have to do it? I'm confused. Thank you for the likes, though. Han Yolo, what's up? On YouTube, how's it going? Are you running a bunch of delves? Are you doing gold making stuff? Are you interested in gold making? Dude, we may be about to do a deathless run as Windwalker, which may be the first time that I've done it, which is probably down to a skill issue. I have to do the push-ups. Well, I don't know if I have to do much of anything. Have I been going to the gym? Yeah. I try and work out at least like 3 times a week. But I've been freaking dying with allergies the past couple of weeks. I've just been on antibiotics and freaking ironically taking steroids outside of the gym. But like just the ones for my freaking immune system. Oh my god, we almost died there. Oh jeez. But yeah, I try and work out as much as I can out of that. I need to get back into it though. I'm just waiting for like this whole like allergy fever thing to go away, which hopefully we're a couple days away, and then I can get back into the gym. Cause dude, not working out for a while, it's especially being in my 30s, dude, back pain is back already. That kind of sucks, right? That's never fun. But I'm also just having like randomly my shoulders and my like hips and like my lower back and stuff will get messed up. What's up, Massa Louie? Welcome in. How's it going? Sup, cuz? Wait, what? Ajul Nerub Raptorial Spine. Is this another? I didn't even know this could drop here. The hell is this? Dude, I still do not understand the appeal of these Raptorial Spines. Am I missing something? Like what are they supposed to look like? Because it's the reward you get for beating Zekvir as well. And like you get the red one for beating Zekvir, and I don't. Is anyone asking for this? Is anyone like keen on this? Is it? Am I missing something? Is there like a transmog that goes particularly good with it? I don't get it. Doing all right yourself? I'm doing good, man. We hit 37.5 million gold on Wednesday stream. I think you were there for that. And then yesterday we did the little bonus stream, right? And we haven't gone around to the alchemy builds, but we're gonna do that on today's stream. I promise. I'm delaying by doing some bountiful delves because I want to get the weekly quest done. But after that we will actually do the like 0 to gold making level. I was gonna say 0 to a million gold with alchemy, but I don't want to overcommit because I don't know if I can get quite to that point. But I definitely want to figure out how do we take like a fresh character who's just learned alchemy and get them to the point where they're, you know, at least generating like 100,000 gold in profit, and ideally without using concentration, because I feel like there's enough content out there about people doing things with concentration. Han Yolo, dailies and world boss, yeah, but prices are dropping on the auction house. Usually was just selling raw ores and herbs on the AH. Yeah, I mean gathering's always a good, like is always a realist, like is always a good source of gold making, especially this expansion. I think it's been pretty good. But yeah, I mean, margins are definitely dropping on most things, especially if you're not doing freaking concentration builds. Well, even if you are doing concentration builds, I mean, that's sort of the whole video I recorded. All right, we're opening up the bountiful delve coffer. Dude, if I get another, wait, what do we get in terms of loot from that? Oh, okay, hell yeah, we got a ring. Okay, we didn't get another trinket. God bless, dude. I was so terrified we were gonna get another freaking trinket, and I was gonna lose my shite. All right, because I'm sick of getting freaking trinkets. All right, we got the ring. Where is it? And that's actually an upgrade for us. Although we already had champion trinkets. What's up, Iron Mike? Do 10 push-ups. Do not be broke. You're gonna leave the live if I don't do push-ups? I wish I could help you. Unfortunately, I'm just not like feeling well enough to do push-ups right now. I also don't have my camera set up, so I don't know where I would do the push-ups on. I could do them against my desk, but the problem is this is a standing desk, so it will slide around if I try and do that. But yeah, alchemy's annoying with a 24-hour cooldown on the experimentation. Yeah, so I mean, we'll cover this one later on in the stream when I get to doing the like 0 plus alchemy builds, right? But I think the move, or at least the move that I've generally used by and large, has been to basically put your first points into alchemy far enough to unlock the liquid courage recipe. And then you can basically craft a potion that'll allow you to do as many of the experimentations as possible. Now, it's not going to be particularly cheap. It will be a little bit expensive because the once per 24-hour cooldown does guarantee you to learn a new recipe. Whereas when it comes to the like liquid courage version, you will probably go a whole bunch of those experimentations without learning anything, which kind of sucks, but is the quickest way to like max out your alchemy. And I also think that that's a great way to farm up knowledge points. And I think the knowledge points that you put into alchemical mastery to unlock that will more than pay for itself, because you will get all of your first craft bonuses by doing all the potions. It's the quickest way. It's definitely not the cheapest way. But I think that's what we're going to do when we're leveling up alchemy later on. Dude, I'm low-key not looking forward to it, because I feel like we're going to spend like 200,000 or 300,000 gold, because we're going to level up alchemy on 2 different characters. Do I use TSM for selling crafted items? Yep. I mainly use Trade Skill Master for posting. I would say Trade Skill Master I'm not using for I was going to say I'm not using it for a whole bunch of things, but that's kind of a lie. I use it for inventory management and like mailing things between characters. I do use it for posting all my auctions. And what else do I use it for? I think that's more or less it. Yeah. I mean, my operations are super basic. In that, I mean, they're literally, I set like a minimum price that I'm willing to sell things for. And what do you call it? It's freaking... Yeah, I mean, these are the operations. I ran through them on stream yesterday, I think, or maybe on Wednesday. But yeah, I mean, this is basically what my operations look like right now, right? I've created groups for each of the items, separate groups for rank 2s and rank 3s in most cases. And then the actual operations that we have set to them are kind of simple, right? Where the auctioning groups, I basically just figure out what's the lowest price I can sell an item for. And I'll use CraftSim to calculate that, right? And just use manual price override to like set a minimum price, with the materials that I plan on using. And I'll figure out what the lowest price I can sell is. And then I'll just create a very simple operation like this, where it's, posting for 12 hours, 5 of the items. And hold up one second. Is the stream, are we doing okay on stream quality? I think it looks like it. I don't know why TikTok's telling me that computer is under high load. Seems like we're doing okay. I think TikTok's just bugging. Hey, Bipolar Taco, welcome in. How's it going? Stream is good. All right, thank you. Because yeah, OBS on the back end looks fine to me. But I don't know, man. TikTok is so weird with how it does things. I'm not gonna lie. Hopefully they don't mind me saying that while streaming live on TikTok. But okay, so Master Louis, to answer your question, yeah, so I mean, there's super basic operations that just have a minimum price set of like whatever I calculated is the lowest possible price I'm willing to sell something in CraftSim. I do need to do a more in-depth guide to Trade Skill Master. I just haven't gotten around to it yet, in all honesty. Can I actually get to this chest on this storyline? Bipolar Taco, how's it going? How'd your meeting go yesterday? You missed the answer. Oh, what I was saying was, yeah, I use Trade Skill Master to post all of my auctions. And for some of the mailing and inventory stuff, yeah. You can do things like use Auctionator or something like that, but honestly, if you're doing as many different items as I am, it's not really scalable. I mean, you could, but I'm lazy, all right? So I prefer just having like one button that I spam that does all of that for me. All right, how do I get up there? I think there's a way, there's like a path from up here. How do I set the sale operation with multi-crafting? Okay, yeah, so that's what I was just covering. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can figure out where the hell I'm supposed to go here. Iron Mike, you're gonna leave if I don't do push-ups. I'm sorry, man. I don't know what to tell you. I don't have the camera set up to do push-ups right now. Do 10 push-ups or say Bismillah. Bismillah. All right. Did I get you to stick around? Are you a Tyson fan? Is that what's up? Or are you a Michael Chandler fan? Because Michael Chandler, the UFC fighter, also uses Iron Mike as his title, doesn't he? As his like little tagline. No, I'm not Muslim. So what's up, Master Louis? Oh, damn it! Sorry. Thanks for giving me the heads up, Bipolar Taco. Sorry, I swapped screens and I didn't swap back. Okay, no, we're in this bountiful delve, and I was trying to figure out if I can get to this chest, but I don't think I can on this storyline. So we'll probably have to try it again like tomorrow or after reset. All right, let's go ahead and leave this delve. Yeah. So, Masalu, you were asking about how to set it up for multi-craft procs. Yeah, so what I was saying is that honestly, the way I'm doing it is the jankiest, but also the most reliable way to do it. Which is basically all I do to account for multi-craft, to account for all the different like resourcefulness, all the different crafting stats, and to like build in the prices of like to figure out the pricing, accounting for all that. All I do is I come into Craft Sim and I basically manually tweak what price I'm willing to sell it at. I don't have too many great examples with enchanting just because it doesn't, there's not really multi-craft that you can proc on anything with enchanting. Okay, here we go. Gilded Vials, right? If I was to create a trade skill master operation for this item, what I would do is I would come into simulation mode, figure out what the highest profit like version of this I could craft would be. And so in this case, it's the rank 2s, right? And so I'd equip everything, like basically simulate how I would actually craft this. After which I'll basically then mess around with the custom price override here, the craft sim price override window, this one right here. And I'll basically select, let's say, the rank 2 item, and I'll just pop in random values here. So if it's currently selling for 188 gold and we know we're making profit on that, let's try 150 gold. All right, that's still a good amount of profit, so I can go lower. And let's say 120 gold, right? At 120 gold, we'd make about 7 gold profit. And so what I'll then do is just create a very simple trade skill master operation that posts these for any price above 120 gold. And so this is what that operation looks like. If we come into the group, right, you'll create a group, you'll add the items at the quality level that you want, use the item level filter, or I think specific item should have you covered there. The music's a bit loud. Did I mess something up with my iTunes? I think it's just a song. Let's try. Is that better? You know, let's hop into, that's not the button we want. Just probably lower the music a bit. No BS. I think we're probably good there. But so basically the auctioning operations that we have are just super simple. So like in the case of this, right, we simulated this. I would probably also then mess around with like finishing reagents, although you may not want to, because you may not always use finishing reagents. So it's generally when I'm doing these calculations for the crafting, to create an auctioning operation, I won't include that. What I'll do instead is basically just, sorry, 1 second, let me jot down a timestamp right here. Oh god. Things are in shambles, low-key. Iron Mike, what's my gender? Guess. Guess. I look like Chico. All right. But sorry, Master Louis. So what I was saying was basically I will use. Or let me know if the music levels are better right now as well. But basically, what I'll do is I'll set a manual price override like this, figure out what price is the cheapest that I can sell this at, and then I'll create a very, very simple trade skill master operation right here, right, where we're just posting for 12 hours, 5, 10, 15, 20, whatever the amount is, depends on the item. If it's something that's fast moving, then I'll do something like 20, as high as like 50. Or if it's an item that I don't care about cancel scanning as such, I'll just set it to max, right? By which I mean I'll just set this to like 50,000. And then I'll just set a minimum price here, and I leave these set to default. Probably something you could do better, but I honestly don't care too much. I'm just worried about using Trade Skill Master to post in bulk, and as long as I'm posting above the price that I calculated as being the lowest I can profitably sell this at, I'm happy, right? Dude, I gotta craft some gilded vials. If these numbers aren't messed up, I'm making 59% profit without even having like good professional equipment or any knowledge points spent into this, which is kind of wild. Oh, thank you for sharing the live, Iron Mike. I appreciate that. Dude, we've got 2,800 likes on TikTok. Thank you. I feel like Iron Mike, that was probably a bunch of those were you, right? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Just talk to you. Oh, I'm talking to you, man. Delves were your bane last night, Bipolar Taco. Going good. Meeting was not bad. Standard weekly catch-up meeting. Oh, fair enough. Delves were your bane last night. 7s no problems, but 8s hit like a truck. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I didn't. I was pleasantly surprised. I think that's one of the things that like actually got me into Delves was the fact that I was able to solo the tier 8 Delves without too much difficulty. And like I think that's the only reason that I was able to like get back into, or that I'm able to like enjoy the system, because I feel like I don't completely suck at it. And I feel like with a lot of the other things in the game, I get frustrated because I like start to do the thing and then I'm just not that good at it and I can't be bothered to keep going. Whereas with the delves, I feel like I am actually making progress every time I run a delve. So I think that's why I kind of have been more like enjoying it more, right? You're wondering if there's a way to get Craft Sim average profit into the TSM price, but I don't think Craft Sim can be used as a custom source in TSM. Well, because I don't think Craft Sim outputs a source, right? Craft Sim, you can use different Trade Skill Master sources. If you come into the TSM thing here, yeah, you can put custom strings in here, but I don't think it outputs a price source. Unless I'm mistaken. We could probably talk to Genju about it. Because I'm sure he may be able to do something like that, which could be interesting. But I'm honestly, I'm not at the stage yet, just because of how many things are going on. I mean, I realize the irony of me saying that that I don't trust the add-ons to completely automate these things, because I use the add-ons to do all my calculations. So it is kind of ironic for me to say that. But I'm not at the stage where I trust even like Trade Skill, because Trade Skill Master will also give you a crafting cost for these. It's going to be completely wrong, which is why I don't use that, but it will give you a crafting cost, right? I mean, for instance, here, Trade Skill Master is telling me it would cost me 15,000 gold to craft this, whereas CraftSim's showing me about 9.3k, which is, I think, more accurate. So, yeah, I wouldn't rely on that. I think the easiest way, or at least the way that I've been doing it, and I've been pretty happy with so far. I mean, I've already made, well, close to 10 million gold, realistically, in the War Within so far. So about a gold cap, I would say, right? I've spent a lot more than that. And I have a bunch of investments all over the place just because I keep buying mats and forgetting that I have them and then buying more of them, right? Like at any given point, I'm sitting on Lord knows how many enchanting materials, right? Stupid amounts of dust, rank 3 dust. I should really just craft this and sell it, because the prices for all these mats is like dropping by the day. But I haven't gotten around to it and probably not going to be honest. So it is what it is. You're still only eye level 567. Ah, okay. Yeah. So, dude, at 567, yeah, tier 8 delves are going to be a little bit rough. I don't think you need to be eye level 600 because I think I soloed my first tier 8 delve at like eye level 580 something. But if you keep running, like if you're able to do tier 7 delves, run a couple of those on Bountiful, and you'll gear up pretty quick. Or just use the like enchanter crest crafted gear, and that'll give you eye level 590 pieces, which are pretty lit, right? That'll help you bump up your eye level quite a bit. TSM is a great and powerful tool, but it uses whatever info we give it, so it needs to be set up properly. You lose gold quickly. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think the main thing is though, it's not like. Trade Skill Master is an amazing add-on, and they were on top of, like, they were the only really, they were the main, like, name in the game for gold making add-ons for years. I think the Dragonflight expansion and all of the changes that came with Dragonflight, they just, the way the Trade Skill Master is coded wasn't set up to ever have to deal with a system that was so complicated. I think they caught up. I think they're at the point that they're catching up now with the War Within. I don't think at any point during Dragonflight had they really caught up to being entirely useful, where Trade Skill Master is the only add-on you can use to make gold. I'm sure there are people out there doing it. I just don't think it's like super useful. I agree with you that it depends on what info you give it. But again, I think that's what I'm saying is like it by itself, unfortunately, I don't think has all the tools for you to use that alone. I think you need to do something like what I'm doing, which is you use Craft Sim to figure out what your crafting costs are, and then plug that into Trade Skill Master. I don't think you can use Trade Skill Master to do the calculations itself, if that makes sense. Because that's what I did with PvP gear in Dragonflight, is I actually sat down and I made custom groups. Here, I can even show you guys some of the operations, because I thought I would release this and then Dragonflight as an expansion ended before I got around to it. But if we come to Dragonflight and do we have blacksmithing groups? Yeah, crafted PvP gear, right? Here. I created these groups where I manually went in and set up the prices for each of the item IDs for each of the materials that you use. And I had it set up that way, and I did some calculations on like how much you really need to drop, as in like to account for resourcefulness and things like that. But again, it's not a great way of doing it. Null stones, lol. Oh, you need null stones for your gear, you mean? Yeah, fair enough. I mean, do things like the rings, right? The rings should be cheap. The trinkets, you could probably get away with using... I was going to say the PvP trinkets, but those probably aren't going to help you too much. I know for crafting procs like Alchemy and Classic, there was an operation string to account for the procs, but that was a static multi-craft proc chance. Yeah. I think for things like Classic and stuff like that, it was easier to do those calculations. But I think with the Dragonflight and War Within Profession system being the way they are, it's so specific to your character that it's hard to figure out what that calculation is. And I know that this is something that Craft Sim as well has struggled with, because they keep tweaking and they give you the option to manually tweak your multi-craft coefficient. If you come to the options here, where is it? Profit calculation? No. Modules, Trade Skill Master. Did they remove it? Oh, he may have moved where the option is. But there used to be an option here, and I think now you can probably set it at an individual item level. It's somewhere in here, though. Somewhere in one of these calculation tabs, you can custom set how much it thinks you will get back from... Is it from Recipe Scan, maybe? Dude, there's so many windows. It's so hard to remember where everything is. But there's somewhere that you can change the like multi-craft coefficient, which just means how many items does it think you're gonna get when you proc multi-craft. Iron Mike, where am I from? I'm gonna throw another guess out there. Guess where I'm from. Messi or Ronaldo? I'll be honest. This may cost me viewers, but I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I'm not that big of a soccer fan, to be honest. You want to talk MMA? I'm your guy. Soccer, football, not my vibe, to be honest. I don't know why. I've never really been able to get into it. I think it's because I sucked playing it like in school, so I could like never get into it. Say Ronaldo. All right, if it'll make you happy, Iron Mike. Let's go Ronaldo. Let's do it. DR on TikTok. Kermbachhund. I don't know what that means. Hopefully I didn't say something wildly offensive. And if I did, I'm really sorry. I promise I have no idea what language that is. DR, do you want to help translate? Do you want to let me know if I just like told everyone to like go screw themselves or something? I don't think you ever. So, Master Louis, you're saying I don't think you ever want to use CSM out of the box though. It is always better to customize it to your personal needs. But I only use it in classic and made 3 gold caps with it. But retail is a whole different game. Oh yeah, for sure, dude. No, for look, every expansion up till Dragonflight, including Shadowlands, Trade Skill Master is the GOAT. Like, it's not even close. The amount of gold that you will be able to make and the scale that you can operate at with Trade Skill Master, Craft Sim is just not at that level. I would still, today, if Trade Skill Master worked, I would be making an order of magnitude more. I've made 10 million gold so far, roughly. I would have probably made 30 million gold if Trade Skill Master was fully working, where I could automatically queue things up, right? I could use the restock system. Like, I think all of that infrastructure, Trade Skill Master is unbeatable at. The only problem is that because of how complicated the War Within Profession system is, there's not really a great way to use it for this. I mean, Craft Sim has a nice little restock system, and that's what I've been using. But I would be lying if I said it was anywhere near as good as Trade Skill Masters was at its peak. You were searching for that option forever last night, customize multi-craft value, etc. You can ask what the option was because the default value is a bit optimistic, I think. Yeah, so I don't remember where I don't know where they've moved it. I know it used to be just in the base options here. I think under crafting, where you could customize what coefficient you used. It's not like Genju to remove features, so my guess is that he's moved it somewhere else. The only question is where, and that's where I don't have a great answer for you, unfortunately. My guess is that he's moved it somewhere so that you can customize it at a per item level. I just don't know where he's moved it. Let's explore a little bit and see if we can find anything, but I don't think any of these other windows are gonna have it. I think it's probably somewhere here and I'm just missing it. Restock options. It'll be somewhere. But otherwise, honestly, I cannot recommend Genju's Discord enough, simply because of the fact that he is great about responding to like every message on his Discord. Any feature requests you have or like any clarification you need, the dude is a wizard in that like you can drop a message in his subreddit in his Discord at any time, and he will most often reply to you himself. And if not, like within a couple of hours, he'll not only have like reply to you, but he'll also push a new version of the add-on that like includes whatever feature you were asking for. Oh, I love that I'm about to die just standing here messing around with Trade Skill Master. That would have been kind of funny, let's be honest. What the hell? Why do we have this debug window up? Oh, do I need to reload to disable the debug? The debug mode? All right, anyways, we're going to take a quick little break in a second here. Remember to stay hydrated, folks. All right, let's take a quick little break, and then we'll come back and do a couple more Bountiful Delves. I think we have about an hour until daily reset, so we'll get a whole new slate of Bountiful Delves after that. And we may run a couple more of them, and then we'll get into the alchemy stuff, all right? I promise I'm not going to keep dragging this out, all right? But anyways, quick little break, and then we'll come back and get back into the swing of things, folks. See you guys in a few. All right, and we are back. What is up, gang? How's it going? How we all feeling? How was the break? Oh, that's the wrong window. Damn it, why won't it let me swap WoW windows? Damn it. Okay, anyway, we are back. Janky headset in tow. All right, if you want to help me out and help me get a new headset that isn't broken and janktastic like this, please consider subbing. It really helps out. And if you're watching on YouTube, also consider subscribing, please. Yeah, click the buttons, do the things. We all know the like, comment, subscribe, right? Because we also know that bigger number equals better person. So help your boy out. Anyway, we ran one Bountiful Delve so far. We're going to try and run one or two more to use up our Bountiful Delve keys. We actually got a ring out of that last one, which is a nice change because I swear I thought that the only loot table for delves was trinkets, because that's been my experience so far. I just keep getting freaking trinkets. Even when we've got the freaking, what do you call it? The vault. Even my vault was just filled with freaking useless trinkets this week. So hopefully these other runs, right? Hopefully the fact that we got one ring to drop means that Blizzard has changed their entire RNG system for me, and we get something other than freaking trinkets. Oh no, my freaking interface is in debug mode. I thought reloading would fix it, but that didn't do much of anything. All right, touch of death. Bam, pow. Oh. Not only, dude, only I would fail at using touch of death on a mob, where it both went on cooldown, didn't kill the mob, and yeah, completely pointless. How do I disable the debug mode, bro? Okay, wait. Does that, are we out of debug mode? I don't want to be in debug mode, man. I accidentally hit that button thinking that I could find the option. You got a 597 axe that got you to 567 eye level. Good stuff. Good stuff. Use your valor stones and stuff to upgrade the axe. No. Okay. What else should we do while we're here? We should probably complete the Eyes of the Weaver thing, because I don't think it takes super long. Oh, I do have a bunch of Radiant Echoes saved up as well. Should we run a Radiant Echoes event real quick? Because that is one of the better ways to get freaking... I just realized that freaking the stream picked up my OBS little windows. Hopefully there's nothing that led to me doxing myself in doing that. But okay, so we are going to run another couple Bountiful Delves. I think we'll run the delves first because we have about an hour left until the daily reset. I don't know how long that last delve took me, but probably longer than it should have. All right, which other delves are bountiful? Mycomancer Cavern and Earthcrawl Mines. None of which are A tier, right? Earthcrawl Mines, no. Earthcrawl Mines is D tier. Dread Pit is B tier, and Mycomancer Cavern is also B tier. All right, screw it. Let's do them anyway. I don't know if we're gonna do all four of the Bountiful Delves. Earthcrawl is easy. All right, let's do that. Where's the Earthcrawl? In Isle of Dorn. All right, let's quickly do Mycomancer Cavern, and then we'll do Earthcrawl. And I at that point we'll either stop doing delves, or I think the servers will reset. We'll have the daily reset, and then we'll have another slate of Bountiful Delves to run. Welcome in. I see we have a bunch more people joining us on Twitch and on YouTube and on TikTok, on all the different things. Welcome in, everyone. Let me know how it's going. How is your Friday going? How's your week? Did you get some fat loot? Did you make a bunch of gold? Do you want to know how to make more gold? Presumably reading my title and description. That's why you may be here. And if you're confused as to why we're running delves, it's just because we spent all week like every single stream this week, and even off stream, the only thing I've been doing has been making gold. And so I thought we'd take a little bit of a break, right? Have a funner stream on a Sunday. Not to say that the gold making streams are less fun. At least I don't think they are. I hope they're not, because that would kind of suck. But yeah, we're just running some bountiful delves. If we get some profane tinderboxes at the end of it, I mean, that's cool and good, right? We're happy about that. Where's Pride of Belladar? Ooh, all right, let's check him out real quick. And by the way, from a gold making perspective, I'm not doing any rep farming or anything like that anymore, because I've already maxed out I've gotten the reps to the point that I need for all my profession stuff. But if you haven't, make sure that you get all of your rep farmed up. To basically, you need to be level 12 with the Council of Dornogal, so that you get 10 free knowledge points with alchemy, blacksmithing, enchanting, and tailoring, right? Council of Dornogal, GOAT tier. Second most, I would say probably Ringing Deeps, which you also need to get to 12, which will give you, the 10 extra knowledge points for mining, engineering, and inscription. After which, Halafal Arathi to 14, which will give you bonus knowledge points for jewel crafting, herbalism, skinning, and leatherworking. The only one that may, on the face of it, not seem that relevant for gold making is going to be the Severed Threads. But you do want to do the Severed Threads at some point as well, because you get this fun little Weaver's Tutelage buff. And there's two versions of it. There's a 15% and a 30%. But it'll basically increase your crafting and gathering speed by 15% and 30% respectively for all of your characters, which won't make you more gold on the face of it. But if you're able to craft faster, then you can do more crafts per hour theoretically. Now, if you're crafting in bulk, that will make a difference. I'll be honest, for me, it's very rare that I have like a full hour where I'm just crafting a whole bunch, which is not to say that that's a good thing to do. You should definitely be crafting in a lot more bulk than I do. I just get very distracted. And so while other people are making gold with concentration, I'm making gold with distraction. See what I did there? See what I get it? Because the thing's called concentration, and I'm saying the opposite. Distraction is what I use for gold making. So it's a little witty joke there, I think you'll find. You thought about it, but your Abyss axe is a blacksmithing one, so you're waiting to be able to afford it. Yeah, fair enough. You don't know how to use the stones? Using the stones are pretty easy. Basically, you just go over to, where is it? Do I have my second account open? All right, we're not logged in. I'll show you how that works. But basically, you just go to the item upgrade vendor, and you use your Valor stones and you use some crests to upgrade your items. And GG, you now have a higher eye level. But the Valor stone and crest stone system, it's a pain in the butt to farm Valor stones. Don't get me wrong. I think there are probably some decent farms for it out there. I just haven't found one that I'm okay with doing just yet. But it's fairly forgiving. And essentially, once you start to get your eye level up on your account, especially at a character level, you'll be able to then start upgrading your crests as well, which is also really nice. And how I've been spending most of my crests until now has just been trying to unlock the next achievement. And probably worth me being a little bit more specific than that. But basically, there's a bunch of achievements in the game. Let's see if I can find one here. Yeah, these ones. The Harbinger of the Weathered, the Harbinger of the Carved, and then, well, I think those are the two. There may be a third one that I'm missing. But basically, once you unlock this achievement, you'll be able to start upgrading your crests. So the first one is called the Harbinger of the Weathered, and basically you need to have eye level 597 pieces or 593 pieces in every single slot, right? And what I would recommend, and again, this may or may not be the best advice, because I'm not your guy for gearing. For gold making, I'm your guy. For gearing, probably less so, but we'll cover it anyway. Basically, once you get every single slot to eye level 593, you'll then be able to upgrade these Weathered Harbinger crests. And these Weathered Harbinger crests, you'll have a whole bunch of, because you get them from damn near everything. You can literally just fly around through those little like floating things and pick up Weathered crests from there as well. But basically, then you'll be able to upgrade. You'll be able to trade in 90 of those for carved crests. And once you get, I think it's full eye level 603 in every slot, you'll be able to upgrade your carved crests for runed crests. Now, it's not a great exchange rate, because I think it's a 90 of them to upgrade to the next level. But still, it's a nice little way to make use of crests that you otherwise don't really have a use for. And also, if you get an item to drop for you at a higher eye level, or if you have an alt that has a piece that's a higher item level, you'll get a huge discount on the Valor Stones, as well as on the crests. So unlocking this the achievement we just covered, basically every one of your alts then gets a 33% discount on all crests. So I mean, literally for some items, if it would normally cost you 15 crests to upgrade, you'll only need to use 10 crests to upgrade that item on any of your alts, which is lit as all hell, right? I don't even know much about, I don't know that much about gearing, and even I can tell you that that's a sick deal. All right, didn't we get a new ring that we were supposed to equip? Or did it go to our mailbox? Because we went to our mailbox and our inventory was full. All right, let's pop down our mailbox. Ceremonial song. Ooh, and it's got a socket on it too. Heck yeah. All right, that's lit. Oh, I need to clear out my bags, dude. I have like 3 bag slots. Well, we're at the mailbox already. Might as well mail things over to alts while we're here. While we've got this chick popped. Parts to Femir. That's our engineer. Let's send herbs and inscription stuff to our scribe. Leather and cloth, we'll just send to our tailor leather worker. What else? Cooking, we can send over to our cook. I still haven't figured out a cooking, like, big gold strat with cooking, which I think that definitely, like, exists. I think there's definitely a bunch of ways that you can make a bunch of gold with cooking. I just haven't spent the time required to, like, min-max it to that level. All right, I can't figure out who else to send all this crap to, and I want to make inventory space, so we'll just send that over to one of my blacksmiths. Is there anything else that we should mail out? We should mail out the what do you call it? The augment runes to our banker. Boom. Is there anything else I can get rid of? Warband gear. Screw it, let's do it. But yeah, bipolar taco, basically what you'll do is you'll come over to Mythic Aspirations, which is right here in Dornagle, basically just over here, right? And you'll come into this little room, and here you'll have the item upgrade NPC who you can then like drop items in here and use your Valor Stones and your crests to upgrade them. And so this is an item that wouldn't really make sense for me to upgrade on this tune just yet, but this is an example of like my main has a belt at a higher eye level, so you get a huge discount on the Valor Stones. And let's see do we have any items that we can use? Yeah, Weathered Harbinger crest. Here we go. So this is a 584 ring, and since my main has unlocked that achievement, I'll get a 33% discount on the Weathered crest as well, which is pretty lit, right? Pretty sick. And the Valor Stone discount as well. Without the discount, this would have cost a lot more. But yeah, that's how the item upgrade system works and how the Valor Stone system works. And if you really want to get technical with it, technically what you should do is you should only, let's say I wanted to upgrade. I mean, Helm's a decent example. Let's say I wanted to upgrade the helm on my main. What I'd probably want to do is first upgrade the helm on this chick, because then my main will get a discount on upgrading all of the items. Because basically the way the discount works is that it considers it at an account level for figuring out the discount. Wait, why is... but I think it's tied to the achievement. Because a character in your warband has already acquired 2 rings with higher item level, 603, is why I can get the discount on this. But yeah, that's where you spend this is where you're going to come and spend your crests. And then right next to them, there's this handy dandy vendor who will exchange crests for you. Now, primarily to begin with, you'll only be able to downgrade crests. You're almost never going to want to do that. I don't know why it allows you to do that. This chick doesn't have all eye level 593 gear. And I think basically I need better gloves and maybe a better offhand in order to be able to unlock that. Do I have a staff that's a higher eye level? I do not. So yeah, I would need to upgrade my offhand, and I would need to upgrade my gloves and probably this ring and maybe a trinket to unlock to unlock the ability to upgrade crests. But once you get that achievement, basically on my main, I can trade in 90 of the Harbinger crests for 15 of the Carve crests. And the same thing keeps happening as you get the higher and higher eye level like crest discount things unlocked. All right, let's do Mycomancer's Cavern. We'll do the Bountiful Delve version real quick at tier 8. Oh, sorry. The other thing I was saying was that I want to do the Glory of the Delver, this achievement, right? I think I'm actually going to shoot for this because I think I can get it done, all right? Basically, you do a bunch of different achievements in delves. I think the trick is basically doing them on tier 1 delves is the move. And then you get a pretty sweet looking mount, right? Ivory Goliathus, pretty cool. Unique-ish model. Pretty cool looking mount. I definitely want this one, and I think I can get it done. Because basically you just have to do all of that stuff before the end of season 1, I think? Or maybe not. I wonder if they'll give us another achievement with the next season. But I think the toughest one is going to be this one, the Delve Lore Master, where you basically have to run every version of every Delve. I don't know how I see which storyline it is, though. I still haven't been able to figure that out. Is there anything in the interface? Because this is the Mycomancer Cavern Delve. Missing Pigs and Mushroom Morsel. Now, how do I know which version of the Delve we're in? Bog Piper Slain. Wait, is that the only achievement for this? Is that the only requirement for this storyline? Because this is the end boss in most of the other storylines. All right, let's pull. And let's try not to do something stupid here. Charge. Okay, it looks like he's charging the other way, so I think we're good. This boss the first time. Oh, I forgot where I freaking keybound interrupt. He drops some mushroom for the pig thing. Ah, okay. Okay. So we'll get progress towards that achievement. But what I'm hearing, or basically one of the YouTube videos that I watched about getting that achievement was saying that, look, just do all of the delves on tier 1, and because it counts towards the achievement, which makes sense. I think that's how I'm going to level up one of my alts, is just going through the different storylines for each of the delves. And I still have to level up a handful of my alts, and so... And so I think it should be doable. Like, I think that could be a good way of getting that done. Oh, didn't move out of the way of the charge. Did I interrupt in time? I think I did. Or Brand may have done that instead. He has 16 or so mil health. More health from... Oh God. Okay, yeah. I keep forgetting that I'm not allowed to read chat while we're doing a delve boss, because that's how I've died most of the times in the past, is because I'm trying to read chat while taking out a boss. All right. So let me. Sorry about Polar Taco. I appreciate your messages. I do. I promise I do. I just I'm gonna try and stay focused, get the boss down, and then I'll catch up on chat. Oh, good God. Okay, we're holding through. We're holding okay on health. We're not doing as bad as I usually do, especially considering we're in Windwalker. Because usually I've just been doing all of these higher tier delves on Brewmaster, and it's a lot easier. Like, survivability is great as a Brewmaster, and so it makes it fairly trivial. It's just slow as all heck because I'm barely doing any damage, and I have Brand set to freaking healer mode anyway, so it's not like he's doing anything significant in the way of damage either. Although my Brand's getting up there in levels now. I think he's past level 30, which is kind of cool. Oh, dude, what the hell? I used up Touch of Death and it didn't kill that mob again. Is my Touch of Death bugged? What the hell is going on? All right, Bog Piper down. But I guess, like you were saying, that's just the start of the the delve story, right? All right, boss down. You did this one last night. Sick. He He has 16 or so more million health from 7 to 8. Dude, yeah, that's rough. I think the scaling's kind of interesting, but it's Blizzard's scaling, man. Who knows what they do? You know what I mean? Like, I love that they scale things, but let's not pretend like they have any sort of a decent system for scaling things. All right, give me 1 second. I gotta hit my air conditioner. All right, we're back. Janky headset and all. The GOAT is back. What's up, Iron Mike? Welcome back. Welcome back to the stream. Hello, everyone on TikTok, by the way. Drop a message in chat. Let me know what's up. Let me know how it's going. Thank you for all the likes. I have the work from home mullet going on. To be fair, like when I first started streaming, I wouldn't play copyrighted music, and so I could just have my speakers on. But I wasn't like, don't get me wrong, I very much appreciate the copyright-free music that like all of those creators put out and stuff like that. It's cool, but I just don't get it. It doesn't feel as hype, right? Like I don't have as much fun with a lot of the music, and it's probably just down to me not finding the best of the best possible music I could, and so I thought it was easier to play copyright music. But the problem is that then I have to use a headset, and so it is what it is. Okay. I thought you were literally talking about my hairstyle. Oh yeah, the shorts under the desk and wearing a polo up top. Yep. Listen, I care enough about y'all to at least bother shaving and like doing my hair and wearing a polo. But I'm not putting on pants for you guys. All right, come on, get real here. If we get a couple more subs, maybe that can be one of the things that you guys can then vote on. That I actually wear pants, but otherwise we're doing gym shorts, and that's just how it is. Is it an OCD compulsion hitting the air conditioner? No, not really, man. The problem is, and it's literally just a me thing, because this has been the case in like every apartment and house that I've lived in basically the place that I live in is super hot outside, and so you need to have the air conditioner on basically constantly. But the problem is that at any given point, I'm either too hot or too cold. And I know what you're gonna say, like get a Nest or something like that, right? I've considered it, but the problem is that I'm renting this place, and so I'm not gonna waste a bunch of money like getting it installed for like getting a Nest installed if I'm just gonna have to leave it behind whenever I move, because I doubt like the landlord's gonna pay me for it. So yeah, there's that. But it's not an OCD compulsion thing. It's literally just me either at all points either being too hot or too cold. Iron Mike with the 4,000 likes on TikTok. Thank you. Wait, why'd you say bye? You just dropped in to drop a bunch more likes and dip. Listen, I'll take it. I would hope that you'd hang out for a bit, but hey, do what you got to do. You live in Texas and it's the same. Exactly. Yeah. So you know exactly what I'm talking about. Texas is very much the Middle East of the U.S., I feel like. But yeah, man, I cannot get used to places that don't have air conditioner. So much so that like for college, I was in Pennsylvania, and I shit you not, I literally in the winter months, I would have the heater, I'd have the heater on, and I'd have my air conditioner cranked. Because I was so used, like I wouldn't be able to sleep if I didn't have the hum of the air conditioner on in the background. And also it was like central heating. So it would just get way too freaking hot. And so I would literally, people thought I was out of my goddamn mind. Because very often I would have, like I couldn't do anything about, like I couldn't switch off the heater. So I'd have the heater on, I'd have the air conditioner on, and then I'd have the window cracked as well in the winter months. To like have as much cold air coming in as possible. Ride the elephant. All right, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you picked up on the fact that I was running around in circles trying to figure out what to do, but I was so distracted by what I was saying that I wasn't paying attention. Oh, okay, this elephant. There we go. Oh, boom. Wait, do I have to mount the elephant once I'm like upstairs? Dude, how do I get off this elephant? I'm guessing I need to get up there and then ride the elephant. All right, Zekvir's Zekvir's buddies over here. Got a lot of these guys, right, folks? Oh, do I need to collect any more stuff down there? I think I grabbed all the ones that were down there, right? Juice dispense from Alexa enemies. All right, yeah, this is definitely a fever dream of a Dell from the sounds of it. We've got the pink elephants, which usually means Blizzard is trying to tell us that we're drunk. Up. Particularly bad guy. I like it. Yeah. Fear. Did I forget to interrupt it? Or was I just immune to it? It's always hot unless I have the flu and a raging fever, but otherwise always hot. Yeah, I'm very much the same, dude. Wherever I am, whatever I'm doing, I'm usually feeling like I'm usually melting. The past couple weeks have been a little bit different because I have actually been running a fever or like a near fever, and dude, I've been to the doctor so many times. We did antibiotics. I've done we did some steroids and stuff like that. It's just freaking allergies, man. And I'm fairly convinced that it's just due to the air conditioner constantly being, which is weird because I've lived here for like 20 years of my life, so I don't know why allergies all of a sudden became a problem. But I think having living in a constantly air conditioned environment is definitely not doing my what do you call it, my breathing system any favors, right? Like I don't think it could possibly be particularly good for you. And it's hilarious because anytime I go to the doctor here with like any problem, like I went to go see a dermatologist the other day for some skin stuff, and they were saying the exact same thing. They were like, "Yep, just basically living here is like because of the fact that we're in the air conditioner all the time, like your skin's just going to suck, and that's like there's not really much you can do about it. It's just humans aren't supposed to be in air conditioner all the time." Which is completely contrary to how I feel about life. I feel like humans are only supposed to be in air conditioning. It's a mushroom trip. Okay, Bran turned into Magni. You're in the same concentrated pre-sinus infection? Ah, okay. Dude, that's literally what's been going on with me as well, man. Like my sinuses are just constantly dying. And I went and saw an ENT, and because I was like, oh, maybe I have COVID or something, like because I would have a fever every now and then. Did the COVID test, perfectly fine, and the guy took one look like up my nose and was just like, all right, it's literally just allergies. Is the air moist enough? Probably not. But here's the thing, I have a humidifier right off camera right here. I got an air purifier, hoping that would help things out. Right, I've been doing a bunch of those like nose sprays. So if we come back from break and you hear me like sniffing and just like going, I promise you, however hype I seem, I'm not doing cocaine, all right? I'm literally just using the sinus sprays. Let's see, do I have one on my desk somewhere? My entire desk and office is just like covered in different nasal sprays that I'm trying to use. Colombian cold. Hey man, I promise it's... How many subs for a Coke stream? I don't know, man. enough to for me to like pay to go somewhere that we could do any of that. Allegedly, drugs are bad. Don't do drugs. What am I admitting to on stream right now? What are we doing here? You guys get to have fun in chat. There's a VOD of this that goes up. I mean, we technically, you want me to crack a really lame joke right now? Technically, every stream is a Coke stream because I said we wouldn't. I said we wouldn't do. I wouldn't plug any of the drinks I drink because people think that I'm getting paid by them. But yeah, we did a Diet Coke earlier. Oh, jeez. I own Coca-Cola stock and it's done pretty well for me. So technically, they have in some way sponsored this stream. Yours is from your CPAP? Dude, that's what I'm terrified about. I was terrified that when I went to the ENT, they would say that Help me replace my broken Coke stash. 2 out of 13 new subs. I mean, look, let's if we're trying to hit a sub goal here, help me get a new headset, because God knows this is dude, what is this? Coca-Cola sponsor stream. We are gonna crack an energy drink though, all right? Because it's a Friday, and I'm gonna try and cover up the logo as much as possible until any of these energy drink companies actually want to sponsor me. Which, I mean, with rants like that, who wouldn't want to sponsor the stream? Am I right? But okay, it's already like 6:20 p.m. All right, let's get into it. You hate having a cold and using your CPAP. Oh, dude, that sounds miserable. No, but what I was saying was I was terrified that the ENT was going to tell me that I needed a CPAP machine. Just because of the fact that like I struggle with claustrophobia in general, and so I feel like trying to sleep with like something over my nose and mouth like that would just be kind of a nightmare. Yeah, but I basically can't breathe through my nose. And that's been the case forever. I have a mildly deviated septum, which he said could be a little bit a part of the problem, but he was like, mainly it's just I'm completely clogged up, and I think right now it's mainly because of the allergies. But I don't know what the hell is going on with my immune system. Like, I don't know why it's overreacting so much to everything. Cheers, gang. You're rocking a Monster Ultraviolet. Good stuff. I actually did find out that I think Amazon here does have some of the funkier flavors of Monster, so I may try and order some of the funner flavors. So drop your favorite energy drink flavors into the chat, and I'll see if we can get them for another stream. We can test them out on stream. I can maybe like try and rank them gradually. Nasal pillow is not a full. What's a nasal pillow? That doesn't sound as bad. You just use the nose one. Some people need a full face mask. It was a game changer for sleep. I pretended to be Top Gun when I started CPAP therapy and had the full mask. Good stuff. I feel like, yeah, that's what I would... I feel like that's what I would end up doing as well. I feel like my wife would get sick of it real quick, because every time I'd throw a CPAP mask on, I would for sure start RPing as some character or the other, right? And I think it would get annoying for her. Ultraviolet is the purple one. Is that grape flavored? Because I'll be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of grape flavored stuff. Grape is very hit or miss for me. Though if I'm gonna trust anyone to have a good tasting flavor, it's the brand of energy drink that you mentioned that isn't sponsoring me yet, so I won't give them another shout out. But if I was to pick like a sponsor, an energy drink to sponsor me, it would definitely be them. You got the nasal pillow and you don't even notice it, really? Oh, dude, that sounds kind of lit. Sleep is great now, still insomniac, but when I do sleep, I actually sleep. Dude, see, that's honestly one of the main things I was hoping that that was one of the main things that my ENT said that got me super stoked. He was like, oh, if we fix your breathing issues, you'll be able to sleep super well. And I was like, oh, that would be lit. Because he was like, yeah, you can probably stop taking a sleeping pill. And I was like, that would be like a game changer, dude. Because even with like, I'm not gonna lie to you, I do take a sleeping pill that's like prescribed to me. And even then, it's still a bit of a crapshoot. It's still RNG as to whether or not I'm getting sleep each night. And I think that's also one of the reasons. I mean, that's not one of the reasons. That I think that's part and parcel as to why I usually stay up until like 5 a.m. playing World of Warcraft. It's just because I at night is when I'm full of energy. Except for yesterday, because of the fact that I had to do a nighttime stream. Yesterday evening, for some reason, I was super low energy. Otherwise, I'm nocturnal as they come. If you want me to do something, ask me to do it at 3 a.m. I'm your guy. Ask me to do something at like 8 a.m. Find someone else, please, for your own sake. All right, let me catch up on chat because I've been focusing on boss mobs. Let's see here. Sleep Quest. What does this look like? Oh, okay. It's like a scuba thing, dude. That's pretty cool looking. But I guess this would help you if you're able to breathe through your nose, right? My problem is that I can't breathe through my nose at all. Wait, what's RB? RB and ME? I don't know if you mean just me by like ME, if that means something else. Get the septic thing getting fixed will probably help a lot. Well, that was the thing I was kind of relieved by. He was like, "Oh, you don't like it's not deviated enough that you need to like get the operation done." And I was kind of relieved by that. On one hand, I was like, honestly, if it would fix the thing and I'd be able to start breathing through my nose, that would be amazing. On the other hand, I've had a couple of friends who've done it, and they were just like, dude, the recovery was so painful. Like, if you can avoid having it done, just do that. So I'm trying to hope for that. You're having 40 stops per hour, of which 29 stops for more than 30 seconds. Dude, that is terrifying. So like 40 times an hour, you just weren't breathing for like more than 30 seconds. Yeah, dude, that that is horrifying. Good God, I'm so glad you got that fixed, dude. That does not sound like a good time at all. You mustn't have been sleeping at all. I had another buddy of mine who was saying the exact same thing. And we used to always joke because he was amazing at power napping. Like this dude, you'd get in the car with him and literally it would be a 10-minute drive, but he would power down and like get a full nap in that time. And then a couple weeks ago, he went and actually saw an ENT and got a CPAP, and he was like, dude, my life has completely changed because now I actually sleep at night, and so I have so much more energy. And I was like, that is wild. We thought he was just like a sleepy dude, because anytime the guy got like 5 minutes, he'd be taking a nap. And yes, you know how it is with the boys, though. You never assume that like I feel like as men, we're never like, oh, surely that's a concerning thing, and we should like be worried about his health. I mean, I feel like as we get older, that starts to happen. But we just gave him shit and called him a pussy because that's what you do with your boys, right? Like the chats aren't coming. Oh yeah, you're right. The chat isn't coming up on stream. God damn it, dude. OBS is. Thanks for the heads up. I have been wondering as to whether people enjoy whether or not it's a good thing to have the chat up on stream like that. But I think it makes it easier for viewers. I know when I watch other people's chats, it's nice. There we go. All right. Sorry about that. And thanks for letting me know. Your father-in-law was at like 127. Dude, that's wild. That's wild. 127 times per hour he was not breathing while sleeping. Yeah, that's horrifying. Bull of redness and energy of monster. Central apnea. Oh, it's a brain thing. Dude. 29 times an hour, I would stop breathing for more than 30 seconds. And overall, it was 40 events per hour, where I sometimes stopped a few seconds. But 30 seconds are dangerous ones. Yeah, for sure, because you're just like not getting oxygen for 30 seconds. 30 times an hour, almost 30 times an hour. That's wild. Thanks for the heads up, Bipolar Taco. Okay, YouTube for the stream and Twitch for the chat. Sick. I like it. Double the views. Like I said, we know this. Bigger number equals better person, right? But thank you. I woke up with some serious adrenaline surge going through my body, but it was taxing my heart every night. Every time I stopped for more than 30 seconds, I would gasp for air and get a shot of adrenaline to get breathing going again. So it's awful. Dude, yeah, that sounds horrifying. I'm so happy you got that fixed. God bless. All right, what do we need to do with Magni here? Actually, you know what? We're going to take a quick little break just because I'm going to spray down my sinuses a little bit, because I can already feel my sinuses drying out a bit. That way you can do the catch-up as needed when you need to pause for work. Oh, yeah, fair enough. I do kind of wish Twitch had a way to rewind. Welcome in, by the way. So we have a bunch more people joining us on Twitch, a bunch more people on YouTube. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider subbing if you're on Twitch, subbing if you're on YouTube. Heck, wherever you are, sub to this, please. Come on now, help your boy out. And if you're on Twitch and you want to help me replace this janky ass headset, feel free to sub or bits, right? You can be like Bipolar Taco and you can become the new stream boss, right? If you get the killing blow on our stream boss here, you become the new stream boss. Can you imagine? All right, let's take a quick little break. I'm gonna play with the air conditioner a little bit, and try and sort out my sinuses a bit more, and then we'll come back and finish off this Bountiful Delve, and then at some point we do need to get to the alchemy thing because Lord knows I've procrastinated enough with it. But okay, quick little break, and then we'll come back and do all the things that we just said. Thank you for watching live. Drop a message, drop a message in chat, drop a comment, drop a like, subscribe, follow, whatever the things are. All right, we are back. The sinuses are sprayed. All right, and I think we're good to go. Welcome back, everyone. We are running Bountiful Delves, and I was just looking up actually the UFC fights for this weekend because this card is kind of stacked. You guys watch the UFC at all? You guys fight fans? Welcome back, Iron Mike. What's up? Are you watching the fights this weekend? Central apnea is even more scary because the brain is not sending a signal to breathe. Dude, yeah, that's terrifying, man. That's terrifying. Odd you're getting no ads. Well, Bipolar Taco, you subbed, right? So I have ads switched off for subscribers. Which I'm going to use that as an excuse to plug the sub again. All right, if you don't want to see ads, go ahead and sub, right? It's ad-free. You're a Glory watcher? No Glory this weekend. I mean, yeah, but we have I'll be honest, I don't follow Glory much. But I mean, the main event this weekend in the UFC is literally Alex Pereira, right? Who's a two division Glory champion level kickboxer, right? Dude, the fight card's pretty stacked for this weekend. Last week's fights were interesting. Moicano Saint Denis was a beatdown, especially given the fact that like Moicano went into the fight injured. That was wild. What else was good on here? The where was it? The Brian Battle fight was epic too. He also just turned into the he just like destroyed the crowd. He was yelling at the Parisian fans. That was kind of hilarious to me. But yeah, this weekend's stacked, dude. Alex Pereira, Khalil Roundtree. I don't think that Khalil was the guy that any of us thought would be next in line for the belt. But Ankalaev's taking his own sweet time. Raquel Pennington, Juliana Pena. I mean, this women's bantamweight fight is basically just like, all right, who's the best since Nunez is in retirement and since Kayla Harrison, for whatever reason, isn't fighting for the belt. Why? I have no idea. Let's be honest. If Nunez comes back today, the fight to make is literally Nunez versus Harrison for the belt. Like, Raquel Pennington, okay. I unfortunately, I just can't take her seriously as a champion. I think she has to have more of a body of work to like see how that goes. The fact that Jose Aldo is still fighting in 2024 is wild to me. Not because I don't think he's good, but it's just he's been a legend for so long that it's wild. I don't know who Mario Batista is, so there's that. Kevin Hall and Roman Dolidze, that should be a fun fight as well. And getting to see Kayla Harrison fight's always a bit of a treat because she's just so good. Dude, even the undercard's kind of low-key stacked. Wonder Boy versus Joaquin Buckley, that should be fun. That should be a fun fight. The lead up should be as well. I haven't watched the embeddeds or anything. I've just been so busy with streaming and like life that I haven't gotten around to watching the embeddeds as well. Marina Rodriguez versus Yasmin Lucindo. Can't say I know much about that. Alex Hernandez, Austin Hubbard. That should be a decent fight. Cesar Almeida versus Ihor Poteria. That should be fun too. Anything on the early prelims? Carla Esparza. Dude, it's wild to me that not only is Carla Esparza former champion, and I'm not even talking about former champion like it was years ago, right? Like literally like less than a year ago, she was champion and now she's on the early prelims and not even headlining the early prelims. The disrespect is wild. Don't get me wrong. Like Carla, God bless her. Her fight style is just not the most exciting, but I feel like it's still kind of disrespectful to put her on like the undercard of the early prelims as a former champion. That's kind of wild. And same thing with Aljo, dude. The UFC is just so blatant about the former champions that they do not like. I mean, at least put a little respect on their name. They're former champions, for Christ's sake. You had to make sure your ad block was turned off. Oh, that's sweet of you. Thank you for being willing to switch off your ad block for the stream. I appreciate that. Yeah, Twitch Turbo, I've honestly been tempted to sign up for it myself as well. Because I'm not going to lie, the ads are quite a bit. Yeah, I should probably get around to doing that at some point. Because I do watch a good bit of Twitch. Dude, YouTube Premium is the best subscription service on the planet, and it's not close. After subbing to me, of course. No. But yeah, YouTube Premium is absolutely the single best subscription I've ever bought. And I don't know why, but for years I didn't have it. I think I just never thought of getting it. And I didn't realize how much of my life I was wasting watching stupid YouTube ads or you know, just waiting for that skip ad button to show up. Yeah, dude, it's hands down the best sub, and I got like the family plan as well. Yeah, I watch a stupid amount of YouTube. Honestly, like I would say these days, like 90% of what I watch is just on YouTube, right? Because unless there's like a really good show, right? Like House of the Dragons is probably the last like really good show that I'll get into. I'll watch like Last Week Tonight with John Oliver and like a couple of things like that. But even that you can watch on YouTube, right? And if you watch it on YouTube, you don't have to deal with a lot of the annoying things that come with all those like over-the-top streaming subscriptions. Now we have most of the streaming subscriptions just because of the fact that my wife only watches things on the TV, and she is very big on like just having things be super easily accessible. Like she's not willing to waste time with you know, trying to find a good link to watch things on, fully legally, of course. Not saying anything here, but yeah, my wife's bougie like that, dude. We're like we have like I think 4 or 5 different streaming services, and they're all just so that she can watch like whatever shows she's watching. And I'm not gonna I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like the shows she watches are all terrible, because very often I'll do the dad thing where like I'll go into the like I'll go downstairs to like grab a snack from the kitchen or whatever, right? And then I'll just like stand there watching whatever show she's watching. And every now and then I'll actually get into the show a little bit, because they're sometimes a little fun. I'm not gonna lie to you. One of my guilty pleasures is watching a little bit, and less so recently because I've just been watching a lot of YouTube these days. But otherwise, my like guilty pleasure, like switch off my brain and watch show, is what do you call it? Is watching 90 Day Fiance, man. That is goat content. It's the dumbest show ever, but it's also fun as hell. If I only had one, it would be YouTube. Yeah, same. If I had to pick one subscription service, well, I think it would have to be YouTube. Because I was gonna say maybe Apple, like Apple One, but not for content. I mean, Apple One, the main feature I like about it is just the iCloud backups and things like that. And yeah, but in terms of like the content service, for sure, YouTube, and it's not even close. Because it's just literally anything you want to watch, dude. Even if you wanted to, even if there was like a show that you wanted to watch, you're probably gonna be better off just like you'll probably be able to find a link for it on YouTube allegedly. But even for something like 90 Day Fiance, honestly, the streaming service often will not have certain episodes or whatever. I hope that things are probably better in like bigger markets like the US and in Europe and stuff like that, where like if you sign up for HBO Max, you get every single HBO show. But here it's super janky, man, because there's like one company that has the rights for HBO shows, and then very often, very often, they will not have whatever HBO show I want to watch. And I'm like, how the hell does that work? Like, what do you want me to do? I did my part of the job, all right? I gave you the money for the show. You guys said you have HBO stuff, all right? So if I gave you the money for the show, I'm watching the show, right? If you don't have it in the app, we'll see how I get to it. We don't need to go into that on stream, but I did my part. I gave you the money. If you guys didn't have the show, that's on you now, all right? I'm well within my rights to find the show however I find the show. If I've already given you the money for it and you didn't give me back the show. You watch almost everything at 2x. Yeah, I can't do like TV shows at 2x. For YouTube videos, sometimes some sorts of YouTube videos I'll do 2x. Podcasts have to be at double speed, dude. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like anytime I try and listen to, it's been a while since I've listened to like Rogan's podcast. But if I listen to Rogan's podcast at 1x speed, I am just always convinced that he is higher than any human has ever been, because it just sounds like he's talking in slow motion. VPN solves that problem? Well, so for things like Netflix, it can. But the issue I have is like I don't have. Well, I suppose what I would need to do in that case, right, is I would need to VPN to like, let's say the States or like Europe or one of the other markets, and then pay for a subscription service for there anyway. So now I'm paying double for the VPN, like, because I'm probably going to pay for the VPN, right? Because most of the free VPNs in my experience are kind of trash. And then, yeah, so if I'm going to, like, if I'm going to pay for the VPN already, I'm not like, I'm always hesitant to like pay for the VPN, pay a VPN subscription. Damn it, dude. How did we manage to die that time? That doesn't even make sense. Oh my God, what the hell was that? Oh, that's annoying. How did we manage to die right then? I literally died to fall damage. Wait, what's back on YouTube? But no, what I was saying was if I'm already paying for the VPN subscription service, then I'm not gonna like also pay for like some other janky app. And then if I want to watch it on my iPad, it's a bit of a pain in the ass to like I have to change the like region of the app store to like download the app for whatever the other service, and it's just too many steps, right? Joe Rogan's back on YouTube. Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like through college and like through most of my 20s, I listened to a lot of Joe Rogan, and then he just kind of got out of touch with stuff a lot. I feel like, right? Like the 100 million Spotify deal, I feel like changed him a lot. Where like prior to that, he yeah, like he's there's just been a lot of like weird stuff that he does that is very different. Like I think the whole show has changed a lot from what it was before. He's become less tolerable, to put it very lightly. It's also a big time commitment. Yeah, dude, I don't have time for those like. Well, I was gonna say I don't have time for those like 3-hour podcasts. The thing is, I do, but I feel like they need to. I need to know that they're gonna be entertaining, and I feel like with the Joe Rogan Experience, they're so hit or miss these days. Right in college, when I was just like playing hours and hours of World of Warcraft, and I was like, oh god damn it. It was a lot easier to like just put on like 3 or 4 hours of it, right? I'll still do some 3 or 4 hour podcasts, but it'll be things like the last podcast on the left, or like more things that I know are gonna be funny and that I'm gonna like actually enjoy, as opposed to like Rogan, where it's like it could be a good episode where you learn something and he's an interesting guest and it goes well and like he actually lets the person talk, or it could just be 4 hours of Joe Rogan talking over his guest and like talking about freaking, what do you call it? deer meat and freaking I don't know, the same mean on things that Joe always talks about. It's yeah, man, I don't know, it's super hit or miss, and I'm just not willing to put in that kind of time effort anymore. Whereas like with something like the last podcast on the left, or like Behind the Bastards is another podcast that I freaking love. What else do I listen to? The Dollop, right? A lot of those like history comedy podcasts, those I find really interesting. Unsubscribed podcast? Oh, I haven't heard of that one before. Oh, damn it, I'm checking chat while being in combat again. Breaking my own rule, but it's okay. We survived that fall, so we're good. Same for Asmon. Yeah, I don't know. Asmongold, like I used to watch his content in the past, never like religiously. Like I was never like like have to watch everything he does or like anything like that. I would watch his content kind of casually. I'm not gonna lie, I tripped out a bit watching that video where he like gave his house tour, cause dude, that was, I don't know. How did you guys feel about that? I feel like that was. It was tough watching, because you're like, this dude does not seem like he's in a good place. And then the other day he released that video talking about, you know, why he lives the way he does and like what's going on. And I was like, I worry for him. I want the best for him, right? I think that's the case for everyone, right? I think we all want the best for everyone. You know, people who've lived like that. Unsubscribed podcast. I'll check that out. Military humor. I'll be honest, I don't know much about the military, just because like I haven't ever like I'm originally like I'm Indian, so I don't think I'd ever like go and join the Indian Army. Like that's not it's not really something I've ever thought about. But there's a cool like military history kind of comedy podcast called Lions Led by Donkeys, which is great, and that's probably the closest to like military humor that and I absolutely love that show. That dude does amazing work as well. Joe Kasabian, I think his name is. One times one equals two. Is that another podcast? Fat Electrician. Ooh, I gotta check that out as well. Yeah, I like the history comedy podcasts. That's like my niche, right? You know people who live like Asmon? Dude. I mean, because to me the thinking is I guess there are people out there who maybe are living like that, and they genuinely like that's how they like living. But I think in a lot of cases, like I would always be concerned for people who are living like that, that like there's something else going on, right? And I'm not trying to say this to be like judgy or anything like that. I think Zaryu talked about it really well, where he was like, people are like, oh, you're just judging. And I'm like, no, I'm not judging. I am concerned for people, and I want people to, you know what I mean? Like, I would definitely be like, if one of my buddies was living like that, I would definitely be concerned that like, all right, is everything good? Like, 'cause it seems like there's probably something going on, right? And like, how can I help you with that? Oh, the Terrence Howard thing, right? Where he thought one times one was two. Dude, the Terrence Howard thing, I could not wrap my head around. Right? I like, I watched a couple clips and I was like, what am I doing here? Because everyone was talking about that episode, and I was like, oh, maybe I should listen to it. And I was like, do I really need to like listen to another crazy person rant? I feel like I've done enough of that. Bitter shroom cap. Ooh. Such a dumb trans song. I mean, it's cute, don't get me wrong. Like, it's kind of funny, but it's such a dumb trans song. In your friend's case, it was a mental thing for sure. He had issues. Yeah, man. It's always rough like that, right? And especially for guys, I feel like guys are not great about telling their friends when they're not in a good mental place. You know what I mean? And so I feel like that's why it's more important, like as a dude, to check on your guy friends, right? Because like, I think women are a little bit better about doing that, where they will check in on their friends, like their mental health and stuff like that. Whereas I feel like with guys, there's a lot of stigma around it. And so, you know, even one of your boys may be in like a bad spot and not be that open about it. So I think it's really important to like talk about it, because yeah, man. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I lost a friend a couple of years ago. At this point, and again, I would never have seen it coming. You know what I mean? So yeah, ever since then, I'm like, I'd rather someone thinks me weird or calls me a pussy for asking them about their mental health or whatever, but I'd rather have that conversation than freaking seeing a Facebook post or something. You know what I mean? Without getting too dark on this stream here, but yeah. We've all the knowledge in the world in the palm of our hand, and it seems like we've collectively become more dumber. Yep. Dude, that's the thing with the internet, right? Like, everyone thought that it was just like lack of access to information was what was keeping people what was people keeping dumb? And no, it turns out it's just people will like, the internet's only made people dumber in a lot of cases. Let's be honest here. That episode was like listening to your 6-year-old be super confidently wrong. That's hilarious. The Death of Expertise by Tom Nichols is a great book about that subject. Ooh, I might have to check that out. It's been a while since I'll be honest, Theo. I've not been reading nearly as much as I used to or should be doing. I feel like there is also that thing of like, we're all getting so like, you know what I mean? Our attention spans are so much slow, like so much quicker, or so much low. Our attention spans are so much smaller that it's hard to like do some of the older things like that. Even movies, man. If you watch a movie from like the 90s, the pacing just feels so slow. Being a veteran, it's way more common to check in on your friends. Oh, dude, I love hearing that. Yeah, I'm really a big believer that it's important for all of us to like check in on our friends, and not just in the good times. You know what I mean? Because in your 20s, I feel like a lot of your friends, you see them on the weekends, you party with them, you have a good old time, right? And that's not when, like, to me, that's not when you need a friend the most. Because when it's the weekend and you're out clubbing or whatever, you're gonna have a good time. You know what I mean? By and large, anyway. It's the like weeknights, right? Like where you're not doing well. That is when you really need a friend, and like that when you need to be there for your buddies. Now, the village idiot now has a way to connect to all the other village idiots around the world. Yup. Some of them can even just like get on Twitch and start streaming, doing gold making stuff, and failing at delves. Oh, we got a helm. It's not an upgrade. Or is it? crit and mastery. It's because everything needs to be instant gratification nowadays. You want entertainment and you want it now, and you were entertained by short videos, etc., and you need to keep viewing them to keep the dopamine going. A 2-hour movie doesn't give that the dopamine fast enough. It's a subject of many studies of social media involvement, and it affects new generation. Yeah, for sure. I agree with you, man, Mas Louis. For sure. I don't know what the solution is, though. You know what I mean? It affects new generations. I'm sure, man. I'm sure. It is kind of worrying. But then at the same time, like I do also sometimes wonder, is that necessarily a bad thing in all ways? You know what I mean? Like, are there maybe some upsides in that where is it maybe better for efficiency? I think most likely it probably is a bad thing in some ways, in most ways. But I have to wonder, is there a trend towards that because there's something beneficial about it? But again, I may be completely talking out of my ass, which, let's be honest, I am. Don't tell your wife; she'll get a big head about it. But marrying your best friend also helps. Oh, for sure, dude. I'm a wife guy. All right, I am a wife simp as much as they come, and simply because of that, because I literally married my best friend, right? So like I like the boomer humor of like, oh, don't tell my wife did this, that, and whatever, like that. It just does not track with me, because I'm like, why did you marry someone that like isn't dope as hell? You know what I mean? Oh, our WoW instance just crashed on us. We intentionally limit the kids' access to that stuff for that reason. Even when she watches TV, she's usually coloring or something else at the same time. Yeah, that's a good call, man. I worry about that, like with having kids, right? Because I think you don't want them to be weird and like not be on any social media or internet, or like not allowed to do any of those things. But at the same point, like I think it is important to like, you know what I mean, limit the like the mental junk food that so much of content is these days. And like I think it's probably one of the hardest things to do right now as a parent, right? Is like figuring out that balance where you don't want to have them be weird because they like don't know any of the things that are going on, but at the same time you also don't want them to be like completely internet brained or whatever, you know what I mean? We grow more impatient though, and I think that is why people seem more aggressive lately. There's always this feeling of being rushed everywhere with everything. No more stopping and smelling the flowers and all. Maybe you're just becoming a grumpy old man. No, I hear you, man. I hear you. And I get that. Like, we were talking about this on stream yesterday as well. I think that's why a lot of people like vanilla. Ironically enough, though, I feel like some of the vanilla and like classic player bases can sometimes be the most toxic and the like most min-maxy and grindy and stuff like that, just because that's the game just has a lot more grindiness that's required. But I think that that's one of the things that appeals, that is appealing about. What was that random noise? Oh, thank you for the follow on TikTok, Adele. Very much appreciated. Going to walk the dog and smell some flowers, touch some grass back in a bit. Good stuff. Yeah. Enjoy your walk. I wish I could walk outdoors. It's just so freaking hot here that it's. I mean, we're in October and it's still hot as balls outside, so walking outside isn't really an option. But I do have a little walking pad that I'll hop on. And yeah, I've been making it a point to like go out on the weekends and stuff like that, hang out with friends. I think it's really important, man, because I think so much of WoW these days is just like, okay, play as many hours as humanly possible, and I don't think that's a good like. And I'm guilty of this myself. I think even me, I need to spend less time playing the game. You move to a small town so you don't have to worry as much about the pressure of social media. Dude, honestly, not a bad call. Not a bad call. I don't know if I could go back to living in a small town myself, if I'm being honest here. Because I'm just too used to like the comforts of being in a large city at this point. But I don't think it's a terrible idea, especially for raising kids. Like I think you'll certainly get a lot more of that like community feel to it. You know what I mean? Oh, dude, it's a bunch of more rep that we got. I mean, we don't need the rep particularly for anything in specific, but hey, more rep is never a bad thing, right? All right, let's take a quick little break and then we'll come back and do another delve. I think the reset's gonna happen in like 3 minutes, and so we'll get a new slate of bountiful delves anyway. We'll do one more. We'll do this. We'll do one more bountiful delves once things reset. Right, we'll complete that quest, and then we'll get into the alchemy thing because I don't want to start that too late. 3 minutes till reset. Yep. And fortunately enough, the ad we're gonna run is gonna be exactly 3 minutes. I promise I like when we throw to break, the reason I run longer ads is so that there's less ads like during the stream. And if you see pre-rolls, that's the other reason why for that as well. Probably worth mentioning. It's not just me trying to like spam you guys with as many ads as possible. I'm literally trying to do the opposite. All right. Anyways, quick little break, and we'll come back. If you're enjoying the stream, consider dropping a sub. You don't need to. I mean, a paid sub would be nice, but you can use your Twitch Prime, right? That's great. If you haven't used your Twitch Prime for this month, please consider using it on me. If you're enjoying the stream, it really, really helps me out and will get me closer to getting a new headset so that I can replace this broken ass one. And if you're watching on YouTube, like, subscribe, comment, right? Drop a message in chat, everyone. If you are watching live, I see we have a bunch of people everywhere. Anyway, quick little break, and then we'll come back and run one more bountiful delve, and then finally get to the alchemy thing that I've been promising all week. Promise I'm not trying to scam you guys, all right? Anyways, see you guys in a few. All right, and we are back. Welcome back, everyone. I see we have a couple people on Twitch. We have a couple people on YouTube. We got some people on TikTok. What's up, everyone? How's it going? Drop a message in chat. Let me know how your Friday's gone. Let me know how the week's gone. Did you get any fat loot? How was your vault this week? Did you get shafted like I did with more trinkets? All right, we had the reset. And for some reason, my week aura here didn't update. Let's try. Oh, there we go. All right, Takrathon Abyss is definitely going to be the quickest one, right? I think I'm probably better off just hearthing to Dorn and then using the port to Ashkahet. Kriegwald's Rest, Skittering Breach. I think, yeah, Takrathon Abyss is just going to be the quickest one to get that over and done with, and then we'll turn in that quest, and then we'll get to our alchemists, right? I think this dude, alchemy and tailoring. Yeah, we'll do alchemy on goblins just to make things a little bit easier. What's up, C-Tax? Welcome in. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Don't worry. We haven't started the alchemy stuff yet. I found ways to procrastinate about it, even on today's stream. What's up? How's it going? How's your Friday going? We've mainly just been running Bountiful Delves and chatting a whole bunch. Delver's Journey. All right, we hit 3. What does that unlock for us? Oh, we got more of these different the mount customizations. How are we feeling about the Delver's dirigible? Are we liking it? Are we? Because I'm in. I don't know, man. I didn't love the dragon riding customization. Like, I thought it was a cool system, but I feel like they just relied on it too much as a reward, and it never, at no point did any of the customizations feel as good to me as getting another mount. And that's just because of the fact that it didn't add to your mount count, right? All right, I think we are going to have to reload the interface because my interface is being janky. But yeah, it never added to your mount count. And I mean, getting the full body transformations from the raid, I managed to get that one to drop for me. And that was cool. I like the look of that. But again, it didn't add to my mount count, which, I don't know, man. Less satisfying, if you ask me. You haven't really used it yet? Yeah, I mean, that's the exact same thing for me as well. I unlocked it, and I haven't really customized it too much. I think that void transformation is kind of cool. But even then, I don't know that it's a particularly good-looking mount. I don't know that I would at any point be like, oh, dude, that is my favorite mount. I know some people are loving it. And maybe if I get more customizations for it, but I don't know. It just seems too similar to the other engineering plane mounts that we already had, the helicopter mount and stuff like that. I mean, okay, it's cool, but I don't know that it's I don't know that I'm excited about it. I don't know that I'm running Delves because I'm oh, I can't wait to get more customizations for my Delver's dirigible, right? The full transformation, that's pretty cool, all right? Presumably the other full transformations as well that you can get, right? These ones, kind of cool. But I don't know that any of them am I oh, dude, I'm so glad I unlocked, whatever transformation for it. And same thing with the Delver's dirigible. I think the Void one is kind of cool, but again, it's a little jank. It's a little jank for my liking, and I get that that's part, by definition, the point of this mount is that it's supposed to be a bit jank. That's supposed to be the thing that's appealing about it, but not the biggest fan. Not the biggest fan. The hell is... Oh, rattling bag of gold. I think I still need to do a couple more caches to get the last of my keys. The raid Drake transformation, I got it first try on the raid when it came out last year. Yeah, I don't know if we have Seek with us in chat, but he was one who was oh, dude, you should be running LFR on all of your alts to get the transformation. I was oh, there's probably no chance that I get it to drop for me. But when I was AFK doing other things, the LFR was just so quick and easy in season 4 to get done that I casually queued for it on a couple of characters, and I got it to drop within maybe 4 or 5 runs. And I was stoked when I got it because that's a cool looking mount, right? That I will not crap on. Those ones look pretty good, but enduring gutter face. If we're already in the area, we may as well take him out. I am trying to max. Like the only rep that I care about now is the Ashkahet one, and that's purely because I want the crafting speed buff to be even quicker. 30% crafting speed is goated. The 10k delve coins so you can sell the pet for 600k. Yeah, I saw that. That's a nice little chunk of gold there. I don't even know how many undercoins I have. Oh, I'm at 6,000. Presumably, if I do the rest of these quests, and if I was more active about actually doing my bountiful delves on a daily basis, I'd probably be at a lot higher balance. The thing I always struggle with oh god damn it. The thing I always struggle with any of these battle pets, though, is that I've never been able to like sell them reliably. You know what I mean? I've tried making gold with battle pets, and if you are doing that, by the way, the absolute best add-on you can get is TSM rematch, rematch _ TSM pet values. So rematch is this add-on that like allows you to create teams and all this other stuff for pet battles. But if you download rematch _ TSM pet values, it'll pop the value of each of these pets directly into the pet interface. And you can even do things like sort by, where is it? The hell? Oh, sorry, here. Sort by first price source, right? And so at a glance, you can then use the filters and things like that to figure out which ones you can farm easily, right? Which is kind of handy. But again, I'm sitting on two of these spectral tiger cubs, which presumably I could sell for like $500,000 to 750k. But anytime I've tried listing these on the auction house, I'll list them a couple of times and they won't sell, and then I'll just give up on them. Which is why I have as many of these like high value pets as I do, because I've either farmed them or like I bought them with the idea of flipping them, and then I've just never been able to sell them. But yeah, I mean, pet farming can be a great source of gold. Should probably heal up my pets real quick since we're in the window already. Pet battles is another WoW system that like I've had a lot of fun with in the past, but unfortunately I anytime I try and actually do any of the pet battle stuff, I end up doing what I do with a lot of with what I think a lot of us do with a lot of parts of this game, which is you end up very quickly min-maxing the fun out of it, where I'll start off with like, oh, okay, I'll just attempt this. But the difficulty tuning on some of the pet battles and stuff like that is so tight that like very quickly I'll be like, all right, let me just check Wowhead for like what the best strat is to like quickly get this over and done with, right? Which kind of sucks. Pets are slow to sell. Yeah. I mean, it sucks because I think it's a really fun way of gameplaying. I do kind of hate that none of the pets that you can like capture are tradable. I feel like that could be kind of cool in like a Pokemon mechanic sort of vibe, right? If you could like go out into the world and like capture super rare pets and then sell them on the auction house for like really nice amounts of gold, I think that would kind of be fun, right? Like I don't get why the pets that you capture you can't sell. And I don't know if it's because Blizzard thinks maybe it like people would bought it and that's the whole thing, or what the thing is. But I feel like if that's gonna happen, that's gonna happen anyway. And I feel like it's bad game design for them to not allow players to do things because they're worried that someone's going to exploit it for something. You sold the Ring Deeps one for like 6 times 100k when War Within came out. Oh, that's a good call, dude. They try not to give people ways to make money. I mean, the thing is, I don't get why though, right? Like, even if we want to be super cynical about it, I think the thing is like, like that gold has to come from somewhere, right? It's not like it's not gonna come from anywhere. If anything, you know, if there's a pet that someone really wants for that's like 200,000 gold, they just buy a token, right? So even if we want to be super cynical about it, I think they would make more money by doing that. Oh, also, by the way, gang, pro tip for the Takrathan Abyss delve is that you want to use these Drainic water breathing elixirs to run the delve, because basically it gives you an hour worth of breathing, which is great. You don't need to stay all on top of your on top of the breathing bubbles, right? The other nice thing about it is that it will also give you this achievement. Where is it? The Just Keep Swimming achievement. Successfully complete a Cobus delve without ever losing your breath on tier 8 or higher. Pop one of these water breathing potions and you're good. You got the achievement in the bag. And also it makes it super easy because then it's one less thing you need to think about. Otherwise, trying to run a tier 8 delve while also staying on top of your breathing, if you're not a warlock or an undead, right, who have like water breathing abilities, then that potion makes it super trivial. Or at least gives you one less thing that you need to think about. They stopped trying to add gold sinks too. No, they still have a bunch of gold sinks, right? Each expansion they've added more and more gold sinks. Prior to, in Dragonflight, I'm trying to think if there was any others, but I know for one at least, there was the gold mount that I think we bought on stream, or at least I did a little short about. That was that basically they stopped selling after August, I want to say. And there was this 3.2 million gold resonating crystal was what the mount was called, and it's like a gold little beetle. Pretty cool looking mount. I bought it because of the fact that their FOMO got to me, because basically after August now it only shows up on the black market auction house, and as far as I'm concerned, them saying that something's on the black market auction house may as well mean that I'm never going to get it, right? Because if I had to pick one item off the black market auction house, it would obviously be the auction house mount, and I don't think there's a fat chance of me getting that anytime soon. Yeah, exactly, the long boy. But no, this expansion, the gold sync mount that they added in was that the pummeler, right? The crowd pummeler. Which is, again, it's a cool enough mount. I'll probably get it at some point or the other. I haven't bothered getting it yet just because it's not that cool looking. It's not, I don't see it and feel like, I need to have that mount right away. I can more than afford it if that was the thing. I have started casually started collecting the mats for it, because basically you have a chance of getting those mats every time you basically do the engineering scrapping thing, right? And so I've started stockpiling those mats, although I'm tempted to just sell them and then buy them again once they're cheaper later on in the expansion. But I don't know if the price will necessarily fall that much more from them, because I feel like there's a lot of people who've already... Oh, dude. All right, that getting kicked there may lead to us just dying at this point, because if we pull all of those mobs, there's no shot. There's no shot we survive. Screw it. Should we just fuck it? All right, if we die, we die. All right, we YOLO it, and we spam buttons, we button mash, and we see if we can get all these mobs down, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, well, we have 5 more deaths until we brick this delve. We brick this bountiful. It's like they know gold exists, but they just do their best to ignore it. More casual gold selling sequels, more tokens. Yeah, that's exactly the point, right? That's why I don't get why they took the long boy out. Okay, fine. They want to keep FOMO for whatever weird ass reason Blizzard has for constantly adding FOMO type things into the game. I'm sure there's a number cruncher somewhere that's like, oh, well, if we we got to keep retention numbers up, and if we add more FOMO things, then people will just keep their subscription up every month or whatever. And I don't think that's, I don't know, man. I don't think that's a good way of thinking about it. I think the way they do that is by doing what they've been doing since Dragonflight, which is every month there is a good reason for you to extend your subscription, right? They've been doing things like Remix or Plunderstorm or whatever the thing is, right? And I feel like that's the way that Blizzard should be approaching keeping their sub count high. But instead, I think they do this thing with the FOMO that, like, I mean, the fact that they keep doing it probably means that the numbers work out for them, but I still think it's kind of bullshit. But the long boy, okay, they want to do their weird FOMO thing, fine, right? They don't want to have that mount available for 5 million gold anymore. Fine, stick it back on a vendor for 10 million gold, right? You wanna fine. You, for whatever reason, you want to give people who sub to you through BFA, which, as far as I'm concerned, was one of the worst expansions in my books. At least BFA is up there with Shadowlands as a trash tier expansion. I did not enjoy BFA. I quit multiple times throughout, right? And literally the only time I came back during BFA was because of the fact that I saw that the auction house mount was going away. And so I joined like 2 months before the end of BFA to try and farm up enough gold for it. I failed just because I joined too late and I wasn't focused enough. Like I didn't care quite enough at that point because yeah, whatever. Fine, give us a different color of it. Give us a recolor. You know what I mean? Why they haven't added another mount in that also has an auction house on it, it makes no sense. And they said that they don't want to support the auction house mount because they want people to like congregate at the auction houses, right? They want people to like be in the like social areas, and auction houses bring people together in the capital cities. Okay. I disagree with the logic because I don't think that's how that works. And I don't think forcing people to go to a certain place necessarily works all that well, right? But here's the thing. Then take away the auction house. And again, I'm not saying that they should do this. I don't think they should. But then take away the auction house from the people that have the auction house mount. You instead are just making this weirdly structured system where like people who were lucky enough to be playing during BFA or got insanely lucky and got it off the black market auction house have a huge advantage, not in terms of like gold making or in terms of anything else, but just this huge quality of life improvement over everyone else. And there's no way of anyone else catching up. Like, what is it? Either you think the system sucks, in which case replace the auction house NPC on those guys, like on those mounts, with something else, right? I think transmog's kind of weak. Figure out something else that those players can get instead that is within like the like things that Blizzard is willing to give to people, right? And I only say transmog because that Blizzard just added another store mount that had a transmog vendor on it, right? So it's fine. But with the auction house mount, it makes no sense. Either you think that either no one has it or everyone should be able to get it, right? There shouldn't be this weird system where like, oh well, if you were lucky enough to get it before when we changed our minds about this, then you get to keep it. Otherwise, you're SOL because you didn't read our minds and figure out that we were going to take this out. Like that's dumb as all hell. Anyways, that's that rant. I feel like I gotta do that rant at least once a week. What are my other hits? Artisan's Acuity Shuffle, the 500 mount achievement. Right, these are my go-to rants. The ones I have are for high-end gold makers. Well, I think the casual gold sinks for people who have like a medium amount of gold, the gold sinks are already in the game, right? You have the transmogs, you have the TCG mounts, you have a bunch of things like that already exist as gold sinks. I don't think they need to add too many more mid-range gold sinks, but they did, right? So the mount that I was talking about was the what the hell is it called? This one, the Golden Regal Scarab. This mount, right? This was, I think, 3.2 million gold, 2 million gold, something like that. And this was another FOMO, NPC mount that you like bought, and that was a gold sink. But this same vendor also sold a bunch of other things that were also gold sinks. Like there was this great plate helm. There was these really cool weapons. I think it's a sword. These two, the Gleaming Whispering Temple Blade, right? Dope looking weapon. These were like 100,000 gold each, right? I think that's a... Does this sort of meet what you're looking for, Bipolar Taco? Like sort of a mid-range gold sink, right? They gotta add a poor tax to like real life. Do a lottery. They're making games for whales and not the minnows. Real life does the opposite. I mean, yeah, I think the sad truth is that like it's a reliable way as any company to make a bunch of money is giving whales a way to fork over their cash. So it kind of sucks, you know what I mean? Dude, please don't give Blizzard ideas like increasing the auction house cut. It annoys me as hell already. I mean, it's one of the reasons why like cooking I'm so skeptical about, because the like the listing fees and the auction house cut itself can make a big difference when it comes to oh god, oh geez, oh okay, oh okay, wait, are we all right, all right. I gotta stop reading chat while in combat. God dang it. One second. Let me take out this pack and then I'll catch up on chat. All right, folks. We made it this far without dying. I don't wanna I don't wanna die to trash. Although ironically enough, like funnily enough, in the delves, I feel like trash is the only thing I really died to. Well, that or fall damage, as happened on the last delve we did. I only died to stupid things. All right, I feel like I don't die much on the bosses. Zekvir, I'll die a bit because I'll miss a mechanic. But otherwise, in the actual delves, I'm kind of doing okay. But yeah, in terms of like casual gold sinks, I mean, also the weirdly enough, like the Artisans Consortium takes a pretty hefty chunk out of your commissions, and I'm salty because of the fact that I found someone at the start of the expansion who gave me 100,000 gold commission to craft one of those enchanting rods for him. Right, I was super happy. I was like, oh, I got someone to pay me 100,000 gold commission. Right. Dude, the Artisans Consortium took like 5,000 gold out of that, which is so much. The hell did they do? I found the customer, right? I got on trade chat and like did the customer search. The hell did the Artisans Consortium do? So yeah, that one never sits right with me, and I consider that a bit of a gold sink, right? It's a little bit of a tax. All right, I feel like I'm missing one of the bonus experience items because I feel like there's usually one somewhere over here. We grabbed the one from back here. How is there not, how does Handy Notes not have this? Or do I just not have it switched on maybe? I feel like it should show up on the minimap because I feel like they're always in the same spots, right? Boom. All right, one more here. All right, let me catch up on chat real quick. Repairs, something everyone has to do. I mean, I feel like inflation isn't as crazy these days as it used to be. There were definitely other expansions where inflation was a lot crazier. I think enchants and stuff like that, if you want to do all rank 3 everything, can be pretty expensive these days. But I don't think it's as crazy as it was like during Shadowlands, where everyone, if you were even a casual player, you needed to buy at least a token or two, or have a token or two worth of gold just to buy all 3 legendary slots by the last patch of Shadowlands, right? Like that was crazy amounts of gold. And I say that as someone who made millions off of selling legendary gear. Give them a chance. It's a small indie company. Yeah, dude, give them some time. They're busy taking the servers down for like multiple hours per week, all right? What you're asking may mean that they have to take less time with the servers down and actually do some other stuff. When the lotto was like 1.5 billion in the States. I think I vaguely remember that. When was that? 5% cut, making a lot cross-realm was helping, I think. As in selling things cross-realm is helping with making gold? I guess I'm not clear on what you mean by helping. What's up, by the way, to everyone who's joining the Twitch live stream? I see we got a bunch of people in here. What's up? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. We're running some bountiful delves. just to try and vary things up, because we spent most of the 3 other streams this week just doing gold making stuff, and what is it? Working all day and no work all day and no play makes Johnny a dull boy, or whatever the hell the saying is. I don't know. I didn't watch the movie. So we're running some bountiful delves, and then we are going to set up some alchemists from scratch, as promised many times this week. It's happened twice at least now. Wait, what's happened twice at least now? Oh, the lotto thing. I'm sorry, I'm a moron. I think I remember that one of those times happening when I was in college. I vaguely recall that. Oh, making the cross-realm thing is helping with inflation. Yeah. I'm trying to think. Broadly speaking, yeah. I think what it definitely did was it made things a lot easier on smaller servers. And I say this as someone who used to play on an RP PvP tiny low-key dead server, right? And what would happen very often, now I'm a gold maker, so for me, I was the one controlling these markets. But a lot of times what would happen is I may be one of only like 3 or 4 people who can craft XYZ item. And as a result, I can sort of charge whatever I want, and there's not really much anyone can do about it. Whereas now, because of the fact that cross-realm trading is so much more accessible, and make no mistake, you could definitely cross-realm trade back then as well. Even before they made cross-realm trading a thing, at first with 2 accounts, and now you can do it with the Warbank. Even before that, people have been cross-realm trading for years, and the only thing is you needed to have enough gold and do it at a large enough scale that you would basically buy a token and buy a realm transfer for your character. You'd load up that character with, like, let's say a full bags and full bank with like legendaries were a very popular one. Or you do it with mats and you transfer them over, like you transfer them between realms that way, right? And you'd pop over to that server with a bunch of items that you bought super cheap on a high pop server, and then just sell them at a huge profit, and then hopefully make more than enough gold to pay for the realm transfer back. Or you would just, leave that character there and you know what I mean? Figure out another way to transfer your gold back to your home server. Or you'd like buy like pets and transfer things over that way, right? You could also always cross realm trade a bit with battle pets. That was always the big thing with battle pets. But I think on the whole, making it more accessible, I know for a fact that like prices have definitely gone down a lot on a lot of those servers. And if not prices going down, at least you have supply on them. Because people who play on high pop servers don't realize that, I think very often don't realize that very often on low pop servers, you want to buy an item, but there's literally no one who has listed even a single one of them on the auction house. If it's anything even mildly niche, there's a good chance that no one on your server has. There's a good chance that very few people on your server know how to craft the item to begin with, and then even if they can, there's a good chance that no one on your server is not only crafting it, but then listing it on the auction house at anything less than like a completely insane price. So you definitely paid a huge tax for playing on a low pop server. You'd make a lot more gold when you did sell auctions, but you were also way less likely to sell any of those auctions. And that was the whole reason why I left my server way back then and came over to Illidan. First time was around the time Activision bought Blizzard, because I remember thinking, man, if I'd won, I'd buy Blizz to make it better. I love it. Let's see. And I pray that the universe gives you way more than you deserve. Cross-realm is more accessible from now for sure. Yeah. I mean, I think the Warbank was heavily needed because, again, I say this as someone who has 2 accounts. It was kind of janky that someone like that having a second account would allow me to cross-realm trade. And if you only had 1 account, you just weren't able to do that unless you had a really good friend and you had a lot of patience. Like you had a friend with a lot of patience that had a second account. It was always janky that way. I've said this many times before, and I will say it until for as long as I need to. I think everything in this game is much better when it's casually accessible. I've said that all through Shadowlands. I think that's one of the main reasons why Dragonflight was as good as it was. And I think it's why the War Within is as popular as it is. I think World of Warcraft is at its absolute best when it is the most casual friendly. And I think that's also the lesson that Blizzard hopefully learned from Shadowlands, because Shadowlands was just them listening to all of the hardcore whiny forum posters who wanted a game that was as difficult and miserable as humanly possible. Things like the Maw, right? No one asked for that other than maybe like 3 hardcore people that are constantly posting on the forums. I mean, I don't know. Let me know in chat. Maybe you guys disagree with me. Maybe there is someone out there who really enjoyed the Shadowlands systems and the fact that like you could only farm currency for a couple hours per week, and if you died in that period, then you lost all the currency. Oh, god damn it. All right. Blizzard didn't like me talking shit about Shadowlands, right? You made some gold from Torghast? Like selling Torghast boosts? Torghast I thought was a really cool system. I thought it was really cool when they released it. I thought I got a lot more hate than it should have. Prior to actually playing it. Playing Torghast during Shadowlands, I completely get it. It was tuned way too hard. At least for me. Because on paper, Torghast should have been what Delves are now. And it just wasn't, right? They were just too difficult when it was current content. I went back at the end of Dragonflight to farm up the Torghast mounts, and I got most of them. I think there's still one more that I need to farm up yet, because I just didn't get around to completing all of them prior to the War Within dropping. But I had a really good time. I enjoyed it. I mean, because of the fact that it wasn't as challenging, it wasn't stupidly difficult. It was kind of fun. Torghast was taking you 15 minutes per run and you were making 100k per... Dude, that's wild. That's wild. That's amazing. Yeah, I can see why you love Torghast then. 100k in 15 minutes is lit. Especially if you're enjoying what you're doing. Like if you're enjoying the runs, right? And I think part of the issue for me was just at no point in Shadowlands was I ever like anything approaching decently geared, because I was just a world content Andy, still am by and large, right? Like I'll do delves now, and I've been doing the time walking raids because they're super easy, and the loot from them has been fat as all hell. But I mean delves are the probably the hardest content that I'll do on a weekly basis. And that too, that's just this expansion. It's not like, well, I mean, Dragonflight didn't really have any... Did Dragonflight have any systems that allowed you to like casually gear up as well? Not really, right? I mean, I've never been a dungeon runner, even when like the dungeon events are up and stuff like that. You're not gonna find me in a dungeon 9 times out of 10. If I'm leveling, maybe if there's, even when there's time walking up, to be honest with you, I don't really mess around with dungeons too much. It wasn't the most fun you've ever had, but 100k per 15 minutes, it was fun enough. Yeah. I mean, there's a non-zero amount of fun that comes from making a boatload of gold while doing it too, right? God damn it. All right, I gotta not take a sip of my drink while doing the boss. How am I dying to the boss this many times? Am I going to do the time walking anniversary? Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. I'm stoked for that. There's a bunch of mounts. There's a bunch of... Like, I'm really excited for the 20th anniversary event. I think they're doing some really cool stuff. I kind of wish I'd stockpiled more of the Time Warp badges. I mean, I have a decent bit spread across all my characters, but I think there's just so many rewards in the event that... I am worried that maybe I don't, like I may have to spend a lot of time on the event. It's okay, let's focus here and actually get this damn boss down this time. I think this is the most wipes I've had on any of these bosses, and my item level is also higher than it's ever been while running a delve, so that's not a good sign. Okay. Okay. Maybe talking less and focusing on the boss more will be the trick. Let's see how that goes. Also, I also have this weird thing where, like, if I'm streaming, I feel really weird anytime there's dead air. Like, if I'm quiet for more than 10 seconds, I feel like, oh my god, this must be so boring. I'm worried that everyone's gonna leave the stream. What do you guys think? Is it nice to hear silence or at least the music sometimes, or you guys prefer it when I'm just ranting away? Currently negotiating for BIS bracers. Which ones are those? Everforge van braces. Dude, I've literally been wanting to set up a blacksmith just to craft those for crafting orders. And I probably will at some point. Because that's one of the items that I see a lot of people asking for crafting orders for. And like the fact that people are asking multiple times probably means that there's not too many people that are actually spec'd into it. Because I've seen for cloth, for tailoring as well. Number one is the cloak, which makes sense because every spec uses a tailoring cloak, right? Every spec in the game. If you're crafting a cloak, tailorers are the only ones who can craft a cloak for you. But in second place is the cloth bracers, and I'm guessing it's going to be this. Well, not I'm guessing. Craft Scan is telling me that it's the exact same case for blacksmithing as well. And so I think if and when I level a blacksmith for armor crafting, I think bracers is going to be where I what do you call it? Get into. God damn it, dude. I looked down to check chat and then got murked. All right. I'm sorry, chat. I'm gonna minimize chat, and you know what? I'm gonna close it on my iPad as well. All right. I'm terribly sorry. We're ignoring chat until I get this boss down because this has gone on for way too long. Dude, it's 45 minutes. We've spent 45 minutes in this goddamn delve. All right, that is way too long. We got to get to alchemy. All right, so chat is minimized. Apologies. I may or may not keep ranting, but we'll get this boss down and then... Oh, jeez. We'll get this boss down and then I'll catch up on chat. All right? Hopefully you guys don't mind too much. Let's see here. Let's see. Are we? The thing is, I'm not even checking which mechanic it is that kills me. I look away for a second, like either to grab a sip of my energy drink, my unnamed energy drink. I wonder if going Brewmaster, I would just GG this on the first shot. All right, let's do this. If I wipe again, then we're swapping back to Brewmaster. Because I know I've never wiped to this guy as Brewmaster. I'm trying to do it as Windwalker for the first time. And that is clearly not going super well. Dude, I don't like having this little health. I do not like this. Oh, bro. Okay. We're healing. Oh. Wait. Oh God. Okay. Ah! Dude. I am, All right. We're full health. All right. All we got to do is dodge these little mushrooms. We've got to run out of the things, the swirlies, all the things. We're doing okay. Okay? We can do this. We've got this. The boss is at 57% health. We're doing okay. Our cooldown is off cooldown. Let's pop that. That'll heal us. That'll do some sweet DPS to the boss. All right, and we're doing okay. Let's take a breath. Okay. Move out of the frontal cone. Okay. What is... Oh, okay. That's not... Dude, what is What is her? Oh! God damn, what the fuck killed me that time? Dude, what is going on? Drowning? Why the fuck am I drowning? Was that the last death as well? Why am I drowning? I thought I popped the freaking potion. Is something taking my, like, breathing off of me? I think that's what happened the past couple deaths. I wasn't paying attention, so I didn't notice it. All right, let me check my chat log. Okay, no, last time I got hit by deep sea polyps. That was the last death. I'm not interrupting his dot, which is definitely not a good call. Because I'm just relying on Brand to interrupt it. I forgot about that. Forgot I gotta interrupt the dot. Dude, we have 2 deaths left. Okay, I think we are going to... First of all, I think we are going to go Brewmaster. And second of all, did I forget to use my freaking underwater breathing potion? All right, let me catch up on chat real quick as well. While we're at it. Let's see here. Hello, TikTok viewers. I see we have a couple people joining us on TikTok. I see we have a couple people on our vertical YouTube stream as well. What's up? What's up? What's up? Twitch chat. Let's catch up here. Negotiating for BIS bracers. Silence is just human nature, so it doesn't bother me. That's why the radio never seemed authentic. I'm a chatterbox, as my wife likes to call me. So I have no issue keeping things non-silent. But I do worry sometimes that maybe it gets annoying for people watching the stream. That, like, this, if you have my stream on, I'm just talking non-stop. What do you guys think? See, the silence feels kind of weird, right? Is it just me? Am I the only one feeling that's kind of weird? But I think that's also because a lot of times, like, if I'm watching streamers and there's a lot of dead air, I don't know, it feels kind of weird sometimes. But that may literally just be me. All right, we're in Brewmaster. It's fine because it doesn't look like you're acting to be someone else. Can you imagine if this was me acting? Why would I pretend to be like this? Aggressively mid at not that difficult content. Dude, I just died 5 times to the same freaking boss because I freaking drowned. All right, let's do this. I'm going to take a quick little break and then we'll come back and hopefully smash the boss in one shot. All right. Janky headset. All right, gang, and we are back. What is up? How's it going? I have these like weird random beeping noises. I think it has something to do with TikTok, but I'm not sure what they mean. I gotta probably sit down and listen to like what the different beeps and bops, beeps and buzzes and things on TikTok mean, because I'm very confused. But welcome back, everyone. We are running our last Bountiful Delve for the stream, and then after this, we're going to set up an alchemy alt. Well, 2 alchemy alts from scratch, right? Yeah, we did 2 Bountiful Delves already on stream. Just trying to change it up a little bit today because the 3 other streams we did this week were all just sitting in Dorna Gold messing with Craftsim, and I mean, admittedly making a good amount of gold, but yeah, I was worried it may get a little bit repetitive. I've somehow managed to die 3 times to this freaking boss, but now we're going back as Brewmaster. We have our breathing potion up, so we won't die to freaking running out of breath like we did on the last pull, which was just me being dumb, if we're being honest. But yeah, anyways, if you're watching live, drop a message in chat. Let me know how your Friday is going. Let me know if you're making gold, if you got any questions about gold making, if you have anything you want me to touch on, right? We're like I said, we're going to be looking at alchemy in a bit. We're going to be doing like an alchelipalooza, all right? We're gonna level up 2 new alchemists, and we're going to also try and unscuff the alchemy builds that I have in my current alchemists, because none of my alchemists are making any meaningful amount of gold. All right, energy drink done. Let's go. Wait, is TikTok more than just random beeps? I don't know, man. It seems like people tell me that it is. Okay, let's get cracking here. We have the breathing potion up, which is apparently more important than I love that it was going to happen simply because of the fact that I started off the delve by trying to sound like I knew what I was doing in PvE by saying like, oh, you know what you guys should do? You should use this potion. That's how you make this delve easy. Right as I said that, I knew that probably meant that I was going to die at some point in this delve from running out of oxygen. It's just how my streams go. If I point something out, right? If I try and sound like I know anything about anything other than gold making, it literally goes right the opposite. I have the opposite of streamer luck. I have like negative streamer luck. All right, all we got to do is watch the mechanics, and the boss will fall over by itself gradually if we're button mashing well enough. All right, watch the mechanics. Watch the mechanics. That's all we need to focus on. All right. We're gaining on him. We're gaining on him. I'm still forgetting to interrupt. Wait, when am I supposed to interrupt, actually? I think that's why I'm forgetting to interrupt, because I'm not seeing when he's putting down the dot. Dodge, okay. Am I missing it? I feel like I'm not seeing anything for me to interrupt. I know that I got the dot before, because that contributed to me dying one of the times. That's the frontal cone. Does he have a dot? Is it just me picking up the dot from... Oh, yeah. Okay, so it's because I'm standing in the stupid thing that I'm getting the dot. Can I cleanse it? I think I can, probably, right? Okay, let's hang in here. Frontal cone. Why is the dot still on me? Am I supposed to cleanse? Will detox do it? Presumably detox should, but I don't think I have detox available. I have it on my spell bar, but I don't think I have it unlocked. Is it in the talent tree maybe? This is what happens when gold making goblins try and go out into the world and do things. We die a lot and then ask chat a bunch of very, very basic questions. Oh, god damn it. God, I thought I got out of it in time. Frontal cone. Dodge cone, no stand in circle, and then keep moving to avoid the mushrooms that spawn on you. Yeah, I mean, that's what I've been trying to do. And I've somehow just been getting distracted by either chat, like I just did right then, or like by taking a sip of my energy drink. We've had some stupid deaths so far on this boss, all right? We died once because we ran out of breath. We died another time because we died like twice because I was reading chat instead of paying attention. And then we died once because I was taking a sip of my Red Bull. Or my unnamed energy drink. Oh, jeez. Okay. 27%. Like I said, I think we had our fun with Windwalker, right? But the Brewmaster's just goated for delve running, at least for me. Because I don't think the harder part, like there's not really a DPS check. It's just a matter of staying alive for long enough and things will eventually fall over. And Brewmaster just is allowing me to do that. Oh, boom. Oh, at long last. Thank God. Oh, I could not deal with another wipe. All right, I think there's another experience thing somewhere over here. Is it back here? Or did we already loot it? We may have looted it on the way in. Is there one in this thing? Yeah, there we go. That's the one I'm thinking of. This one. What is my brand at now? 33. Not bad. Not bad. Considering I've not been running that many delves. Like I've run a couple of them, but I've only not been running like a daily delve or like staying on top of my bountiful delves or anything like that. I don't think I've run every single delve once. Okay, boys, here's what we're doing. We're going to cross our fingers and hope we do not get another trinket. So far today, our luck has been somewhat decent, but I'm worried that at some point it's going to run out. All right? Bionic clutches. Okay, that's an upgrade. Oh. It's an upgrade, but it's not tier, so it's basically pointless. But hopefully it should make it cheaper for us to upgrade our tier gloves. So net W, I think, right? Like I said, I don't pretend to understand gearing. All right, let's heart the Dornigal. We'll spend some of this dude's Valor Stones, and then we'll hop onto our Alchemists and get going with that. Oh, I hope we don't have to farm cash. There is a small chance that we need to farm cash, though. I don't find it particularly interesting to do on stream, but hey, we'll have fun with it. I love that I literally just got done having an energy drink up, man. I'm already yawning. Oh, fun times. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, let's go turn in that quest. Let's see if we got anything lit. Pinnacle Cache. That should give us another key. I don't know if it'll give us any here. Oh, I didn't even equip the new ring. God damn it. May have made things easier for me. Welcome back, Master Louie. How was your walk? Did you touch grass? How was it? 603, 606. So we got to upgrade that. And then, is it telling me that these gloves are an upgrade because they're actually an upgrade, or because they're higher eye level? Because they're technically 2 tiers upgraded. But I think the tier set has to be, the tier bonus was probably still better, right? All right, we got another coffer key and we got some more cash. Do we have anything else to open up? As you can see, I've not spent a single one of my sparks yet, which is probably dumb of me. I should probably put some gold and buy myself some sort of piece, right? boots maybe with embellishment. Have fun with it. Get a 636 piece, right? It should be non-tier, I'm guessing. All right, what did we say we were going to upgrade? We said we were going to upgrade these gloves since we won't need to use any crests now that we got it to drop at 603. Should we just full send this? And boost these up to 613? Wait, what's the eye level requirement to unlock the crest discount? Harbinger of the Weathered we did. Harbinger of the Carved. I think it's all eye level 603 for Harbinger of the Carved. Here we go. Harbinger of the Carved. Let's see here. It should tell us what the eye level requirement is. Okay, 606. All right, so we have to have at least 606 in every slot. So we've got to upgrade our chest. We've got to upgrade our feet. I think the feet is the... Oh, yeah, it's the boots that are screwing us. Basically, the feet we don't have any champion track gear for, so we can't upgrade that. And so that'll be what will keep us from it. Other than like having enough Valor Stones to upgrade everything. Oh, okay. We'll upgrade these to 603. And then we're not getting any discount for upgrading the gloves any further. Am I doing anything dumb? Probably. I mean, I'm almost constantly doing something dumb. So probably not the best question for me to ask. Wait, did I use my second catalyst charge? I think I did, right? I don't think I have any catalyst charges left on this dude. I think my mage has some catalyst charges left. Yeah, I'm out of catalyst charges. All right, so that kind of sucks. I should probably grab something at my vault, right? All right, so this is what I was saying earlier. This is how screwed I got with my freaking vault, dude. First of all, let's look through my inventory here. And you can see I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, because I got 2 of these. 9 nine trinkets in my inventory, right? I've got another 2 equipped. I have another, like I disenchanted some of the repeats already, right? And what does Blizzard decide to give me in my vault? 3 freaking trinkets. And here's the insulting part, right? None of these are BIS trinkets or like anywhere relevant on the BIS list. And you can tell because it's one of my most visited pages is the freaking trinkets page, is the trinket section. Not one of these are anywhere on this chart, right? The 2 I have equipped right now are the Quick Candlestick and the Detachable Fang. So ideally, we would need to pick something that's like better than B tier for my trinkets, right? Which means Mad Queen's Mandate, Arakara Sack Brood, Void Reaper's Contract, Treacherous Transmitter, or Skarden's Grace. Right? None of these are those. They're all 616 hero track, right? 3 out of 6. Sounds lit. But they're all functionally worse for me. So am I supposed to just like take the currency? Y'all who know more about gearing, should I just take the currency and then add a slot to one of these slots is tier? Where, the item that I get from this dude, right? Helms, bracers, or belts. Helms, bracers, or belts. Do I have? Yeah. All right. So I could throw a belt socket onto. I could throw a socket onto my belt, and this probably makes sense because this is hero gear. This is hero tier gear, and it rolled plus speed. So I think this is probably as close to BIS as I'm gonna get, right? So is that the move, that I just take that currency and throw a socket on here? Or am I still better, or am I better like using it for crests maybe? Because I'd get like 45 runed Harbinger crests. Go for putting a socket on the belt. Is that the move? Whether it is 593 or 597. 593, I think. Actually, yeah, no, it is 593 because my boots are 593 and I have the achievement. So it's 593. Basically, you just need to max out adventure gear to no longer need weathered crests. Go for the belt. Sorry, folks. Screw it, let's do the belt thing. I was super excited that this expansion I would actually like be excited for my vault. And then I opened the vault this week and I was just really sad. I was really bummed because I was like, oh, I thought I would get a cool hero piece, and instead it turns out I'm just getting a socket for a piece of gear that I already have, which I don't know, it doesn't feel that cool. Yeah, I'm sure I want to upgrade this item. I mean, is a socket really that lit though? Because how much extra stats am I gonna? I should probably throw an epic gem in there. I think that's probably the least that I should do. Is like use an actual epic gem. Now the question becomes, which epic gem can I use for both Windwalker and for Brewmaster? Because that's the kind of weird thing that I'm doing is I'm trying to find items that are the best for both Windwalker and for Brewmaster. Is it the same epic gem? Yeah. Consumables. Culminating Blasphemite. It looks like Culminating Blasphemite is the best for both, right? Although 2% movement speed, I kind of like. Because crit, I mean, sure, I'll do more damage, but as you guys can see, I don't think my main issue is not having enough crit. I don't think that's the reason why I'm not doing as much damage as I possibly could. I don't think it's because I don't have enough crit. I think it's just because of the fact that I haven't spent the time to like properly master my class. Whereas movement speed, I do like running quicker. Yeah, we may do that. All right, well, here's what we'll do. We'll see which one's cheaper. Hey, I'm still a goblin at the end of the day. Every gold saved is a gold made, or whatever the hell. The rank 3s are like 4 grand. Dude, wait, can I craft one of these for myself? Because then I can just use concentration for that at least. Save myself gold that way. I don't want to spend 4 grand on a gem. I haven't spent that much to like use up my sparks. So I feel like it would be kind of dumb of me to then spend 4 grand on crafting the damn, like on a gem. Insightful. No, that's maximum. Oh, I don't have the recipe. I think it's culminating or elusive, right? Elusive. Could I craft this at rank 3 using concentration? I don't think so. I think I need more skill. If I buy the recipe. Yo, when did these recipes get so cheap? 250 gold? Dude, I'll spend that just for the knowledge point. Screw it, let's do it. What's the other one I don't have? The culminating blasphemite? Alright, that's like 1,000 gold. When did these get so cheap? Or have they been cheap for a while and I just haven't checked? Oh, and I have one of these in the guild bank already. Okay. I mean, this guy's not going gem crafting. Like, that wasn't the plan. But if the recipes are that cheap, it's worth it for the knowledge point alone. And I suppose I can also just, like, craft them for myself. 250 gold is a steal for any recipe, I feel like, in the War Within. I didn't even bother checking how much it goes for on other realms, which is how you know that I found it really cheap. Screw it. Let's learn both of these gem recipes, and then we'll use our concentration to craft one for ourselves. For ourself, rather. English speaking. Boom. All right, so we have 2 more first craft bonuses that we can get from both of these. And I think we'll just craft one of these for ourselves, to be honest. I think we said we'll do the elusive for the movement speed. But it's only 2% movement speed per unique Algari gem color. And I only have 1 other socket, so... does that mean it'll give me 2% base? Or will they... Or will it like count the elusive blasphemite as well? So my point is, if I have a gem in this socket, do you guys know if that means that I'm going to have 2 plus 2% movement speed or plus 4% movement speed? Or does it not count the gem itself, like the insightful one itself? Is that a dumb question? Can you improve lower level crafts, or are they just permanently that level? So say I can make a level 1, can I eventually make it on par with a 5? Or is it always going to be worse? Wait, what? What do you mean? Oh, if you craft something at level 1? Yeah, there's a whole recrafting system. I think this is what you're asking. Correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, there's a recrafting system. So basically, let's say it's early in the expansion, right? You craft, I don't know, you craft your profession equipment at a lower quality, right? You use cheaper mats so that it's cheaper to craft. Obviously, because I'm trying to show you what I mean, this dude doesn't have any items that aren't crafted at maxed rank, which is fair because it's my main. But okay, yeah, let's take this as an example, right? This rune bismuth rod, we crafted it at rank 2. Well, we bought it at rank 2 probably because we made it ourselves and we didn't have enough skill, right? Later on in the expansion, if I didn't want to, like if I wanted to upgrade the item level on this, you can just go into the crafting order system and list it as a recraft order. Again, I wouldn't recommend doing this as a public order because you'll probably end up with it being an even lower item level, which can happen. I would whisper a crafter and like, you know, set a minimum quality requirement. But yeah, you can then upgrade it. So like now, because I have more skill in enchanting, if I was to recraft this item, I would instead craft it at minimum at rank 3, and then if I use better quality reagents, I can craft it at rank 4 or even rank 5. The only thing to note is that if you plan on recrafting something down the line, it may not be a good idea to use super cheap mats because you may have to recraft it a couple of times to get it to the point that someone can craft it at a higher quality. And I think it's something like if you use all rank 1 materials, you have to recraft it 3 times with rank 3 materials in order to get it to rank 5. Looking to make a weapon, but it will end up lower. If it's your BIS weapon, I would say try and see if you can at all afford it. You're probably going to save more time, energy, and gold in the long run by just buying better quality materials right now and crafting it at rank 5. But if you're strapped for gold, or if you think you may replace it, or you just don't feel like spending a bunch of gold right now, then you could just use cheaper mats and you can recraft it later on once you hopefully make more gold. And hopefully watching my stream helps you do that. All right, let's take a quick little break and then we'll come back and get into the alchemy thing. I promise I'm not trying to drag this out anymore. We will come back and do the alchemy thing. Was there anything else that I wanted to do on this dude prior to us doing that? I need to run 2 more delves for the free little champion chest thing. But other than that, I think we're good to go and good to get started on. Leveling up some of these alchemists, right? Are we doing dual monks? Ooh, that could be fun. Tailoring alchemy. All right. I think that's what we're going to do. I think we're going to do the dual monk alchemy. Alchemicapalooza is what I was calling it. The WoW token's calling your name. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, let's take a quick little break and then we'll come back and get to the alchemy. Get to the alcheming. All right, see you guys in a few. All right, gang, we are back. Welcome back to the stream, everyone. How's it going? Drop a message in chat if you're still here. Let me know how things are going, right? Let me know how we're doing. Okay, so far we've run some bountiful delves, right? We had some fun with that. It is what it is. Now we need to finally get around to doing alchemy. And I think the first pair that we're going to do, should we do our dual monk pair? I think I should probably mix these up. So that we have one warrior and one shaman. Although both of these guys are on Illidan, which may be relevant, but maybe not. Haven't fully decided yet. For alchemy, we're going to be crafting items that go on the auction house anyway, so the fact that these guys are on other servers isn't a terrible idea. And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, basically, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing 2 alchemists, 1 on each of my accounts, and we're going to do them at the same time just because it's a little bit quicker to, if we're flying around and picking up the knowledge points and things like that, I thought it just would be a little bit easier to do them both at the same time. The thing is that one of these pairs are on Illidan and the second pair are on different servers. And I'm just thinking for like gathering treasures and things like that, I'd rather have one monk and one something else, because the monks I can then do all the combat on one of these, and then that way I don't have to play a warrior or a shaman, because I don't love playing the other classes as much as I thought I would when I leveled these guys up. All right, so this guy's on WoW 1 on Stormreaver and on Gallywix. Should we do the Stormreaver or the Gallywix tune first? I suppose it doesn't really matter because, again, we're not doing anything on their server's auction house specifically. They're mainly going to be crafting items that we're going to sell across servers anyway. So I suppose it doesn't really matter. Gallywix and Stormreaver, which, should we bother looking up the populations of them? Again, it doesn't make a difference because we're not. All right. Let's just arbitrarily change WoW 1. We'll put this guy in pair 3 and we'll move this guy into pair 1. Again, this has no bearing on anything. This is literally just me figuring out logistics for myself. All right, let's do pair 1, which is basically this guy on Gallywix and this guy on Illidan. So on WoW 1, I need Kagik. Where's our buddy Kagik here? Kagik, there we go. We'll move him here, just up in the list so that it's easier to find him. Kagik and Ezek. All right, let's go ahead and log on. Let's get started here. Jot down a timestamp for when we're doing the thing. Oh, we're right at the 4-hour, 20-minute mark. What's up? Nice. I guess today's gonna be a longer stream than usual, because we are just starting this, and I think this will probably take us like an hour or two at the bare minimum. Wasn't planning on streaming that long. Well, actually, I did say yesterday that we wanted to do a longer stream today. I feel like if I'm going to do a longer stream, I feel like the Friday stream's at the time to do it. What do you guys think? What's up? Who all are here in chat still? YouTube, Twitch. Let me know. Let me know if you're still hanging out. If you guys are excited for the alchemy run. If you guys have any ideas for builds that you want us to test out. I think going into it, I think probably one of them is going to go with the potion build and just crafting rank 2 potions super cheap. And the other one I haven't fully decided. I need to figure out builds for them. So, I'm not gonna lie. I may have lied a little bit. Well, not lied, but I may have missed mentioning. All right, let's put it that way. That these guys aren't technically starting right from 0. They're basically they're starting from 8 skill, but essentially it's the same thing as if they had started from 0. The reason being is because a couple weeks ago, when the Dark Moon Fair was up, I basically just slapped professions on all my characters. and then took them to the Darkmoon Fair to complete the quest so that they'd go get those first knowledge points. It was meaningless because they didn't stay on top of like their patron orders or their weekly quests or any of those things that would normally have done it. Oh, and both of these guys have the Darkmoon buff up as well. Now that would have been handy if we were still grinding rep. But I guess it just means they'll level a little bit faster from the like first craft bonuses that we'll get from each of these. But that's also good because it means it'll give us an incentive to be a little bit quicker with things. Which Lord knows we probably need. Dude, are neither of them in my guild? What realm is this guy on? Gallywix. Alright. Inv. Kagik. Is that what this guy? Yeah, Kagik. Dash Illidan. All right, we got to add him to the guild too. Invite member, Kagik Illidan. Let's do that. Join guild, accept. Boom, boom, boom. Roster, let's promote him to alt so that he can access the guild bank and all that fun stuff. All right, so point is, basically these guys just have alchemy trained. They are goblins, so they do get a little, so they get 5 bonus skill. And so that's why they're at skill level 8. It shouldn't really make a difference in the context of anything because, I mean, if they're goblins, they'll get the 5 bonus skill anyway. And if, you know, I mean, the first 3 knowledge, the first 3 skill and the, what is it, like 3 extra knowledge points they get isn't really going to make too much of a difference. What's up, Abdullah? Yup, I remember you. How's it going? How's your day going? Welcome to the stream. We're just getting started here with setting up 2 new alchemists and trying to figure out builds that kind of make sense for this thing. But okay, so why do they have... I'm trying to figure out why they have the 10... Where did they get... Oh, you know what? Okay, yeah. They have the reason that they have 13 knowledge points. 3 of them came from the Darkmoon Fair. At least I think they did. And then the other 10 that they have is just the rep bonus. All right. Again, I don't think this changes the outcome too much because in general, one of the things you're going to want to do for gold making is grind out your rep and get the knowledge point books, right? That's just something everyone should have done already. And if not, it doesn't take much time, all right? Yeah, I mean, run the Bountiful Delves will give you some rep, right? Do the side quests. It doesn't take that much time or energy to get to the point that you unlock the knowledge point books from professions. Yeah, so that's that. C-Text, are we okay with that as a starting point? Are we on board, or is this me scamming the chat a bit, saying that the like using the 10 knowledge points that we have from the rep and the 3 knowledge points that we have from the Darkmoon Fair. Well, I mean, the Darkmoon Fair is going to be up this weekend anyway, so you can catch up that way if you you've been scammed for 3 days now, so it's still a scam. All right, is it any more of a scam than me saying for the past 3 days that we would do this? Maybe that's a better way of phrasing it. Sounds good. All right, there we go. Okay, so let's get cracking here with all the things that we need to do. How much gold are these guys at? Because we probably need to pull some out of the war bank because this is not going to be particularly cheap. Alchemy, in my experience so far, has been a little pricey to level up. But okay, I think the first thing we're going to do before we actually do anything else is we're going to go fly around and pick up all the knowledge point treasures. Oh god, this interface is so cluttered right now. All right, I think we're going to fly around, pick up what we'll do is we'll pick up the knowledge point books. We need to, we should probably pick up the weekly quests as well, just so that we don't forget to do that later on. Oh, they don't get the knowledge point, they don't get the knowledge point quest until they hit 25 skill anyway. Wait, what? This guy already has it though. Oh, he's done one more quest than this guy has. All right, let's do that quest real quick. Yep, so the Darkmoon Fair basically gives you, I think it's 3 skill points, 2 or 3 skill points, as in just like alchemy skill or whatever profession skill. Plus it gives you 3 knowledge points. You don't get any artisan's acuity, so you don't need to worry about missing out on that. but you will get some knowledge points and you'll get some skill, which could be handy. I would say you want to, if you're still at the point where you need more skill, don't do the Dark Moon Fair stuff until you've gotten as far as you can without it, because for some professions, the last couple skill points are either very expensive or very hard to get in general. And so basically you want to wait until you're like at the like 90 skill, right, where at that point it starts to get expensive to get the last few points, and that's when you would ideally want to do the Dark Moon Fair stuff, just to get the most bang for your buck out of the Dark Moon Fair. C-Tax, I still have more beef with your bot, so you're fine. Fair enough, man. Fair enough. I toned down the bot, so hopefully the bot should be less annoying. The what do you call it? The mod bot. But let me know if that's not the case, and I'll have another talk with them. All right. So first things first, let's hop over to the Wowhead real quick and grab the knowledge point treasure locations. And of course, the add-on here, the weak aura and the add-on will give it to us, but we'll have to click on each one individually. And so what I prefer to do is to just go to Wowhead and manually paste in the all of the TomTom treasure points, because what that will do is it'll just have them all up at once. Whereas if you try and do it through the weak aura, you got to pick them one at a time. And for some of them, in rare cases, it's it's sometimes closer to go to a treasure that's in another zone. And we'll pick up. What we're gonna do is we're gonna pick up the tailoring treasures as well while we're flying around. But I don't think we'll do the full tailoring builds on this stream. I do have ideas for those, so we will take a look at those at some point. But we're not going to do that on today's stream, I think, because we're already at the 4.5 hour mark. So, yeah, the stream's already going to go quite a bit longer than we usually do. Which I'm not sure if my wife heard that, but I don't think she's going to be super stoked that I'm spending this much time on a Friday evening when we usually hang out. But it's fine, right? All right, so Dornagle Seam Ripper, I think that's actually a tailoring treasure. But again, I mean, the knowledge point items is going to be the first thing you want to do on any of these characters, because they're so easy to get. And, I mean, they give a total of like 24 knowledge points, which is just too big of an advantage to give up. And they shouldn't take us super long. Maybe I should time this. All right, you know what, let's do it. Why not? Now, of course, it's me, so if you're seeing me take time to do it, that probably means you can do it quicker because you'll be less distracted and all over the place than I am. At least that's my hope, because I mean, listen, if you're making worse time than I am, something's wrong. And I guess the other little it's a scammy thing that we'll talk about is that I'm going to use cash that I've already farmed up. So if you are really doing this from scratch, you'd probably need to spend a little bit of time farming cash as well. But honestly, that doesn't take super long, and I don't think that's too scammy. But most of the treasure points are pretty easy to pick up for all professions. Basically, the way it works is that there's one treasure in Dornagle, right, that you'll pick up. There's going to be another treasure in this little area here, around Boulder Springs. Why is it showing me pets? God damn it! No, don't show me pet battles. Which other add-on do I have on that's showing me pets? The hell, dude! My entire map is just cluttered with these stupid pets. Oh, God. See, this is what I'm saying. These are the kinds of distractions that you won't be doing. There we go. All right, that's a lot cleaner. All right, so Boulder Springs, you'll pick up one treasure for each of the professions here. There's a couple of other random treasures you can grab along the way as well that I think will give you, like, I don't think this gives experience, but it gives you a random item. I don't know why I'm doing this. I'm mainly just doing it because I'm here, and if there's a treasure, why not pick it up along the way? Dude, this guy doesn't have auto loot switched on. I thought I was going out of my goddamn mind. Oh, there we go. Do you guys do that? I've noticed it's a problem with most of my remix characters, because remix is the only time that I switched off auto loot for a lot of these characters so that they could do that little leveling thing, right? Where you would save all of the experience points. You would save all of the experience tokens for the end of your run, and then you just like bulk open them all, right? And so that's why. But basically, you'll pick up 2 of the treasure points in Boulder Springs area. Check the Wowhead article, or use the weak aura or the add-on, right? There's a million ways to get that information to figure out where specifically it is. I was gonna do a whole video explaining where all of the knowledge point treasures were for each of the professions, but honestly, there were already a bunch of content creators who had done them, and I was like, I didn't feel like I had anything of value to add to it, so I was like, all right, I'm not gonna lie, I got lazy to like record and edit them. But also, yeah, I mean, literally, I didn't feel like I could add any additional value, so I was like, at that point, like, what's the point? You know what I mean? It's not that bad. It's like 1.1 cash. Yeah, it's about 1100 cash per character, which is not too bad. I mean, you can do it on the characters themselves, and all you'd really have to do is like run a delve or 2 on these characters, and then do a couple of the side quests, and even that doesn't really take super long, so it's pretty painless. But yeah, there's two knowledge point treasures for each of the professions in the Ringing Deeps as well. Generally, they'll be around this area, and then there's some up in this area. And while we're out here, we should probably also do the dirt farming while we're at it, because that'll give us another... Well, for alchemy, that'll give us another 4 knowledge points, which is pretty sick. We may do the tailoring ones as well. And the only reason that I'm probably going to try and do... I don't think we're going to spend any artisan security. I think that's probably fair enough that we I think it's probably actually better for the content if I don't use up the artisan security, because then it won't depend on you having to spend artisan security or having to spend freaking gold on crafting like blue profession equipment. But again, that may end up being me scamming you guys again, because I may, if there's a recipe that is like profitable enough, or like that's what the build is going to focus on, then we may spend artisan security on that. But mainly the main reason I'm not that I don't want to do that is because I'm not 100% certain that I'll want to use up their artisan security for alchemy. I may decide to like grab a what do you call it, a tailoring tool or a tailoring recipe or something instead. Yeah, did we run out of music? All right, the stream's been going so long that we literally ran out of music. Let's pull something else up. Should we just do the same playlist again? What are we feeling, chat? Let me know. Let me know, chat. Should we keep the same music? Should we change it up a bit? It's a Friday night, right? We can have some fun with it. Put another coin into the jukebox. Ruined earthen pins. Yeah, so in the Ring Deeps, a lot of professions have a treasure inside the inn as well. I feel like this warrior has more run speed somehow. 5% movement speed. Where are we getting 5% bonus movement speed from? Oh, my monk has 120% movement speed. Hell yeah. Love to see that. But yeah, Twitch chat, I'll leave it to you guys. If you want to change up the music, let me know in chat, and we can put on a different playlist, all right? I've used the crap out of this playlist, to be fair. There's no place I'd rather be. Band time. I love that all the chat leading into the ban as well. But yep, easy ban. All right. The thing is, I also get like, because I ban them on Twitch itself, but then I also try and ban them through Restream in the off chance that they try and rejoin via the YouTube chat. Although I don't think anyone's gonna do that. Machine speakers reliquary. All right. So as we get along, as we go along, I'm going to be looting these treasures, and it's not just me being distracted. It's because of the fact that we want the weekly knowledge point treasures as well. Yeah, at least that's what I'm gonna claim. All right, that's gonna be my excuse. You can add the words to a block word list, and they can't even post or nonsense. So I do have a mod, like an auto mod word list, but I think the thing is, I think these guys are crafty enough that they know that they use terms that are kind of generic enough that it would be I think it would impact my actual viewers if I. The hell just happened? Why did only one of them get loot? Dude, what? Gosh dang it. Okay, that kind of sucks. Ah, well, it just means one of them is 1 point ahead. Oh, I didn't alt tab, that's why. All right, there we go. So it's been 8 minutes since we started. Oh, because it's swapping into the freaking chat window. Uh-oh, guys, we're just getting started with the alchemy thing, and I'm already starting to show signs of mental decline. That usually happens later on in the stream, so hopefully that isn't a sign of things to come. C-Tax. The bot is banning you instead of the spammers. Yeah, that's a fair. Listen, the bot's being nicer to you more recently, has it not? Have we still had any issues? Am I forgetting something? Or is it just PTSD from back in the, which would be completely fair, by the way, because the bot had it out for you that day. It was just not having any. It was not giving you any time of day. I think. Oh, it's the Kaja Cola machine that's in here that it's telling us is a treasure. All right, let's do these real quick, because this you should do on every single alt, because basically what you'll do is you'll come in here, right, in what's this place called? In Tailoch? No, I think we're south of that. Are we? Yeah, so you'll come to the Camp Murach, and basically the order is 3, 4, 1, 2, and then you get a BOA 34 slot bag, which is pretty sweet. Because I think that'll run you a couple grand if you were to just buy it off the auction house, and you can do it on every single alt. So yeah, definitely pick that up along the way. Right, more bag space is always nice to have, and will help you craft more things at once. In Twitch mod tools, you can add words. I could add cheap viewers. Well, yeah, but the thing is, they're creative with it, right? Like, it's very rare that they just use cheap viewers. They always have like the little accents on top of at least one of the words to get around that. Although this guy, yeah, just straight up went with cheap viewers, so probably would have caught that. I should probably work on that. Yeah, I'll try and remember to do that whenever we end stream. The bot lost your trust. Oh. Fair enough. I can see why. It was very, very happy with the timeout feature on that stream. Why did we get dismounted? What the hell is this? Why is this person? Damn it. Our AI overlords will remember that. Have you guys seen that thing, the Rococo's Basilisk? Or Roco's Basilisk? I don't remember what the hell it was called. It's someone's basilisk already. All right. The point is basically the idea is that like if you talk crap about AI, at some point, whenever AI inevitably takes over, it will know that you didn't do everything possible to like help AI become ubiquitous, and will then take its vengeance on you. How do we feel about that? How do we like? What do we think? You did your part to help create it, acknowledging its future existence. I mean, I think if we're in those days anyway, is it really gonna make a difference? All right, I think we've all said a bunch of things that would get us canceled by the AI, right? Lord knows, I don't fully believe that like human cancellation is really a thing, because like I feel like everyone just comes back after a while anyway. So am I really gonna worry too much about AI cancellation? Right? I feel like we have enough problems, right? That like who are these people who have like enough time and energy to sit around thinking about that, right? Like what's going on? Why do you not have bigger problems in life? Please no Killerino. Yeah. At some point or the other, we're just all gonna be begging AI to grant us life. I mean, see, to me, the thing with that is always it's the same reason why like I could I got into I had like a couple of weeks where I was like, oh, maybe I should become like a mild prepper, right? A mild prepper. Maybe stockpile a little bit of food, right? We stockpile some water, right? Just in case, right? Things go sideways, your boy's ready, all right? It'll be a couple of days, maybe a week until my wife and I need to discuss who's going to cannibalize the other, right? No. But I thought about it, and then I realized at a certain point that like there's two things. One, right, if we've reached those days anyway, I like the way I see it is like I would if heaven forbid, I mean touch wood, all right, let's get a little dark here again. All right, we got a little dark earlier on the stream. We'll do it again now, all right? If there was like if World War III starts, right? And we're doing the nuclear apocalypse, all right? The movies are all coming true. We're doing the thing, right? I would not want to be the guy who's stockpiled a bunch of like food and all the thing. I want to be the guy who's like right at the center of the blast, right? And I think this is literally a Bill Burr bit, but you know what? I'm going to rephrase it in a much worse way. I would much rather be the guy who's like right at the center of the explosion, right? Like if we're doing the nuclear apocalypse, as far as I'm concerned, I want them to drop the big one, literally right at, like as close to my house as humanly possible. So I have no idea what happened, right? And and then it's game over, right? I'm back at the spawn screen. I'm back at character creation. All right. I'm going back to Elwyn Forest. All right. That's what I want to do. That's who I want to be. I don't want to be the guy who's like, we've all watched Fallout, right? Have you guys watched Fallout? That show's amazing. All right. But at no point in watching Fallout did I think that I want to be there, right? There's no part of that I actually want to be there for. And the second thing is like at no point during watching Fallout am I deluded enough to think that I'm going to be one of the people that is like running shit. All right. I'm going to, you know how they have that, like, they have the, like the kid who grew up on the like, shit farm. Like that would be me making it. All right. That dude probably had a better time than I would realistically end up having in the nuclear, like in the post-apocalyptic wasteland. All right. So as far as I'm concerned, we're not prepping. All right. If I see the nuclear mushroom, your boy's running towards it. And that's just the reality. That's just the fact that I made my peace with. What am I gonna stockpile freaking dried goods? I'm gonna like hang out hoping that like something's gonna like figure it out. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. All right. Best case scenario, right? It happens a good bit away. I drink my good tequila, right? Take a couple more sleeping pills than usual, and we call it a wrap, all right? Your boy's out. I'm not hanging out for the nuclear apocalypse. Come on now. If there exists a world where AI controls man, let me catch up on chat. I've just been ranting. If there exists a world where AI controls mankind, I wouldn't want to live in it anyway because that's a dystopia. Yeah, for sure. I'll leave a little notepad file that says Master Louis was here. Well, it's archived now because the VOD gets uploaded to YouTube, and let's be honest, if YouTube goes down, we've lost everything as a civilization. No one's gonna know how to do anything anymore. Because let's be honest, I mean, anyone who has any level of knowledge or like skill in anything, right? Mechanics, whatever the thing is, I assume that they, like me, very often still have to like Google how to do whatever thing it is from time to time, right? Like have to YouTube how to do whatever the thing is. I'm sure they know how to do the base thing, but like as a refresher, you're telling me all these mechanics just know everything off the top of their head? No, right? Like that's not how tech things work. I've rebuilt my computer like 3 times at this point. Well, like half a dozen times at this point. And I still will always pull up a YouTube video to like follow along with what I'm doing because there's going to be little things that I forget along the way. So, I mean, if YouTube goes down, we're kind of shit out of luck anyway, and that's the only time at which, Master Louis, your comment will be deleted. So my very long-winded point there was that that your message showed up on screen. And so by way of my VOD, it will live on the internet forever now. No more WoW, no more reason to live. Hey, man, that's what private servers are allegedly for. Just so you can play WoW offline. I mean, you'll be doing it by yourself, but I mean, come on now. How many days are you really going to be able to power the generator for anyway? I guess you could get a little solar pad, right? But then what if there's a solar flare that like takes out your computer anyway, right? Again, there's no like good, like what are you going to do in the after, like in the after, like post-apocalyptic wasteland, right? Are we really going to have as much fun as we did now? I feel like it's going to be downhill, right? There's not gonna be any clubs open. There's no like nightclubs in the wasteland. There's no video games, right? There's no new WoW expansions, right? What are we looking forward to? What are we doing? There's no McDonald's. There's no Wingstop. Like the food's gonna be trashed here anyway, right? Don't get me wrong. I enjoy crackers and Reese's as much as the next guy, but how many of those am I really gonna eat? I'll grab a beer and a lawn chair and have my dog next to me and wait for the big flash to take us out in an instant. I don't want to survive and die 3 days later anyway from crippling agony and radiation poisoning. Exactly, dude. Go out on top, man. I'm a crack open all my finest tequilas, right? Have a couple of beers and probably mix in a couple of too many sleeping pills at that point. I'd want to stay for a couple of days just to hear one more Trump speech post apocalyptic. That'd be crazy. Dude, I love that you think he's giving a speech. Do you really expect my fellow American speech? Which like public figure do we think has the best post-apocalyptic like speech. Yo, what's up, Eric and Sekic on the YouTube vertical stream? How's it going? Yeah, this is World of Warcraft. We are setting up professions on 2 alchemists. Has to be Trump, I'm sure of it. I mean, I think his stream would be just as like wacky as all of his other speeches, right? I think it'd be pretty funny. Though I don't know if like here's the thing: are you gonna feel much comfort after his speech? Though, you know what I mean? Like, if the nuclear apocalypse just happened, is he gonna have any answers for us? Right? Is he gonna be able to explain anything? Is he gonna know what's going on? All right, and that's the only reason why I feel like there may be someone else whose speech I would maybe more looking forward to. Because I mean, for once, he would actually be accurate when he says that it's like the biggest, largest, like most groundbreaking thing that's ever happened, right? Like for once, he would be right on the money for that. Oh no, Master Louis, you're having your own little nuclear apocalypse as far as gold making goes. I accidentally simmed something in craft sim with 150 skill added to the sim. Ooh, but I forgot about it and thought I could make rank 3 with R2 mats and bought a bunch of mats, but I realized my mistake. Oh, dude, that's brutal. It's brutal, and here's the thing, it's happened to me a bunch of times as well, so I very much understand your pain. You got to be very, very careful with the simulation thingamabobber. Because if you have it checked, right, and you've added skill, it keeps it between professions as well. So very often I'll have one profession where like I don't know what the hell I'm doing at all, and I'll swap professions over and forget that I've done that. Oh, that's brutal though, dude. That's brutal. But I'm sure, look, I'm sure, they'll try and make you feel better here. I'm sure that you can do something else with those mats. Oh, rank 2 enchanting materials? Ooh. Okay, that may be a little bit tougher. Because with enchanting, the thing is you either need, by and large, you need either rank 1 materials or rank 3 materials. You'll use a few rank 2 materials to craft rank 3 enchants once you have enough skill. But by and large, the bulk of what I buy these days is either rank 1 materials to craft rank 2 enchants or rank 3 materials to craft rank 3 enchants. You'll find a way to make it profitable somehow. Yeah, look, I'm sure there's something you can do with it. I don't think no one could make a good speech. Maybe Elon Musk, lol, but Trump would be the funniest thing ever. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to, like, the thing is, I don't have a great answer to, like, who would be most, like, qualified for that job. I don't know. I think it says something that, like, there's not really any politician or, like, public figure out there that I'm like, they would be the one that I could, like, turn to in a moment of crisis that I think would be particularly good at doing that. And I think that's probably concerning for us as a society, as a civilization. The fact that there's damn near no one that we could all universally get behind and be like, that's the person who does the speech, right? Imagine Trump coming on stage going, "We finally beat Kamala." You know he would too. You know that's the first thing he would say. He would like, that would be his first thing. Would be like, "Oh, we didn't have any nukes when it was under my watch." That is exactly where his mind would go. I mean, to be fair, that was like literally one of the first few things he said after 9/11. right? That was one of the first things he said after 9/11 was that like Trump Tower is now the tallest building in New York, which is fucking wild. It is insane that was the first thing that he thought of. Sleeper Joe is still sleeping. Where was Obama during 9/11? Well, dude, they asked... I don't know if you guys have seen that Daily Show bit, but they went to, I think it was like a Trump rally, and they asked a bunch of the people, like, why do you think Obama didn't do more about 9/11? Like, why wasn't he in the, like, why wasn't he, I don't know, they were doing something. Like, why, I don't remember exactly what the question was. I'm butchering the bit, but yeah, and a bunch of people are like, I don't know, we should investigate that. We should investigate why he wasn't in New York when 9/11 happened. Why he didn't do more to prevent it happening. It's just like, what is going on right now? Like, what are we doing here? It wasn't even like young people, right? It was like elderly people. They asked that to people, and they were indeed wondering where Obama was here. Exactly, dude. And I'm like, how is... What are we doing here? Now, I'm not, like, as you guys may know, I'm not American. Like, it's not like I can vote in the elections or anything like that. But here's the thing that Americans need to understand. The reason that the rest of the world cares about American politics in any way, shape, or form is because you guys hear things like foreign policy, right? You guys think about American politicians and their foreign policy, right? The thing is, most of us who live in the rest of the world, your foreign policy becomes our domestic policy or significantly impacts our domestic policies. So that's why we usually end up, like, foreigners end up caring a lot more about American politics than they otherwise would. Because especially in recent years, like, who's the president of America ends up impacting everyone else in the world a fairly significant amount as well. More or less, depending on you know where you live. But most countries are going to be impacted by who is in the White House in the States. For better or for worse, right? Like, I'm not going to pretend to know much about how all of this works out, but anyways, that's enough. That's enough politics, I feel like. Or how are we doing? Yeah, dude, that one guy who's like, why wasn't Obama in the, like, why wasn't he at the White House? Like, we should look into that. And it's like, what do you want? What are we looking into? What do you want people to look into? What exactly is the question here, sir? What are, like, I don't need to look into it. I can probably tell you. He wasn't in the White House because he wasn't freaking president yet, man. What are we doing? Why don't you remember that? You live in Canada, the media are talking about it every day. Well, I mean, yeah, Canada probably gets impacted even more than a lot of the other countries out there. But I mean, if you're a U.S. ally, like if you live in a place that's like a U.S. ally, it makes a difference. If you're in a place that is doesn't have the best relationships with the U.S., that it also the U.S. president makes a difference for that as well, right? If you're in a country that's kind of mid with the U.S., right? Like your country's not super tight and not super hostile either. Like, it's still gonna make a difference, right? Like it's just that's how outsized of an impact like U.S. politics has on the rest of the world. Oh, good God. Dude, I don't know if you guys saw that. What the frick is going on? Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, the stream has been going for 5 hours now, all right? So my mental faculties are not fully there, as you can probably tell. And so what just happened was I swapped to this character and noticed that I only had 4 knowledge point items here. I then freaked out because if we look at this character, he has a lot more, and they've all been looting things at the exact same time. All right. I swapped back, thought we were good. All right, I was like, okay, there. It was just the interface that hadn't reloaded. Swap back, still saw only 4. Turns out they're all up here in this recent items section. So if we reset that, we're good. All right, everyone has all of the same amount of knowledge points. This guy has the wrong add-on for some reason. Don't know what the hell's going on here. Let's fix that real quick. Damn it, I don't know what the setup's supposed to be. I don't know which of these profiles I'm supposed to select. Is it played characters? Oh, all right, let's test that out. But anyways, we've gathered a bunch of the knowledge point items. I think we still have, we have 2 more left in Ajkahet, and we'll pick up the alchemy cache books. I may also pick up the tailoring ones while we're at it, since we're going to Ajkahet anyway. Probably worth doing. Hey, one second, is my camera all scuffed? Dude, has it been like this the whole stream? The fuck? All right, there we go. That's a little bit better. Why is it so off-center, though? I feel like it wasn't this bad earlier on. Did I move something around? Why am I, like... I'm, like, off to the side, and I feel like it's not zoomed in enough. Oh. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for letting me know. So it's not been that bad the entire time, right? Okay. I think we're good now. I think my graphic card just like freaked out because I am using AI to like center things and stuff like that. It may be an add-on thing. It may be because I reloaded the interface and like enabled a bunch more add-ons. Maybe that could cause my graphic card some pain. Okay, we got all of our weekly alchemy knowledge point books, which is kind of nice. From the treasures. Did we get them on both characters? Yup, hell yeah. Okay, so now all we need to do is loot the other items, and we're good to go. C-Tex is saying you live in Canada, and the media is talking about it every day. Yeah, man. Yeah. To be fair, though, I don't like... I don't get my news from, like... I don't get news the way normal people get news, right? Like, I got all my news from like internet sources, which is not a good thing. I don't think that's, I don't recommend it to anyone else. But yeah, I feel like I get all of my news from like Reddit and YouTube and sources like that. I can't remember the last time like I watched actually watched the news on the TV. And I chalk it up to just because I don't know, it just feels too janky, dude. I've been watching things on my computer for so long that anytime I try and watch things on like regularly scheduled television, the first thing I always notice is that I always forgot how terrible the ads were. And there's a couple of reasons for that, right? One is I forgot how many ads there are, right? If you like, I remember back in college, just one time I was like, okay, let me try watching the Office episodes live on TV when they go live, right? And it blew my mind how many ads there were. I felt like there were like 3, like each of the characters would say like 3 lines, and then there'd be another commercial. All right, so that was problem 1. Way too many ads. Problem number 2, none of the freaking ads are targeted at all. And so I then understood where all the memes of like old people advertisements, right? The like I've fallen and I can't get up thing. It was mental to me how many of the ads were just for like old people products or things like local like car dealerships or whatever the thing is. I'm talking about in the States at least. And I mean, I have the same issue here as well. Anytime I try and watch like regular like normie TV, dude, all the ads are for like face creams and like biscuits and like, and I'm like, is that like, clearly not part of the target demo, but like, I didn't realize how much better advertising targeting actually makes advertising in most cases. It's creepy. I'll give you that. Like what the hell is this guy? Why is he attacking me? I don't like how much information that the advertisers have, right? But at the same point, like watching untargeted ads will make you a lot more okay with a little bit of advertising targeting. Because I was just like, there's no shot for any of this. And obviously, if you're watching it on television, it's not like you can skip the ads, right? I guess if you have like if you have one of those things that like, what is it, the TiVo? Am I aging myself? Is that what they're still called? Like I said, I don't watch anything on the TV, man. I either use streaming services or I'll just like, yeah, watch it on YouTube or whatever else. Forgot where I was going with that though. But yeah, just watching like normie news or like normal normie TV is it's kind of a painful experience if we're being real here, at least for me. I think it's hardly a controversial opinion though. I feel like that's hardly a hot take here. Aircon on YouTube, are you still with us? What's up? I was saying that, yeah, this is Warcraft. This is the latest expansion, World of Warcraft, the War Within, and we're basically flying around looting knowledge point treasures for the professions. And if none of those words made sense to you, let me know in chat, and I will happily explain them. All right, and I think this is the last knowledge point treasure that we have for either of the professions. You'll want to loot all of the knowledge point treasures for both of your professions. Well, I was gonna say actually never mind. I was gonna say so that you get the artisan security, but I forgot that they removed the artisan security from it, so it won't make a difference that way. But you may as well then do them at the same time just to save yourself a little bit of time. And it took us, dude. God damn it. Wait, am I missing it? Am I being dumb? I reloaded the window that had the timer in it, so I have no idea how long it's actually been. I think this whole process we started, I think I spent like an hour doing this. Oh God, I'm so inefficient at this game. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous just how inefficient I am with time in this game. But hey, it doesn't matter. I still make stupid amounts of gold, and so I can still show you how to do the same. All right, I think we need 565 cash on each of these dudes to buy the knowledge point books. We don't have enough to buy both of the knowledge point books for either of these characters. So we'll just buy the alchemy one so that we can do the little alchemy build. Why is the transfer not working? We looted some cash along the way, I think, from like one of the treasures or something like that. You see it on TV but never watch it? Wait, see what on TV? That probably made more sense if I'd read the message when you sent it. I think I've jumped like 3 subjects since then, so that's probably why it's not making sense to me out of context. Or it could be the fact that I've been streaming for like 5.5 hours at this point. And as we know, if you guys have watched any of the other streams, the stream gradually gets worse in quality as I get more and more out of it. All right, we got to fly over to this guy and pick up our alchemy cash books. And then we get to do the fun thinky bit, which is actually putting together builds and leveling up the profession. Okay, so we'll pick up these. Made some profitable enchants with concentration and then resold the leftover mats without a loss. A lesson learned. Okay, that's not too bad. Listen, things could have gone a lot worse. Overall, I think that's pretty decent. All right, we got the cash books. Is there any other alchemy knowledge that we need to gather? We could buy the alchemy knowledge point books, but I'm not going to recommend that just yet. I don't think... we may, if we reach a break point and we can't get past it without doing that, then maybe we'll do that. But at this point, I think it's fairly safe to say that by and large, unless you have a very specific reason and a very specific use case for which you need to have the knowledge, like 10 extra knowledge, you're probably going to want to keep that artisan security either for recipes and more likely for profession equipment. Because also, most of it isn't that expensive these days. Like the prices for crafting a lot of the professional equipment has definitely come down a good bit. And so I think it is probably a fairly safe assumption to say that you should probably use up your artisan security for professional accessories. I mean, there will be exceptions to that rule, but we'll cross those as we get to them. All right, let's take a quick little break, and then we'll come back and get into the meat and potatoes of this whole thing. We'll figure out the builds, and yeah, we'll then wrap up stream after that because it's already been 5 hours, and I don't want to make the stream super long because I'm already starting to fade, and I'm worried that the quality will go down even further. And I don't know if we have any more room for this stream for the Adrel show to go down in quality, right? Because we're already pretty low on there, I feel like. I don't know if we have much room left to go lower. Anyway, if you guys are watching the stream live, first of all, thank you so much. Please consider subbing. All right, we're trying to replace my janky broken headset here, and subs definitely help with that. So if you're watching on Twitch, consider a Twitch sub. You don't need to do a paid sub unless you absolutely want to, right? You can use your Twitch Prime, which is completely free. If you're a Amazon Prime member, you get a free Twitch Prime sub, and that is more than enough to help me out. What else? Yeah, if you're watching on YouTube or on TikTok, drop a like, drop a follow, drop a subscribe, do the things, hit the buttons, all right? We all know all the different social media buttons, all right? Hit the buttons. It helps me out and also makes me feel better about myself because, as we said, bigger number equals better person, all right? Anyway, quick break. We'll come back and we will finally get to the actual interesting part of this alchemy build, I hope. All right, see you guys in a few. All right, gang, and we are back. All right, we are at the, what is it, 5.5 hour mark? Yeah, so I said yesterday I thought that today's stream would be a little bit longer than usual. And I guess part of it is also because I did procrastinate with the start. Well, I didn't procrastinate. We were just running delves, all right? Jeez, cut me some slack, all right? We were having some fun. We were doing something outside of Dornigal for once, all right? We're trying to get out there, taste some of the fresh Khazalgar air. Master Louis made some profitable enchants with concentration, then resold the leftover mats without a loss. So lessons learned. Yeah, dude, that's a relief on that one. Especially because enchanting mats have been kind of dropping in value the past couple days. I think people have been saying. I don't know, man. I'm also of the opinion that I feel like a lot of the WoW fan base is it's a lot of naysayers, man. Which I don't think is news, but I'm just reminded of it every once in a while. Like the bulk of players who play this game have like a huge laundry list of all the things that they're not enjoying about the latest expansion or whatever. But I feel like it's important to also talk about all the things that Blizzard does get right. Not enough to like shill for him. Listen, you got to call him out because it is what it is. But I feel like things aren't necessarily as bad as everyone makes them out to be always. Controversial take. I'm worried I'm going to lose all my viewers after saying that. All right, let's go ahead and start using up these knowledge point items. We've got a whole bunch of them to get through, so no point in waiting around for that, I suppose. The top. All right, I'll stop making weird noises every time I click on one. With this, I think we should be at about 35 knowledge points. You'll have to go watch. Oh, you have to go? Okay. Thanks for stopping by, C-Tax. But okay, yeah, I'll try and keep the VOD nice and interesting for you. If you do end up watching it on YouTube, by the way, please do drop a like, drop a comment. No one comments on my VODs. It makes me sad because I see like a couple hundred views on it and no one has anything to say. It's surely not because I'm not saying anything wrong, because I'm sure that I'm screwing up all kinds of things. But if you do watch on YouTube, please drop a comment. It really helps me out. Makes me feel better about myself. Like I said, bigger number equals better person. But okay, we need to first grab some gold, and then we need to grab mats. I'm wondering. Well, I was gonna say should we level tailoring in parallel, which theoretically we should. But I also don't want to do that because it's gonna waste more time and just be another way that I'm dragging out how long it takes us to do the alchemy thing. And again, like I said, I think the goal of this stream is gonna be to not really use much in the way of flipping artisan's acuity unless we absolutely have to. I don't think alchemy has anything that that has any recipes as well. Is it just going to be a concentration alt, or will it be gold making for alchemy? For gold making with alchemy without concentration. So the thing is, originally my thought was that maybe one of them would be a concentration alt, right? Straight up, just because it seems like that's what everyone's saying you're supposed to do with alchemy, right? And that's the only way to make gold and blah, blah, blah. But honestly, seeing the fact, well, two things. A, everyone and their mother on YouTube has been doing alchemy concentration builds. B, I feel like all the WoW economy subreddit, like all of the different gold making things, like I feel like everyone's doing alchemy concentration builds, which leads me to believe two things. First of all, I'm very much of the opinion that to make big gold, the best way to do it is to not do what everyone else is doing, right? That's just basic economics. And that's especially the case in a massively multiplayer online game, because of the fact that that's where you're probably going to be able to identify the best amount of profit, right? Second of all, the fact that everyone, and sorry, just to continue harping on that first point, I think the other thing is because of the fact that everyone's doing it, there's going to be less profits in it, but also I think it also makes for less interesting content. And I feel like if you guys wanted to see a concentration build, there's like 1,000,001 other content creators out there you guys go check out instead for that information, right? I don't feel like that's doing anything fun or interesting. And I don't think like me on stream pulling up someone else's build and just going through that is going to be particularly interesting or particularly helpful for anyone. One of the videos I recorded just before starting the stream today was actually explaining how exactly I go about finding new builds, right? And I know we've done it on stream a bunch, so I think those of you who watch the stream regularly will be familiar with that already. It may not be as interesting other than it's just me explaining something succinctly for once. And you know how rare that is, because I love taking up like way too long giving way too little information on stream. Or maybe not. Maybe that's just me being overly harsh on myself. But yeah, so to answer your question, no, we're going to try and focus on non-concentration builds. If I can't come up with anything creative, then we'll go with the concentration build. But honestly, probably even then not so. Because the whole point of that video and my whole point in general has been that I haven't done any concentration builds on any of my characters so far. And I chalk that up to two things. One, I don't find them particularly interesting. And two, I don't enjoy using concentration. I had this exact same problem. It's the same problem I had with cooldowns the entirety of the time that I've played World of Warcraft. For all 20 years, I have never been good at staying on top of cooldowns, right? And there's no better, what do you call it? Manifestation of that, other than if you look at my current cooldown window here, right? All these characters have cooldowns. All of these cooldowns, by and large, would be profitable. At the very least, they're cooldowns that I should be doing, at the very least, for either for bonus stats or for mats, like the Dawnweave and Duskweave bolts, right? I've been buying a bunch of Dawn and Duskweave bolts. It's stupid of me to be buying Dawn and Duskweave bolts when I have, multiple, I could, for Dawnweave bolts alone, this account, I have 30 unused crafts. That's like 50 with multi-craft and everything else. That's 50 of this item that I could get right now. And I probably, even right now, if I was going to do something with Dawnweave bolts, I would just hit the auction house and buy them instead. Right? Same thing here as well, right? We've got another, Another 20 Dawnweave bolts here, right? And I'm maxed out on these charges. I should never be at max charges because that means that I'm wasting charges. I just don't end up doing it, man. Because if I log over, right, each of those Dawnweave bolts, it's like 200 gold profit a piece. Now, there's going to be 20 of them, right? And we're going to proc multi-craft, and we'll make a bunch more gold off of that. But it's just it's not interesting to me. I get bored of it. I get restless with it. And so that's just cooldowns. Now, cooldowns is still fairly simple because there's not a lot of math or a lot of thinkiness that you need to do. Concentration is a little bit more complicated. And as you can see, all of my characters are maxed out on concentration. And so the other reason that I'm probably not going to do a concentration build is just because even when I do concentrate, A, I haven't done concentration builds on any of the characters, but B, even when I do have builds that are sort of better for concentration, I don't end up using the concentration just because I can never really, it doesn't interest me. I get too restless with them. So yeah, those are the two reasons that we're not going to do a concentration build, most likely. Now, if nothing else works and the only way that I can figure out with alchemy to make gold is going to be concentration builds, then we may end up doing a concentration build, but 99% we're not going to. We're going to instead try and find cool builds that maybe don't make as much upfront gold or don't seem as sexy as the concentration builds. But I think there are a couple of builds that I want to test out that will be able to do some pretty cool stuff without using concentration. All right, I pulled 100,000 gold for each of these characters off of the out of the war bank because I'm going to use that sort of as the threshold to see if we can see how much it costs us to level up alchemy. And I think a sample size of 2 is probably good enough, right? I mean, not really, because we're doing them at the exact same time and they're both in the same region, so numbers may differ a bit. But okay, let's run our auctionator scan real quick. 26%. Why is this guy not scanning his auction house? 17%. All right. Hopefully this should be pretty quick. I'm gonna hit my camera for a second, or for a couple of minutes, but I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still here. All right. Don't worry. Don't worry. We'll be okay. All right. All right. That's weird. My camera's not switching off. The hell? The hell? The hell's going wrong with Stream Deck? Well, that's freaking weird. All right, let's. Let me. I don't need to show you guys. I don't think it's particularly interesting for anyone to see how I have my Stream Deck set up. What is going on? Why is my webcam being so weird? Seems to be working fine for the. All right, I have no idea what the hell's going on. Let's try this again. Okay, so it switched off the webcam, but it didn't switch on the Goblin cam. Oh, good God. Dude, OBS is so wacky. I don't think it likes being on for this long. Let's see here. Does that fix it? Boom. Okay. We are in business. All right. We got the Goblin cam going. How would you guys, let me ask this. If you are watching live, let me know in chat. How would you guys feel if I went full VTuber and animated this goblin that I have talking in my place instead? Because I'm just saying, Iron Mouse became the most sub-2 streamer of all time on this platform, right? On Twitch. Being a VTuber. So, I'm just saying, is the meta that I stop showing my face and we do this instead? Will I get more viewers? We've already established bigger number equals better person. Very uncanny. I don't think that's because of the VTube. Plenty of YouTubers that completely flop. Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Well, in her case, I don't get the hate that she got. Like, that's kind of weird to me. I mean, it's the internet, so anyone's good. Like, people are just gonna hate on anyone who's doing anything successful. If we're being honest here. But I also think her story is pretty interesting in that, like, right? I've read like 1 or 2 Reddit pages about this, so I may be completely misinformed here. But I think the whole thing that happened was that she basically became a VTuber because she has like a medical condition that doesn't allow her to like interact with people too much, right? Because her immune system's like shot to hell, and so that's why she got into becoming a VTuber. And then I think a couple of weeks ago, like some of her accounts got banned, and that's why she did the subathon and stuff like that, which I think is pretty. Right? Like I don't get how you hate on someone for that. Like that's It's more about the content you provide, I think, because I don't know who you're talking about, but they must be doing something right. Fair enough. It's this chick called Iron Mouse, and yeah, she just became the most sub to Twitch streamer like of all time. Like smashed Kai Cenat's record and Ludwig's record and all the others as well. But it was during a subathon, and most of the money that she's raising is going to charity. So it's again, I don't get how people are hating on that. But again, I should stop being surprised. It's the internet, for Christ's sake. If anyone's doing anything, there's gonna be someone out there who hates it. All right, we're flying aimlessly around Dornigal again, which is not a good call. Let's we have prices now, so we can start thinking about the build that we want to do. All right, so to start off with, I think we're literally just gonna go super bare bones and just see what we can do with the basic stuff that we have here. Actually, no, I lied. First thing we got to do is we got to go grab our profession equipment, and we're just gonna be due. Heck, listen, I warned you that the stream quality was gonna get worse because we've been going for 5.5 hours at this point. But no, we're gonna grab just the green profession equipment, right? I crafted them on my alts. I think we should have at least one of each or two of each in the mailbox in our guild bank here, and if we don't, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Alchemist hat, apothecary's hat. Okay, that's good enough. A lot of people just hate successful women. Yeah, unfortunately, you're probably right. Dude. No. Oh, God. What's going on? Why is this? Why are we doing this, Blizzard? What's really the problem here? I only have ingenuity tools. No wonder I have ingenuity. Who the hell wants an ingenuity tool? Goddamn useless as far as I'm concerned. All right, let's grab the hats at least. All right, and then I think there's a robe, right? What's the other alchemy accessory? Oh, I'm gonna have to log on to another character and craft them for myself. But yeah, we're just gonna do green profession equipment, right? We'll do the rank 5 stuff because I think it's not that expensive, and I think it's not that hard to get your hands on these days. And if you've been listening to any of my other guides anyway, you should probably already have one profession equipment crafter for each of the professions. Because if you've not, what are you doing? All right, and that's the easiest gold. Why are you watching this video? Okay, I think we have the tool we need to craft. We have to craft more tools for ourselves. We'll do that in a second here. What's the other thing? I think it's a robe, right? So I probably have to log on to my tailor and craft some of those. I thought I had stock on all of these, but I'm clearly mistaken. Yeah, the alchemist robe. Will this show me how much I actually have? Damn it. Okay, so we got to log off of these tunes real quick, and luckily the two people I need to log on to are on separate accounts, so we can do them both in parallel. On this account we need our tailor, and on this account we need our profession equipment scribe. And I think we'll do 2 tools each. We'll do a resourcefulness tool and a multi-craft tool. The resourcefulness tool we'll need for the actual leveling up by and large, because that'll be the main profit. And the multi-craft tool is what will be what we actually use when we're making gold. And if I really wanted to min-max, I would first hop onto my scribe and craft my own missives as well. But I'm feeling bougie and the stream's going long, so I'm just going to spend the gold to buy expensive missives. It'll make like a $4,000 difference across everything. So again, don't do this. Just buy the correct item that you want off the auction house. Funnily enough, I'm like min-maxing and also doing the exact opposite of that. Because I'm trying to save gold by crafting my own profession equipment, but at the same time, it would probably be cheaper for me to just buy the correct professional equipment off of the auction house as opposed to trying to craft it with missives. Resourcefulness, all right. We need to craft a couple of these. We need to craft 4 of them, right? Two of them we're gonna do with resourcefulness, and 2 of them we're gonna do with multi-craft. What's the price difference between? Okay, yeah. So we're gonna use rank 2 missives. Let's do the craft queue here. We're just gonna add 4 of these. Right, not gonna bother min-maxing much more than this. Oh, I am wondering if we should spend some points into the Alchemist's mixing rod. We're getting distracted. We are freaking getting distracted right now. Patient Alchemist mixing rod. Oh, it is pretty high in demand. I guess my question becomes, do I go into Patient Alchemist mixing rod, or do I try and scrounge up enough inscription points to be able to max rank these staffs? And I don't think we'll be able to get here. I think I'll have to do a separate alt for staffs. So we'll do that separately. The question becomes, do we put points in here, or do we start going to resourcefulness? I think the answer is probably going to be that we're going to put points in here and then go into resourcefulness. Okay, does this give me anything? I mean, the 15 resourcefulness is the only difference. All right, let's not think about this right now. Let's just go ahead and craft the professional equipment we need to continue on with our with the actual purpose of the stream, which is doing alchemy builds. We just gonna. All right, let me try and read this without messing it up. We just gonna do Scooby. All right. I don't know if I had a stroke midway through reading that, but I think that kind of made sense. And yeah, so this is the thing, right? Like with the profession equipment, you open it up and you think, okay, we can grab it for $1,000. That's cheaper than what we craft it for. The thing is, all of these ones that are selling for 1,000 gold are the crafting speed and ooh, there is a resourcefulness one in here. What's our crafting cost on these? More than that, right? If we slap a missive in here, it's going to cost us more than that. 1,400, 1,500. All right, so let's buy. This is a resourcefulness one. Yup, some moron posted a resourcefulness one at the same low price. Dude, we could literally just buy these and flip these. All right, so we don't need to craft a resourcefulness one anymore. I think we'll need a multi-craft one. Not right from the jump, not to level it up, but I'd rather just craft it now and be done with it. But if you're looking for a good way to make a little bit of extra gold on the side, I mean, right here, do this. Come in, search for the green profession equipment, and snipe these people who post up resourcefulness and multi-craft tools for the same price as the other ones. That shouldn't be the thing. Any multi-craft or resourcefulness tool, you can see right here, is selling for 6,500 gold. So you could very easily, and I know this because I did a bunch of it during Dragonflight. I would do this. I would literally, in between things, I would just hop over, like I would search the auction house for green professional equipment and flip these. Super easy to do, super cheap, and you're guaranteed to sell these. Because, I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm doing my professions now, right? You guys are watching this video, and you'll probably be heading to the auction house to buy profession equipment, right? It's, yeah, the demand is right there. But okay, we're going to stick these in the guild bank, probably because I can't remember the names of the characters that we're actually going to be crafting these for. But okay, let's go ahead and craft these. We'll come back. I should come back later on and craft more of these to wing on the auction house, because 6,000 gold with the 1,500 gold crafting cost is sexy as all hell. And that's if we can even expand that a bit further if we use our own missives. Dude, I'm so tempted to do some of these crafting orders. Oh, it's just like free gold. It's just like free gold. Okay, no. Stay focused. Stay focused. All right, we need the alchemist's robes. We should probably craft a whole bunch of these if we're on here, but we're just gonna do the 2 we need, and we'll craft the rest later. I can't believe I sold out of all these. I just crafted like 100 of them in the past couple of days, and we've already sold through all of them. It's wild. Wild. I almost feel like I'm missing some, and I have some stashed somewhere, But assign 189 gold, bro. Dude, we could probably make decent. If we're crafting these for 189 gold, we could probably sell. We could disenchant these at a profit. Maybe. Probably not. But maybe. But probably not. Where's my craft queue? Where's my craft queue's hidden? Uh-oh. All right. We said we're just going to craft 2 of these. And that's going to cost us 379 gold. See, this is what I'm saying. Even if you're planning on just doing it for, like, crafting profession equipment for your own alts, it's worth setting up a profession equipment specialized character for each of the professions. I need to do that for leatherworking. We may do that on Monday stream. If I don't end up doing it over the weekend, on Monday we may sit and level up some leatherworkers. Because I kind of want to do these bulk crafting builds for each of the professions. I don't know how interesting it's necessarily going to be for me to do them live on stream. How are you guys feeling about this? Like, is this stuff the interesting part, or would you prefer if we just, I have the profession set up and we jump straight into what the build is and how we're making gold with it? Because my guess is that it's probably more interesting if we just delve into the build. You like watching the setup as well? Okay, fair enough. Just thought it was worth checking. I think probably for like if and when I do edit these into YouTube videos, it's probably I'm probably gonna cut out a good bit of this stuff, just because I don't think this is particularly interesting I don't think this would be particularly interesting for a YouTube video as such. But I think probably for stream it's interesting enough, right? But okay, so we're just crafting green profession equipment, right? So that we can get back and look at the builds. Dude, I'm starting to get hungry too. I had lunch right before we started the stream, which is pretty late because we started the stream at 4 p.m. So it's pretty late to be having lunch. And it's like 10 p.m. right now, so I should probably order some dinner. And that's also because like my wife was like, "Oh, there's food made at home." I'm like, it's a Friday. I kind of feel like ordering in. Which she was chill with. Boys, suggestions. What are we ordering? Give me some ideas. Did we craft all of our professional equipment? I think we did. All right, let's meet up and stick all of our crafted profession coming into the guild bank so that we can grab it on our alts real easy like. All right, we're just gonna stick I forgot that we crafted that we got 2 profession equipment for each of the characters here. What's up, Twitch viewers? I see we have a couple more people joining us on the stream. Welcome. Drop a message in chat. Let me know how it's going. What we're doing right now is we're basically crafting green profession equipment for the alchemists that we're setting up from scratch. Right? We flew around. We grabbed our knowledge point treasures. Let me stick. Actually, let me hit my air conditioner and then switch my camera back on. All right, we're back. Dude, what's hilarious is this was my remix main, right? Gave him the same name as my main, but reverted to the original Pandaren monk that my main was. Wait, is the camera back on? Boom. Okay. Camera's back on. What's up? What's up? What's up? Welcome, new Twitch viewers. Welcome to the stream. Oh, looks like they're gone. Anyway, and I still haven't logged into him since he converted from Remix. What was the name of the character that we had? Kagik. All right, yeah, Kagik's our guy. All right, Kagik and Ezek. These goblin names are wacky. But okay, welcome new Twitch viewers, welcome new YouTube viewers, welcome new TikTok viewers. Do we have anyone watching on? Let's see, we have someone watching on TikTok. What's up? Drop a message in chat. Let me know how it's going. Basically, we started off the stream by running Bountiful Delves, right? Just thought we'd get out of the city for a little bit, but as goblins do, we ended up coming back to the gold making stuff, and we've basically been setting up 2 alchemists from scratch. Now, I will be honest with you, these are goblin alchemists, so they have 5 bonus skill. But I mean the things we're covering will apply no matter what. Like it's not going to it's not going to make too much in the way of a difference of what you end up doing with these guys. These are the alchemists that we were on earlier? 51 knowledge points. 51 knowledge points. Okay. And if you're wondering how did we get to 51 knowledge points? Honestly, nothing crazy. We got the 20 because I'm wondering the exact same thing, to be honest. But basically what we did was we flew around, we picked up all the knowledge point treasures, right? It took us an hour. It should not have taken an hour. It shouldn't take you more than 20 minutes. I just like to talk a lot. And so on stream, I've been bloviating a whole bunch. But that took us about 20. That should take you about 20 minutes, right? We then picked up the, once you hit 12 skill with the Council of Dornigal, you will unlock another 10 knowledge points that are basically free. They cost 50 artisan security, but you get 50 artisan security when you get back. And that's at 12 renown with the Council of Dornigal. All right. You will then spend 565 Kej to buy the Kej knowledge point book. All right. And so what does that get us? That's 10 from the Council of Dornigal, 10 from the Kej book, right? 24 from the different knowledge point treasures. We also flew around, and while we were looting all those, we looted some dirt and we looted some treasure chests and things like that. And we got another 4 knowledge points from that. What am I missing? We got another 3 knowledge points from the Dark Moon Fair at the start of this month. But listen, the Dark Moon Fair is coming up, so you can make up that balance, that gap there, or just do a couple more patron orders. It's not going to make a difference one way or another, to be honest. How do I group invite? There we go. These 2 are on different realms, and so that's why they can't see each other. But basically what we're doing is we're doing it on 2 characters at once. Because I thought it would be more efficient. Spoiler alert, so far it hasn't been, because I've just taken twice as long to do the thing for both of them. But more interestingly and more relevant to the stream, because I wanted us to cover 2 different builds. And basically the goal here is to explore non-concentration builds. I don't think there's anything wrong with concentration builds in specific. And I think if you want to do a concentration build, go for it, right? There's you can and will make a decent bit of gold with concentration builds. I just don't enjoy them. And yeah, I mean, the best way to explain that is I've made almost a gold cap at this point of the expansion, right? Since the start, which is again, not stupidly large, but it's fairly decent. I think I'm doing okay. And that's despite not using using the concentration on any of these characters, right? You'll see on both of my accounts, I'm max concentration, on more or less every single character. The only exceptions are where I use concentration to craft like a better profession equipment for myself, or because I had like a patron order that required some concentration. Yeah, and so I've seen in YouTube comments and on Reddit and stuff like that, I think a lot of people are getting a little frustrated with all the concentration builds, and so that's why I wanted to give you guys some ideas for what else you could do outside of that won't really be concentration related, right? Or rely so heavily on concentration. Not because I don't think they're a good way to make gold, but just because I don't enjoy doing them, and so as a result, I feel like I wouldn't be able to make as compelling content about them, if that makes sense. Yeah. So hopefully that brought everyone up to speed. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider dropping a sub. It really helps me out because I'm trying to replace this broken ass janky headset. And if you're watching on YouTube, drop a sub as well. You don't need to do like a paid sub. You can use the Twitch. You can use your Twitch Prime. I'm more than happy with that. It will help me get a new headset as well. What's up, Legendarism? Welcome to the stream. Raid in 1 hour, dude. I would love to join. And I almost mean that. No, I almost mean that in that I genuinely do want to raid at some point. But like I said, I'm a little scared that I'm gonna suck in a raid. Because you saw how much I struggled earlier on in the stream just with delves. So I'm worried that I'm gonna bring the group down, or that I'm gonna make everyone bad. All right, so our first alchemy build. All right, and this is a doozy, right? This is all the build up, all of the I've been teasing that we're gonna do an alchemy build all week. Let's go ahead and equip our profession equipment here. Okay. Boom. And we'll go ahead and equip both of these tools. In the majority of cases, we're going to want to use the resourcefulness tool while leveling up. We're not going to throw enchants on green tools. I have yet to throw enchants on any of the green tools. I don't think it's worth it unless you're doing a blue tool. Then it makes sense to throw enchants on it, so don't worry about that. But our first build, right? Our first way that we can make gold with alchemy. The hell? Oh, dude, did we lose all of our... What? What is going on? Why does one of these guys show a 27% profit and the other shows a minus 13%? They're on different servers, but they're both in the same region. They probably just snapshotted the herb prices at different times. But okay, I was gonna try and crack a joke and say that the first alchemy build that we have is crafting Algari healing potions, because that makes you a fat 27% profit margin. All right. You can just craft these in bulk, right? Craft as many as you can, 27% profit margin. You craft 1,000 of these, that's 20,000 gold profit, right? You craft 10,000 of them, that's a gold token. Thank you for joining the stream, folks. That was our alchemy build. We are done. All right, there we go. We're just gonna do this on both of our characters, right? We have 2 characters, twice as fast, right? We're gonna craft 5,000 of these, and there you go. That's our alchemy build, folks. Easy clap. There we go. End of stream, bro. I don't know why I delayed so much. This was easy, man. We put that build together in no time. It's thoughtless, right? I don't know why everyone's not doing this. No, let's actually try and figure out why it's profitable on one server and not the other. Because the Algari healing potions are on the region-wide auction house. So that means that one of them has the wrong cache of something. There we go, minus 13%. Dude, it went up to 35%. This build is somehow getting better. Every time I refresh the auction house. But I think it's just because Auctionator takes the lowest price auction, which for especially for things like alchemy isn't great, because there's always these little dudes who are posting these little things here. Let's see if we can snipe some of them. 940, 74 each. Yeah, screw it. I'll do it. No, we don't want to pay 15 gold. All right. Yeah, so there we go. I think this is a safer estimate for what it would actually cost to do these. And so as you can see, obviously these aren't profitable. Now, one of these characters, we're going to go into a potion build. At least one of the characters. We may do both of them with potion builds. Just because my 2 other alchemists have gone flask builds. I haven't really done much with them, haven't made much gold with them, but I think there is a path for it. Now, annoyingly, I think we will have to get the 25 alchemy skill to be able to mess around with the specialization trees. Okay. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I... All right, gang, give me 1 second. I'm going to take a quick little break because I'm going to grab something to drink because the hunger is really getting to me now, and I do have some chips, but what am I gonna have, chips with water? Like potato chips with water? I mean, that's gross. All right, come on now. Yeah, so let me go grab something to drink, and so then I can snack on some potato chips while we do the rest of this build. All right, potato chip energy. All right, so I see you guys in like 2 minutes. All right, gang, we are back. We've got some iced tea. We got some Mexican chili potato chips. And so I think we're good to survive till the end of the stream. All right. Now, like I was saying, I think we have realized that we probably do need to We probably do need to level up alchemy at least a bit of the way to start doing this proficiently. But to begin with, let's figure out where we can get with the remaining skill. So we're at 8 alchemy skill. Luckily, getting to 100 alchemy skill is more a money problem than it is anything else. We need to do some wild experimentation that is RNG dependent. But basically, the build that we're going to go for is going to be to basically unlock, at least this is how I think we're going to do it. We're going to basically go 25 points into, I think it's 25 points into alchemical mastery, right? Alchemical mastery will give us skill for everything that we want to craft from alchemy, so it's not a waste in that sense. Additionally, it'll give us some more multi-craft, which is always good. But more importantly, at 30 skill, we'll unlock the formulated courage recipe. And that allows us to throw money at a problem to make things happen faster. What I mean by that is we can then use this formulated courage item to continue to wild experiment as many times as we want in a row, which is expensive, but it's still, you can do it all in one sitting. And in doing that, if we really wanted to, we could unlock as many of these recipes as we need to, both for knowledge points and first craft bonuses, right? And the artisan's acuity you get from that. But also if there's a potion that we want to craft in specific or anything like that. All right. But let's first figure out, the other thing that we'll do is we'll unlock one of these flasks, right? We'll unlock one of these flask recipes, and then we can just craft that to 100 skill. So it's a safe assumption that we can make that we have, we can get a total of 105 skill. We'll take 8 points out of there because that's how much we have right now. So we'll get another 97 skill just from leveling alchemy up all the way. All right. And now we can start simming things. We won't have any more secondary stats because we already have rank 5 versions of these. So literally, this is all you really kind of need to do. We know that we have 51 skill knowledge points to spend right now. I suppose we should also check our patron crafting orders to see how much more we're going to get from that. We know that we can get 3 more points just by doing our alchemy treatise and by doing the weekly crafting order quest, right? All right, let's hear now if the if my microphone picks up the potato chip crackling. So I apologize if this is loud. Wait, can you guys hear that? I don't think I picked it up because I can't hear it on my headset. Yo, I think my noise gate might actually be working. I think it may not actually be picking up me chewing. But again, if I'm wrong or if I'm mistaken, please let me know in the chat. Can you hear me chewing the potato chips? Or are we good? So this is the thing that I kind of like about alchemy, right? Is in most cases, you will have some patron orders just for the Algari healing potions, which you need to craft anyway to skill up. And so these are really double dipping, right? Because not only will you get skill, you'll get the first craft bonus, and you will complete a patron crafting order. Crafting something that you would be crafting anyway. So, I mean, that's great, right? It is RNG dependent. You can see that this guy got his 30 Artisan's Acuity patron order for crafting an Algari healing potion, whereas this guy got 3 of them. And so this guy instead will get 5 knowledge points. This guy instead gets 2 knowledge points, but gets 30 Artisan's Acuity instead and needs, different recipes for the others. Tempered potion, I think we should be able to learn along the way. I don't think that's super difficult because that is one of the items that I want to try and see if I can craft. What are tempered Oh. Okay, that's interesting. Dude, again? Legendarism, we may have another easy clap here. Because I think low-key... I mean, I'll check it on the other account as well. But I think this is going to be what I think we're almost certainly going to do one build with just this. Which is the tempered potions. I'm not sure why one account is showing a 19% profit margin, but this was my initial plan, right? Was that what we were going to do is we were going to figure out a way that we can craft these rank 2 tempered potions as cheaply as possible. And I think basically what we'll need to do for the build is we'll have 30 points in alchemical mastery. That we know. We'll max out potent potions and bulk production. That gets us to about minus 7% profit. And that's about 60, 70, 80. That's 85 points right there. Ooh. That may be all we're able to get. Because we're at 51 right now. Let's say we do the first craft bonuses for the bulk of these. Right? And then we do the crafting orders. And we may also have to do... we may have to buy one of those books in addition. Because right now these are crafting the rank 1 versions. And the rank 1 versions are, on paper at least, worth more. Okay, so we've not yet found a particularly good build. Let's say if we go 40 points in here, we get more multi-craft. Okay, that's not great. Petal powder. With the 97 skill, 9%, we said we're going 30 points in here. And non-meme, this is one of the trees that I'm thinking may be the build. This may be one of the items that we try to min-max. I don't think the rank 1s, we need to be able to craft these at rank 2 at least. Or not. Yo, low-key or not. We may be okay just doing rank 1s of these. Because the sale rate is actually highest for the rank 1s. I mean, yeah, low-key, this is the build right now. At least one of these characters, I don't think it's a terrible idea to go down this path. Unironically, I think this is kind of a winning build. And basically all we're going to do is we're going to spend 75 points. I think we can get to 75 points without too much difficulty, right? We have 51 already. We'll do first craft bonuses for a bunch of these, and we'll get a couple more knowledge points from doing the crafting orders and stuff like that. I think 75 we should be able to get to. I don't think that'll be too sweaty. And honestly, this is a pretty decent item to craft. So unironically, this isn't an easy clap thing. This is genuinely, I think this could be a solid build, but you know what? The reason it's looking that way is because the rank 1 prices are jacked up and it's showing a minimum buyout of 221 gold. But that's usually about 88 gold. And at 88 gold, you're not turning a profit on these. All right, we try again. We go again. Harmonious horticulture. Here, the prices don't seem jacked up. The rank 1s and the rank 2s sell for about the same amount. All right, and with just 97 skill, and we said we'll put some, we said we'll go to about 40 skill here, right? 40 knowledge points in this, and then we pick one of these other trees. I think we're probably gonna go Myco Bloom Lore because and I'll explain why in a second because I do have another build that I plan to do with this. But 13% here. And then, again, this is me unironically saying this, and the prices aren't jacked up. It's actually, prices are lower now than they have been in the past. Using rank 1 materials, we're going to craft these at rank 1, but that's fine because there's not much of a price difference between the rank 1 and the rank 2s. And the sale rate is about the same for them anyway. So as much as we may not like the idea of crafting these at rank 1, we'll still make a bunch of gold with them. And 13%, you could do a lot worse because you got to keep in mind these are alchemy reagents, right? So they're on the region-wide auction house, and you will be able to sell hundreds of these. If it says that the region average daily sold is 412, you could easily sell 412 of these. which, I mean, if you just craft 400 of these a day and sell 400 of these, that's 44,000 gold a day. That's not bad. And that's, again, this is literally just getting to 100 skill and doing everything we've done so far. So like maybe an hour and a half of setup. Now, where I think we may be able to get away with a little bit more cheekiness is potentially by using finishing reagents. The thing I like about this is that this is sort of all you kind of need to do. You're not going to make a bunch more gold by getting a bunch more skill, right? Min-maxing this character any further, I mean, you'll get more multi-craft, right? I would definitely recommend your next points go into spending 5 into each of these herbs because those will all give you more resourcefulness, right? Another 5 here. And that'll expand your margins a teeny tiny bit, right? You'll go from like low 11-12% to about 13%. What else can we do here? We can probably upgrade the profession equipment to the multi-craft tool, right? That'll give us another 96 multi-craft. 18% margins, not bad. We're getting close to our sweet spot of about 20%, right? If we throw a resourcefulness enchant on here, I don't think it's going to pay off much, and I wouldn't buy an enchant, but that gets us to 19%, which is kind of crazy, right? Because now we're talking about if we craft about, I mean, like 300-400 of these a day. About 63,000 gold in profit. Low-key kind of lit. Super lit, actually. 63,000 gold in profit? I think that's better than a concentration build, right? And you could treat it the exact same way where you can log on to the Soon every 3 days if you want. Or you could log on every single day and craft as many as you want. You could craft less, you could craft more. It scales really well. So I think low-key, this harmonious horticulture build may be the first one that we actually seriously consider. And you can kind of pick which of the trees you want to go into. All right. The reason I'm going with Myco Bloom is I'll explain it in a second, but there's another item that I want to be able to craft that relies on the Myco Bloom tree. And I think with all these, you pick one item, you specialize into that. But then after that, you want to be able to craft as many items as possible. And that's just to diversify your risk. Because tomorrow, it may be the case that for whatever reason, the demand or the price for the harmonious horticulture drops through the floor. And then you're kind of stuck on that character, right? The other item that I wanted for us to look at, because I think there is some gold making potential here, is the bubbling Myco Bloom culture. Now, this is a finishing agent that will give you increased resourcefulness. Alchemy is a game of such edges, right? Of such teeny tiny little edges, right? Everyone's in single digit profits. So as a result, things like finishing reagents can be the major difference between you making a profit or not. Now, that's one thing to keep in mind for when you're trying to make gold as an alchemist. But what do I always say? Repeat it with me, chat. In a gold fucked it up already. In a gold rush, you don't want to mine for gold yourself. You don't want to pan for gold yourself. You want to sell shovels and pickaxes to the people who are trying to mine for gold. All right, that's how you're going to make the most out of a gold rush. All right, and so the majority of alchemists are going to be specialized in crafting flasks, potions, whatever they think is going to be the big gold, right? We can make a lot of gold by selling them shovels and pickaxes. We can make a lot of gold by selling them these finishing reagents, right? They're going to buy these to try and make more gold out of whatever build they have, whatever they're trying to do there. And so that's why I really like the idea of this item. Now, the question becomes, can we craft this profitably? And when I checked the other day, we could. Right now, it doesn't look like we can. All right? With 70 points in here, let's say we even go one more. Like we do 40 points here. We're crafting these at rank 2 using rank 1 materials. We're still losing about 5%. So finishing agents are going to help us here. If we throw resourcefulness enchant and we upgrade our tool, right? It will give us more skill, but we're not going to consider that for now. We'll just account for the multi-craft. I think we would need two pieces of profession equipment. Okay, so getting 2 pieces of profession accessories will bring us to break even, which probably means if we buy our mats at the right time, we're it's GG, right? We're making good gold. But I'm not gonna like I know myself. I'm not gonna do that, right? I buy mats whenever I feel like it, and so I think this doesn't work as well for now. But the nice thing is if you max out Myco Bloom Lore and Alchemical Mastery for one of the other builds, then you always have this available to you. And so if it does become profitable, boom, you're right in position for it, right? All right, let's do one more thing. So that's one. I think the first build we covered already was the Harmonious Horticulture, right? It's a bulk crafting build. You can use up your concentration on whatever. If you feel the need to use, I didn't even cover that, but if you wanted to, there's nothing stopping you from using. I mean, what did we say the build we were going to do here was? We were going to do 40 points into Alchemical Mastery. We are going to do 5 into each of these, right? And you'll work your way to it. You don't need to do it right out the jump. Myco Bloom, I think we said we'd do 40 or 35 just for the extra multi-craft, right? Again, you don't need to, but why not? We'll have more than enough knowledge points to do all of this, right? And there we go, 13%. Easy clap, GG. That aside, if we really wanted to, we can use up our concentration, right? You can still use this as a concentration build. Because basically, whenever you use up your concentration, you just use this and you make another 14,000 gold from the concentration. But when you don't have concentration saved up, dude, you're just bulk crafting the rank 1s, all right? Unlimited gold. Chat, what do we think? Is this a build that sounds interesting? Because I'm almost certainly going to stick this on one of the tunes. I don't know what we use Harmonious Horticulture for. I've seen it being used in something. I guess the Flask Cauldrons. So I guess there'll be some demand for that. And these will continue to be in demand for the rest of the expansion. I've seen people requesting patron orders for these as well. So I think there is a world in which you could also make some gold off of patron crafting orders for not only the Flask Cauldrons, but also for the Algari Alchemist Stone. Is this guy on Illidan? I don't think so. I think it's the other. I think it's this dude that's on Illidan, right? And if we just swap over to Alchemy real quick, I want to see on my home server, are we getting much in the way of patron orders for Alchemy? Okay, not many. Like 1.1 a day, 2 for the Potion Quadrant, right? So there's not a lot of demand. Wouldn't really dedicate a full build, but again, download craft scan, check for your server because that may be another goal. That may be another build that you can do. All right, we said we were doing potion build, so I want to look at a couple more of the potions because I think we did that. We did that one reagent build, right? And I think that is a solid build. I'm probably going to stick this on one of the characters. I like this build. I like this item. I like that you can bulk craft it. The mats aren't super expensive, right? It's about 800 gold per craft. Dude, honestly, without even spending any knowledge points, this is already profitable. And again, I don't think this is a case of me trolling. This isn't me like trying to be funny or whatever. I think this genuinely could be a great build, just because I don't think that many people are doing it. Okay, now let's come over to potions. And I don't think this is gonna work super well because you don't have much skill in the profession. But I wanna take a look at it all the same. All right, File of True Sight. So this is one of the builds that I've actually already done, right? I have a character, well, one of my alchemists, and we've covered this on stream as well, right? Who's able to just bulk craft these at rank 1, super cheap. And again, that's another great build, right? All you need is a decent amount of skill in this, but honestly, could we craft these right now? Yeah. If we discover this recipe, we can craft these right now using rank 1 materials, craft them at rank 1. There's not much of a gold incremental in the rank 2s because this is my favorite type of item. where the rank 1 has exactly has 90% of the benefits of the rank 2. The only difference between the rank 1 and the rank 2 version of these files of TrueSight is the increased perception, right? The sale rates are actually, the sale rate for the rank 1 is actually 10 times higher than it is for the rank 2, right? That just elucidates my position, which is that this is by far, like, this is a great little build. So I'm going to call this build number 2. Honestly, you don't even need to have anything more than, like, you basically just need to have enough alchemy skill to learn this, right? Which, again, it does feel like a bit of a cop-out, but I think the way you do this build better, with the way you really make big gold, is doing what I did, which is by maxing out all of the flasks, maxing out the entire flask tree, and then putting any other points you have into things like alchemical mastery, right? Maybe drop some in these other trees to get more resourcefulness, right? As you start to farm it up, you probably need liquid courage to even discover the recipe in the first case. This is like a recipe that you'll get from discovery, which is the annoying part of alchemy. But hey, if it pays for itself, who cares? And again, 15% profit margins, right? Craft these in bulk. The rank 1s, the region average daily sold is 2,500. Now, it probably requires some cancel scanning. It probably requires some auction house babysitting. But look, at this point, anything does. And so you may as well have something like this where you know you'll be able to sell a whole bunch of them, right? And it's relatively low cost as well, right? Each of these only cost you about 388 gold to craft, which is pretty damn cheap. Gradually, you get, you'll get more skill, which won't make a difference because the rank 2s are not profitable anyway. In fact, you'll lose gold crafting these at rank 2, or trying to craft these at rank 2. But you can also, if you really wanted to, you can grab your multi-craft tool, right? That'll give you a good bit of profit. That'll take you from 15% to 19%. Now, the 20% threshold that I use is completely arbitrary. It's just the number that I'm comfortable with. That number is entirely dependent on how you feel about things, what types of margins you're willing to accept, and that kind of thing, right? But again, this is another very good, very simple build. I like these very simple builds that aren't super complicated and are also stupidly simple. And I think that's the advantage of them. I think the thing is, because of the fact that they're so low effort, is the reason that more people don't do them, right? I think that's why you're able to make profit on builds like this, because of the fact that it's completely contrary to everything you would think you would need to do. Everyone thinks that, oh, to make gold with alchemy, you need to, really min-max. You need to have some complicated build. You need to have ground out like all these knowledge points and stuff like that. And so no one's really just doing the minimum effort required, right? Because WoW players, by definition, if there's a game system, they're going to try and min-max it. I think it was one of the WoW devs who said this, that like the most difficult thing that they have as game devs is if they try and make a system purely for player fun, players will always find a way to optimize the fun out of it, right? Which is a great line and is so true of the WoW community in specific. But I think that's with every video game, right? And I think that's just people in general. But yeah, I mean, I think that's why these two builds that we've covered 2 builds so far, right, for alchemy. Let me know in chat if you think these are actually helpful or if you think these are me copping out and this is a scam. But okay, file of enhanced ambidexterity. I mean, this you'll be able to do this on the character that has that build already, right? The fantastic flask build that we looked at. Probably won't have this many knowledge points to be right from the jump. 6%, I mean, not great, right? Can we minus 31%, that's not great. The rank 2s just aren't worth it. I mean, you could do this with concentration again, to be honest. Not too bad. But again, like I said, I'm not a fan of doing the concentration builds. Okay, we said we were going to look at some more potion builds, all right? Now, I think the issue we probably have here is that the bulk of these potions are probably not profitable. I think that's unavoidable. I think that's probably just the case. Right? Did we look at petal powder? Sorry, we ruled out petal powder because we said the result item, for one, the prices were jacked up. It should be closer to about 90G, which sort of makes sense. So let's go ahead and save that as an override. And yeah, then these numbers make more sense. Right. Interestingly enough, though, The rank 2 prices are not jacked up. And so, unless I've gotten something superbly wrong with my math, which I don't think I have, we've got plus 97 skill, and we'll figure out 95 points is not too difficult to come by. Yeah, what has gone on? 50% profit margin, is that correct? Dude, it might be. But you know what the problem is here? The rank 3s aren't gonna, the rank 2s are barely gonna sell. Well, no, not barely. You'll move a decent amount of these. But dude, 50% profit margin, I mean, you could move half as many at that thing and still have it be profitable for you. And this is again the same Myco Bloom and Alchemical Mastery build. I'm honestly like, see what I'm saying? This is how things come together, right? Because basically, if we do that build, you can do the bubbling Myco Bloom culture, you can do the harmonious horticulture, and the petal powder. You're giving people ways to make more gold, or at least ways that they think they're going to make more gold. Hopefully, it does make them more gold, but it's a great market to be in. Because like I keep saying, the one thing that people will always be willing to spend gold on, even armor near the end of a season or whatever it is, they're not going to. They're not going to spend gear on like gold on gear and stuff like that, on enchants and things like that, because they don't care about the damage increase. But if there's an item that they think will make them more gold, they're going to be a lot more willing to part with their gold. And it's just that simple, right? Cave Dwellers Delight, I honestly don't think these would ever be profitable, simply because of the fact that there's just too much of supply of them from actual delves. Maybe the rank 2s. I don't know who's buying the rank 3s. I'd be very surprised if the rank 3s are selling for anything decent. Bro, look at that. 19,218 of them. Region average daily sold for the rank 1s. But again, the bulk of those are just going to come from people running delves. So it's pointless to try and compete on that. The Algari mana potions. Here, I'm curious. This intrigues me. Let's play around a little bit here. I think this is too basic of a potion. I think probably the same people who are min-maxed on potions in general would just craft some of these and throw them up anyway. I think these will be a little bit, I think these are too mainstream to really be profitable. And I think also the rank 1s drop from the different chests and things like that. So I think you would need to craft these at least rank 2 for it to kind of make sense. And I don't see that happening with one of these low effort builds. Slumbering Soul Serum. I don't know. Do people buy these? The rank 1s, again, I think come from chests and things like that. So you need to be able to craft these at rank 2. And with the recipe difficulty being what it is, I don't see it. I don't really see a path to green on this. But let's for argument's sake, let's try and see what happens. We would do the same Myco Bloom, Alchemical Mastery, and then you'd have to go into potent potions, and I think you'd still have to go with this bulk production thing. We haven't looked at the potion spillover buff, but that will add some stats for you as well. But no, it still doesn't look like we can quite get this to a point that really makes sense. I mean, we throw an enchant and we do the multi-craft, it'll give us a little bit more skill, but I still don't think this is, I think this is going to be very competitive as well. Frontline potion, max health. Yeah, I don't this one, just even the rank 3 sold for too cheap for me to really think there's big gold in it. I mean, you could probably make gold with it. It's the kind of thing I would stay away from though, personally. Which doesn't mean you all shouldn't. I mean, that's, in fact, if anything, that's the reason why there probably is a good bit of gold in it. Like I said, like I always say, right? Like, do what no one else is doing as much as possible, because that is the best way to make gold in this expansion. Just because you're going to have the least competition and probably have the best margins. By and large. I mean, some things everyone's doing that make a bunch of gold, and that's because it will make you a bunch of gold as well. Yeah, the tempered potion. I thought this would be a good gold maker for us. I thought this could be an easy clap GG. But the more I'm looking at it, the less it's kind of making sense. Even with the blue tool, right? 60, 85 knowledge points. I think that's sort of pushing what we can get, at least in a single day. We could probably slowly build our way up and start maxing out these trees, right? But we can't even with this level of skill, I mean, the rank 1s are still the most profitable for us. And these as well, I'm not sure if these drop from... I don't think these drop from anything, so I think we're okay on that. I don't think we have too much supply from that, but I think there's a lot of other people out there crafting these. Again, the tough thing with potions is that they're potions, right? They're never going to have that high individual item value. And so as a result, I just don't think there's going to be a whole bunch of gold. And I don't understand the potion business, and I don't like it because I just end up feeling like the average sales price is too low to really add up to anything significant. Again, that's just my personal opinion, right? There's a lot of people who have made millions and millions, if not billions, of gold with potions alone. It's just never been a market that's like intrigued me. Like, I don't think in any of the expansions, in 20 years of playing this game, I don't think I could ever tell you a time that I remember making a bunch of gold with alchemy. Just because I don't like crafting and selling a whole bunch of things at very low margins. I much prefer the opposite. Like, I would do transmog sooner than I would do potions. And I know that because I've done a whole bunch of transmog in my 20 years of playing World of Warcraft, right? I've spent a lot of that time selling transmog. I haven't spent much time selling potions, and it's just the market that doesn't really appeal to me. I think this file of enhanced ambidexterity could be a little bit of gold in here. Again, the thing I like about this is it's like you'd be able to. This is sort of a byproduct of if you go into the file of true sight build that we looked at earlier. And honestly, you'll be rewarded with pretty decent margins, 10%, right? You're crafting these at rank 1. Region average daily sold is pretty decent on them, right? You can make a tidy little profit here. Nothing crazy, but yeah. This is the build that I've talked about so many times on stream, and I think it is worth looking at because I think there is potential in it. It's just it seems to be very temperamental. Or I think on Tuesdays and things like that, when people are buying up a bunch of these potions to farm for their honor, it'll be profitable. Outside of that, even fully knowledge point invested, unless you bought your mats at the right time, super hit or miss. I bought the recipe. I haven't actually bothered learning it and crafting it on anyone. But I mean, I think this has potential. And then if you're doing those, you can also sort of double up by doing some of these, the other flasks that build off of that, right? It changes which of these three is profitable. Usually one of the three is profitable. I would pick up these recipes on another server for super cheap. And yeah, I mean, on a day-to-day basis, just see which one's most profitable. Probably craft your own flasks of honor for when you're crafting the flask of the Wrecking Ball of the classical spirits. But again, I think there's a tidy little profit to be made there as well. Now, the last sort of, I think we've covered most of the things I wanted to in terms of the builds here. I think the last thing that the last major sort of builds that would make you, on paper at least, a lot of gold is transmutation. And I know there's a whole bunch of gold makers out there. I know there's a whole bunch of people out there. I know there's who have talked about and who are also still very bullish on the idea that they're going to make a boatload of gold with transmutations. What I will say is there's two reasons I haven't done it. All right. One is the reason that we started off this whole thing with, right? The same reason I don't like concentration builds is the same reason that I don't like cooldown builds, which is what these transmutation builds are, right? Even in Dragonflight, right? I set up 2 alchemists with the Dracothis cooldown, right? Insane amounts of profits. I don't know if you guys remember, but Dracothis were stupid amounts of money at the start of the stream. All right. Oh, thank you for sharing the stream, 930. Very much appreciate that on TikTok. What's up? Thank you so much for sharing the stream. Yeah, but what I was saying was that even with Dracothis at its peak, and there was a peak for Dracothis. There was a point at which you could make, I think it was something stupidly ridiculous, like 2 to 5 to 10,000 gold per cooldown that you had for Dracothis. If multicraft if averaging out the multicraft procs and stuff like that, right? And even so, most days, even if I had charges left, I couldn't be bothered to like log onto the character, buy the mats, do the cooldown, and then sell the Dracothists. And so that's a reason one why the transmutation builds haven't really appealed to me. And then reason two, which is probably also equally relevant, is that I have tried multiple times to wrap my head around transmutations, and it's honestly just too complicated of a system for me to be bothered to understand it. Again, I think there's a lot of gold to be made from it, right? I think there's a lot of gold that you can make for transmutations. I think it's a great way to farm gold. I'm just not the right person to ask about it. A, because I've still not been able to understand the system. And then B, because of the fact that, like I said, I don't like doing cooldown builds anyway. And I feel like whether it's a concentration build or a cooldown build, it's kind of, they're very similar, right? It's a very similar play style. And it's a very similar sort of thing that you need to do. So, in conclusion, I think we covered, we covered like 2 or 3 different builds? We covered at least 2 builds. That being the first one being sort of this reagent crafting build, right? Where we're focusing on the bubbling microbloom culture, right? All of our knowledge points goes into maxing these out, right? What the hell went wrong here? I thought this was profitable. Okay. I mean, I'm guessing what's going to happen here is that, look, it'll be profitable some days, it won't be profitable other days. Unfortunately, that's most markets these days. Even something like enchanting, where I've maxed out everything, it's going to be a little bit hit or miss. This build seems a little bit more reliable, right? The Harmonious Horticulture, which is the same build, by the way. I don't mean this build, I mean this item. This item seems a lot more reliable, right? And the build here is pretty simple. All we're going to do is we're basically going to put, I mean, honestly, we don't need to spend any knowledge points, right? And it sounds dumb, but I swear it's literally that easy. Use rank 1 materials, craft these at rank 1, and GG, you're already laughing. And you know how you know you're laughing? Because of the fact that the mats cost you about 855 gold, and the rank 1 item sells for 865 gold. So anything you get from multi-craft and from resourcefulness and everything is just sweetening the deal for you here. All right, and we said we wouldn't use the blue profession tool. So even without that, you're making about 11% margins. Of course, anything else you can get is only going to increase that number. And then you can, put points into alchemical mastery so that you can even learn the recipe to begin with. Well, you'll unlock it through alchemical mastery anyway. But yeah, I would then put the rest of these points into microbloom lore. I think that's a good starting point. I would get to about 35 for the multi-craft bonus. And then I would start dropping points into all of these other ones. And the reason we're doing that is because at 5 skill in any of these herb talent trees, you unlock 15 resourcefulness, which is kind of sweet, and you're going to be maxing out, you're going to be putting a bunch of points into alchemical mastery anyway, so you'll have those nodes unlocked. So you may as well just spend 5 points. 5 points for 15 resourcefulness, that's 3 resourcefulness for a point. That's about as good as you're going to get from any talent tree in any profession. And alchemy is especially brutal, so being able to do something normal in alchemy is already kind of good. Because alchemy is just absolutely brutal this expansion, right? I mean, look at the recipe difficulties alone. 735 recipe difficulty is bananas. I don't think there's a single other profession that even has anything close to 735. But okay, so that was the first build, right? Maxing out our alchemy, right? Maxing out our ability to craft these finishing reagents and these crafting reagents in the Harmonious Horticulture, right? Microbloom tree, alchemical mastery, and then everything else is just, focused on getting as many secondary stats as you can, right? I think that's a great build. I think this is definitely going to be a build that I stick on one of these guys. We're running super late on today's stream, folks. It's been 6 hours and 45 minutes, so. Yeah, I think we're going to wrap up as we near the 7-hour mark, just because I'm going to continue fading. And it's already like 11 p.m. where I am, and I still haven't ordered my dinner. So we are going to start wrapping up here. I don't think we're going to do these builds live on stream, as is the case always with alchemy. I spend a whole bunch of stream talking about a build, and then I log off and forget about it. And then we come back in a couple days and realize that I could have made a bunch of gold had I actually followed through. I feel like at this point it would be breaking with tradition if I actually did the alchemy build, right? If I actually made gold with alchemy, then what would I mean about? All right, that wouldn't be fun. We're going to lose a joke. We're going to lose a joke as a community. And are we willing to sacrifice that? I don't know. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I'm fading hard, y'all. But okay, so the first build was that, right? We're just focused on finishing reagents, and more important, this crafting reagent is the bulk of the gold that I think you would make with this build. All right, the second build that we looked at was what do you call it? These profession flasks. Most importantly, File of True Sight. I think that's where the bulk of the gold comes from. This is a build that I've already stuck on one of my characters, and then you can sort of tinker around a little bit with the File of Enhanced Ambidexterity and the Concentrated Ingenuity, right? File of Bountiful Seasons. I think this will probably spike in value once Blizzard swap things over to winter. I don't know why it still thinks it's the summer. We're in freaking October, for Christ's sake. But once this moves to winter, this is going to be a file that I'm going to need to have up on every single one of my crafters at all times, because 84 resourcefulness is nothing to scoff at. And there's a good chance that I will probably even be splurging for the rank 3s, or at least the rank 2s of these, because it is a fairly substantial. I mean, you're getting 22 more resourcefulness by using the rank 2, and what is it? Is it another 19? 106 to 29 more resourcefulness by going from the rank 2 to the rank 3. Right? If it's a recipe that uses something like a null stone or a profane tinderbox, think about having an extra 29 resourcefulness. That's going to be worth a frick ton. All right. So these as well, I don't think it's a bad idea to put together a build for this. I think this item in specific will have a lot of demand, because simply because of the fact that I know that I'm going to be buying these in stupid quantities anyway, or more realistically crafting them for myself, because of the fact that I do have an alchemist who's kind of spec for this. Yeah, but I think the other profession potions will sell well as well. I think that's option 2 for a really good build. Option 3 that we covered in terms of builds was the Flask of Honors. I think this is probably the least cooked of the ones that I mentioned. And so I think that's probably kind of hit or miss, right? It would depend. It'll vacillate a lot day to day, right? I didn't spend too much time looking at flasks, mainly because I think we've spent a decent bit of time looking at crafting these flasks on my other alchemists, right? Yeah, I mean, if you want me to spend more time on these, I'm more than happy to do so. But I feel like we've already covered it quite a bit in previous streams. Let me know in the comments or chat below. Let me know in chat or in the comments below if you're watching the VOD later on, Mr. C-Tax. And I'll we can cover that on Monday's stream. Yeah, the thing with these flasks of like tempered versatility, swiftness, mastery, aggression, right? All these things, they're on the characters that are spec'd for them. It seems like they're profitable a couple times a week, right? I think on Tuesdays they become profitable, and in between then, if you're able to get your mats cheap enough, then then you're able to make a profit on these. And unfortunately, I think that's just kind of the case with all of alchemy. Which sucks, but is kind of just the fact of the matter. Is alchemy is such a game of tight margins that unless you're really, really being super on top of buying your mats cheap, right, and timing the market and doing all of that try hard stuff, you're probably not gonna make a stupid amount of gold with it. Outside of, like I said, I think that reagent crafting build and the finishing reagent crafting build is money. I think that's cash money. I think, like I said, if I remember, like, if I get around to it, I will definitely stick that on one of these guys today and start bulk crafting those, because I think there's a lot of gold to be made. Beyond that, I think alchemy it's sort of the nature of the beast of alchemy, right? Yeah, I think also alchemy is similar to enchanting in that way. The only difference is that in enchanting, like, an expensive enchant sells for 40,000-50,000 gold, right? Even later on in the expansion, 10, 20, 30,000 gold, right? No one's paying 20 to 30,000 gold for a flask. At most, if you're lucky, you'll maybe get 4 or 5 grand, and even that's going to be few and far between. I think the Flask of Alchemical Chaos is even that, which is the Bis flask, right? The most expensive to craft. It's the most difficult. Everyone's using the concentration to craft this. It's still selling for about 3,000 gold, right? The cheapest rank 3 enchant probably sells for that. Well, not the cheapest, but I mean, the majority of there's a lot of rank 2 enchants that sell for that same amount. And so that's why I think with something like enchanting, there's a bit more gold making potential in it. Alchemy is not even equally, I think, less forgiving. I think I think enchanting is easier to max, is less forgiving, and also creates an item that ultimately is worth less. And so that's why I don't think it actually works as well for concentration builds as everyone has been saying. It was always weird to me as well when during beta and stuff, people were talking about using alchemy for concentration. Because if you're going to use up a concentration slot on a character, I think you're probably better off going with any of the other professions, really. I mean, what comes to mind to me for concentration builds in that sense, I think good choices. Inscription's very expensive to level up. I think it's not terrible. I think enchanting is great, and I think people are probably... from what I've heard from all the concentration crafters, I think it's starting to dry up a little bit. But even so, I think that will hold tight for a while. I think the main thing is probably if you're looking at the profane tinderbox enchants, the concentration isn't helping you. The bulk of the cost of that item is coming from the profane tinderbox. And so me with max resourcefulness has a higher chance of getting back my profane tinderbox, and that'll be the route to profitability for me. Whereas for you, if you're doing a concentration build, you're almost always going to use up the profane tinderbox, and so all you're doing is you're saving the gold between rank 2 and rank 3 mats. And I could do the exact same thing using rank 1 mats and guaranteeing it at rank 2 and using concentration to bridge the gap. So it sort of evens out, right? Both of us are making the same amount of gold. The only difference is that I have more resourcefulness. So if I'm doing it with something that has like a profane tinderbox in it, I'm going to make more gold. And also I can guarantee craft them at rank 3. So I can do 100 crafts, a large enough sample size to actually have resourcefulness proc somewhat realistically. Whereas if you're only doing a concentration build, right, you're doing 3 crafts every 3 days, like 2 or 3 crafts, right? That's not statistically significant enough to guarantee that you'll have at least a couple of resourcefulness procs. Even if you had the same amount of resourcefulness as I had, if you're only crafting 2 or 3 of that item every couple of days, you're just not doing it in large enough volume for resourcefulness to pay off. All right, but anyways, that's a side topic. Yeah, it did always seem weird to me that people would recommend spending all this time and energy putting together an alchemy concentration build. Because ultimately, what's the most expensive item that you can craft with alchemy? I think it would probably and reliably sell, right? I mean, the Algari Alchemist Stone you can't sell in the auction house, so points moot there. The Flask Cauldrons, I mean, okay, it is expensive, but that's just because one of the mats costs 48,000 gold. The actual value otherwise is like barely anything. And so I think the most expensive item that you can craft and throw up on the auction house outside of maybe, I mean, there's a very small chance that, where's the Blasphemite? Blasphemites are 233 gold, bro. Like, yeah, you're not making big gold off of this. I remember people in beta were super stoked for this and thought that Blasphemites was going to be a way that they just print gold. Yeah, no shot. They're at 233 gold. Yeah, I don't think alchemy works super. I was always skeptical of alchemy's use as a concentration build profession. I think you'd be better served going with something like enchanting. I think others that work well, tailoring for these spell threads potentially. Leatherworking armor kits I've heard are shot to hell anyway, and that's because they're like I just don't see it as being a good market for that. I think tailoring is a bit better in that. I think the price differences are a little bit better. I think inscription still has a lot of potential with the Dark Moon sigils, with what are the other items? The Vantis runes, potentially contracts. I think those are all solid choices for concentration builds if you want to go that route. Inscription's just expensive to level up though. I think engineering has some solid options as well, but with engineering, the risk you run is that the sale rate isn't too great. Jewel crafting, I haven't looked into. I haven't heard too many jewel crafters whine about concentration being pointless at this stage. And I think jewel crafting is diversified enough that like, just because of the fact that there's so many different builds and each of your alts can only really pick one gem to craft, it's just diversified across everything. So I think jewel crafting has the most propensity to having the most concentration build characters in it. And so I think jewel crafting is going to be another very solid choice. Not super expensive to level up either from what I've seen. So I think that could be a very good choice. What other professions are there? Yeah, we covered tailoring, blacksmithing. I mean, honestly, I'm trying to think where you would use your concentration in blacksmithing or where I would recommend using it. I think there's a couple of options in like. I mean, with the weapon stones, I don't know about frameworks. Forged frameworks, probably not a lot of gold. What else do blacksmiths craft? Alloys. Alloys, you could probably make a decent bit of gold with like alloy concentration build, maybe. Yeah, and I think that's all the professions, right? Is there anything else that has concentration that I'm missing? Well, I think that's more or less it. Inscription, enchanting, jewel crafting, tailoring, blacksmithing, engineering. Yeah, we covered them all, didn't we? Yep. Well, anyway, so with that done, we are going to wrap up the stream here. Thank you, everyone who watched live. Hopefully, this little alchemy session helped. I mean, we streamed for 7 hours to make it happen. But we got it done. I promised we'd do it this week, and we did. I hope it's not too much of a cop out that we did some of the setup stuff, but we didn't actually go through with spending the knowledge points and doing all the things. Honestly, I'm just too tired right now to properly focus and do it, right? But I'll report back. Hopefully, if I spend some time playing this weekend, then I'll actually spend some time on this. But I got a busy social weekend. And like I said, I implore all of y'all as well, don't spend your entire weekend playing World of Warcraft, right? Go hang out with people. Go hang out in the real world. Do what Master Louis was doing earlier, right? Go for a walk, hang out with your dog, right? Do all the things. Yeah. World of Warcraft will be here. There'll be more gold to make. And if you're missing out on any gold, let me know in chat and I will be happy to help you bridge that difference. Anyway, that said, thank you so much everyone who watched live. If you enjoyed the stream, please consider dropping a sub on Twitch. It really helps me out. I'm trying to replace my broken headset here. It broke on stream the other day. I don't remember fully how. But yeah, subbing to the channel definitely really helps me a lot there. All right. Beyond that, if you're watching on YouTube, also consider subscribing on YouTube, please. Or actually, wherever you're watching, whatever you're doing, consider subbing on all of the things. Twitch subs obviously help me out the most, but YouTube subs are appreciated as well. And follow, subscribe, right? All the things, like, comment, share, right? Am I missing anything? I think we all know all of the things at this point, right? I don't think, I don't think anyone's wondering like, oh, what do I do to like show this creator love on social media, right? But anyways, thank you so much, everyone. Have a great day ahead. Have a great weekend, right? Have a great evening. Hope your Friday goes great. I hope you have a lovely weekend. We will be back on Monday, and then again next week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, noon GMT, right? We cover all things World of Warcraft gold making. I will actually try and spend some time editing this weekend, because I have a couple of videos that I need to put out. I know I've been saying that damn near every time we stream, but let's see. Hopefully by Monday, or at least next week, we have a couple of videos on the YouTube channel because I know people have been asking for those. And I know that asking people to watch like an entire VOD that's like 4 hours isn't really helpful to most people because most people don't have 4 hours to listen to my stupid voice, which is completely fair. And yeah, I get it. I wouldn't do it either. All right. Anyways, have fun. Take care, everyone out there. If you enjoy the content, follow, subscribe, like, right, all the things. And next week we will also do the giveaway for the pet, the gummy pet, that you can only get in North America right now. I managed to get a couple of codes and I'm getting a bunch more codes as well. I honestly just haven't gotten around to, figuring out exactly how to execute a giveaway. Like I figured out how to do it technically. I was able to figure that out, but I'm genuinely worried that I don't want to break any like YouTube, Twitch, or like local law rules about running giveaways. So we'll figure it out, but we'll try it. Or I'll do it next week. All right, we'll do it on. I'll probably announce it on Monday's stream, and then maybe on Wednesday and or Friday's stream, we'll do the actual giveaway. And the codes I have, like I mentioned, you can pick whether you want the pet or if you want a limited edition tabard in game instead. All right. Anyway, that said, keep an eye out for all that stuff. Have a lovely weekend and take care. Thank you so much if you're watching live or if you're watching the VOD on demand. If you're hearing this in any way, shape, or form, thank you. Take care. Have fun. Stay safe out there. Bye-bye. Bye now. Bye-bye. 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 Bye. Oh wait, hold up, wait, this button's being weird. Boom. All right, there we go. Bye bye, everyone. Have fun. Take care. Bye bye. Oh, also, I think we're actually going to raid someone else. So if you have any suggestions for who we should raid, drop them in chat. Otherwise, I'll pick someone.